giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Can't twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh,
Good evening, Cart Before the Horse Nation. Live show starting soon. Make sure you get your popcorn, get you a glass of wine, roll your doob, whatever you got to do. Show starting shortly.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome. Live Saturday night Regal Rumble. We in the building, Mr. Walker. How you feeling, brother?
Yes, sir. We out here in these YouTube streets, my baby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, lady nug-nugs and boquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse Regal Rumble in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes very well know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this very fine Regal Saturday?
In the big name of Jesus, you hear me?
How y'all feeling tonight? It's Saturday night, huh? All
Saturday Night Live.
Here we are, folks. Shout out to everybody in the house. We see y'all coming in. Make sure you hit the like button as you enter the room tonight. Let the algorithm do its thing. No matter which channel you're watching on, I see it's not really split. It's a fraction, but it's not split, if you will. All right, so
I tell you what, obviously, without saying, winter is here and is well upon us. However, I've come to understand that Bonquisha and Nug Nug ain't even tripping all like that. They said, look, it's wintertime, but shout out to 20 Boy Skinny Boy. It's also cuffing season. All right. So even though winter is here and it's getting most desperate, Bonquisha, this is the time of year Bonquisha and Nug Nug realize how much they really need each other. So there's a false hope lingering in the air, if you will.
yeah. Yeah. Listen, we speaking about the bottom 10%, the bottom 10 percentiles, but granted.
It's hope. It's hope for everybody, even the bottom 10%.
Here we go. We're gonna get right into it tonight, folks. All right. We probably won't be up here all night. We're gonna give y'all a hell of a show. We're gonna drop the link for y'all. I see we got guests backstage. We're gonna bring them up. See, we got Cash App. My guy, G Honda, the CEO, come through. He says, per Ed Gainey, Josh Shapiro, and Art Rooney, Mr. Walker neighborhood under investigation for tax evasion. The CEO reduces his percentage to 28%.
Look at that. I ain't gonna take all the way. Look at this. So what we go from 40 to 28, and you know what's bad? I'm such a good person, Sister UG Honda. I for a second considered that 28%, and then I grabbed my bow and arrow. You understand? And start launching them your way. That's all I know.
Shout out to G Honda, the CEO. El Paulino come through with a super sticker. Then she comes back with a super chat.
Money.
And she says, hi, everyone. The most pleasant person in the chat by far.
Pleasant, Miss Pleasant Paulina. That's all. She don't say much. Just hi, little bread, good night. Can't ask for much more.
I don't even know how you end up in the middle of all this anarchy when you're so pleasant. I don't know.
That's true. That's true. Is something wrong with you? No, I'm kidding.
No, she just one of them people you don't want to tick off. She just calm. But we know if you over here, we know you got that in you to bring it out. That's all. That
part. So I'm shut my mouth, Miss Pleasant Paulina.
There we go. And Frederick Howard come through.
Money.
He says Glade City CEO and the Anarchy executive will regulate Mr. Walker straight like that.
Straight.
Y'all got such a tall order ahead of y'all. Good luck.
Yeah, y'all own it. I see G Honda come back. He says, Mr. Walker, my Allegheny feds looking for you. 29%.
That's it. Allegheny is one more percentage up. So you're right there, but still yet. Go ahead and
I don't know how G Honda knows so much about Pittsburgh politics. What you doing?
See, I told you a tyrant. Y'all ain't listening.
Yeah. It would seem like useless knowledge. I don't know why but here we are. All right. Like I said, we're gonna get right into it tonight. As y'all see in the thumbnail, okay. I don't cook, I don't clean. Where we at?
I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me tell you, I got this ring.
All right. Is it over for traditional relationships in these modern times, folks?
Yes. That's a hard yes. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Straight like that. So I see my girl backstage. we're gonna bring her up because this is a perfect conversation that we're gonna have tonight. Without further ado, shout out to Crystal in the house.
Hey guys,
There she is. How you doing, Crystal?
I'm doing great. How are you all doing?
Good. You getting into
Better
holiday,
not. Better
holiday
not.
festivities?
Yeah, holiday festivities, and it's a busy time of year for me and my family, just period. We have a lot of birthdays around this time too. So yeah, there's been a lot of that. So but I'm still here, chilling with y'all on this good Saturday night.
Here we go.
Listen, it's a blessing. We glad to have you up here. We got a lot on the slate. We're gonna try to get through a lot in a little bit of time, folks. So stay with us. All right. And you see the thumbnail, what I just said. Is it over for these traditional relationships in these modern times, Crystal?
I mean, I think first you have to define things, because I think as people, we like to just go off what we want to say things mean. So I made a little clear-cut list real quick for us. When you think about a traditional woman, most of the time she's a virgin. She doesn't work. She's religious, wants children, and most likely will stay at home with those children if she's not working. Hypergamous, one could argue, and does most of the housework, all of the housework and work with the children. Granted, the men might read for the kids or, do some laundry here and there, but for the most part, she takes care of the home, right? Versus a modern woman is not a virgin.
Two things real quick.
Okay.
Traditional, you said hypergamous, and you said something else. I done forgot that fast. One of the first things you said.
Virgin?
Yeah. No. Yeah. So
hey, you got a lot of men who argue that a traditional woman is wholesome and she is a virtuous woman. She is not for the streets, So I know that's why I'm here tonight, because I think we are kind of we want to pick and choose and cherry pick what tradition means. But I mean, traditionally, a woman was only to give her body to her husband. So I mean, that's all I'm saying. If we want to talk about traditional,
we weren't going that far back. We weren't going biblical. We was going early.
Shoot, that's 1950s.
Like
1960s.
our grandparents, we wasn't going.
Yeah, you know what? I've never been on the whole virgin thing. Like I said, I don't know, but I ain't gonna smite it down. But I wouldn't say that's an ironclad characteristic.
I don't think most men are either. I agree. I think most men are, they don't want to wait until marriage. And the woman nowadays doesn't either. So, but I'm just going based off that. So,
and you said hypergamous as well. Like I would say modern women are hypergamous, not traditional women.
Modern women are some might be hypergamous, but most of them want equality. When you think about a modern woman, you think about a working woman, my degrees, my this, my that. Most of them want something like a 50-50 equality split type of situation. Now you have some modern women who are hypergamous, but it's mostly an option. A woman who was traditional, she had to be hypergamous because she's not working.
Well,
what is the definition of
not working? Howard, do you know what is your understanding of hypergamous?
Look, I don't make up my own definitions. I read them based off what they mean. Okay, so we can do that.
So we'll give you an example. I'll give you an example while you're doing that. When we speaking on hypergamy, we're speaking on modern women. When they come up on the Kendra show and they boss chick, she making $150,000 and she wants a man that's her equal or better. So she's hypergamous. She won't settle for less. So the man got to be making $200,000.
Well, I mean, yes, that's why I said it's optional for the modern woman to be hypergamous. I put on here for her that she might be hypergamous or want equality, because that's kind of an option that the modern woman, you'll see her go between. But ultimately, hypergamy is the action of dating somebody who is, or marrying someone who is, and you have a sexual relationship with someone who is superior to you on a social level and on a educational background level. So when you think about sociology and when you think about educational background, that equals to finances and money and resources a lot of the times, or status as far as being a king or a queen. But none of us are royal like that anymore. So a traditional woman is marrying up. If she does not have an education and he does, she's marrying up. If she doesn't have a car and he does, she's marrying up. We don't look at it like that.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now. That would be like 100% hypergamy rate. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't a thing back then. It's only a thing now.
So what do you call it if a woman has nothing except her body and her womb, and she's marrying a man who has a house, a car, money, and more money than her. That is dating up.
No, that really can't be hypergamous, like Gavin said. Because somebody got to make some money. So she ain't.
It ain't wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong, but what is it?
Your hypergamy coming down to your options at that point, right? So they got the option to earn now, like men. Women were never on any playing fields with men. You go back and know on
right.
anything.
So meaning that she was forced to be hypergamous if she didn't have the option to. And most traditional women
by default, like every woman, literally every woman was hypergamous by default. We speaking on, like I said, we ain't going back to biblical times. We can't.
I'm talking about the 1950s. I'm talking about our grandparents.
There you go. So let's clear it up. So traditional and modern hypergamy. Let's go ahead and throw some parameters out here. So traditional hypergamy, since we go in here, let's say that, like Gavin said, the women had to be hypergamous because they were looking to be housewives. They weren't making an income. The guy had to be making more than them. He had to, because she was staying at home. Today's modern hypergamy, she's making bread as much, if not more. But with that, she still demands that her man still makes more. That's modern hypergamy, where conventional women, traditional women were like, you bet you got to make something, brother, because I'm not making anything. Today,
and they weren't above nobody. There was no pecking order. Nowadays, there, like you said, there's women, quote unquote, above men financially. Back then, this type of stuff didn't exist. So
right, but I think by nature, women still will always women always want to admire, look up to, have resources from a man. It's just always going to be that way, regardless, most of the time in a traditional setting, optional for a modern setting. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, I hear y'all and I agree, but I think that that's not a word that we like a lot of the times, but women are like that a lot of times by nature in this world we live in.
I think the modern day hypergamous, you got to intertwine like some type of gold diggerism and all type of that stuff. It's more
if you go to the extreme
in today's woman.
Well, I think it's all extreme. Every contestant, 90% of the contestants we review from the Single by Choices show are making $100,000. So I want to say we already in the realm of extremes, because they hence now got to be must be a top 10% man by default. That is where the hypergamy doesn't make sense. It's only a problem because it's counterproductive to what they're trying to accomplish.
Right, so, because it's difficult for a woman to be hypergamous in this day and age because we don't have enough men making enough money.
No,
that's not.
Stop the cap.
So it's rough out there when you're trying to get that. It ain't my fault it ain't my fault. I'm just telling you what it is.
Two things is true. If the women are creating the standard, then like I said, if these are standards created by y'all and practiced by y'all, then y'all can live in that land if y'all want.
But what I think a lot of men don't realize is it's in your favor that women are more modern. That's what a lot of men, especially in these comments, don't realize. Now, this is my point, guys. You're not going to get 100% traditional. Most cases, you're not going to get 100% modern. Most cases, that's what I'm saying. So I'm not trying to be funny, but right now we live in a day and age where we have a bit of a mixture. What you have to ask a woman is, which way do you lean more towards? Do you lean more towards traditional values, or do you lean more towards modern values? Because let them tell it, I'm a modern woman. Let the world tell it on here, I'm a modern woman. But if everybody was with me every single day of my life, I'm a traditional woman by your definition. But because I have an opinion and because I don't act the way some men want me to act as a woman, they call me slap a modern sticker on me. So, it is what it is. But I believe in a lot of things that are traditional, which is funny. So it's just men say what they want, but sometimes they don't know what that looks like.
I tell you what, under the realm of modernism, modern men, modern women, Mr. Walker ain't married. I don't know. I guess I might be a bachelor, because when I got married or even proposed to my wife, I had to get an advance from my boss just to get the ring. So I sure as heck wasn't making more than my wife. My goodness. So that's what I'm saying. If that person was in the room, I'm a lonely.
Well, the thing is also too, that's the blessing of a more modern woman, or a woman who's somewhat understanding to our new day and age, as she should. If you have an amazing
So
man,
you said a modern woman will take in a man making less than her.
to be honest with you, if we look at it for real and without being biased, look at it. A more modern woman is working, meaning that she's making income. So if she's making income and she's working, she's less domesticated. That ain't no shade to any woman. Like I told you, I've walked in many different shoes in my life, but she is working. She is contributing to the household. So she has more of a partnership versus a traditional marriage, which is fine. And it can work out perfectly as you and your wife, what seems to me, have a mixture. She seems like a traditional woman, take her to children, and a good mother, obviously a great wife. You love her, you up here being productive, whatever, right? But like you said, it wasn't that she was only getting with you for resources only. And I think that's another misconception. Hypergamy is not just finances. A lot of people just go straight to the money, but as we say many weeks, you can't just date a man based off his income. You had other things that made it a hypergamous situation for her. Possibly you stood out from other men. Maybe you're tall. Maybe you're, and I'm not no shade to her, but like, women look at that, you're driven, you're different. Maybe you listen to her. Who knows? It could have been many different things.
It's the barrier to entry for most women. Just like a woman being beautiful and fit is the barrier to entry. Like y'all ain't gonna find out all these things if he ain't looking some kind of way. You ain't coming up to a bum on the street trying to figure out his interests.
Well, nobody is going to a bum. Nobody is going to a bum, but it's not, women are not women. Some women are super visual. I can't speak for all women. I ain't about to do it, but you already know my standpoint on that. It's not the smartest thing for a woman to be visual. Should not be top 1 or 2. It should be.
It is now though, Crystal. There you go. I'm sorry after you said that. You just said today, visual should not be top 1 nor 2. Well, there's women that all raise their hand in agreement and say that looks are either top 1 or 2, Crystal.
And I agree. I already know that. I see the silliness, and that's why they single. That's why they ain't got nobody. That's why they broke.
Possibly.
So here we go. Let me get to these super chats real quick. Shout out to Frederick Howard. He says, Glade City News, get the facts. Also, JB40 come through. He said, if not a virgin, then stop wearing white dresses. You see what I'm saying? We start getting granular, then where it's gonna leave us.
So don't act like I ain't heard these men on these red pill talking platforms saying that they want a young virgin woman. I ain't say it they are. I wouldn't want a virgin if I was a man.
I've heard it too.
I'm not a man, but I would. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a man, so I can't speak on that. But that's what they say. I'm just saying what men traditional. What when we talk about tradition, women were more to keep them legs closed and give your virginity to your husband. That's what they did.
Okay, so here we go. Shout out to Divine Photos come through with the $5 super chat. He says, let's face it, traditional marriage is over. Some of today's modern women want control, and if they feel they don't want to have it, they don't want to marry. So
yes, there you go, Divine. I agree with that. What do you think about this, Crystal? I believe that now that that women have the right and the ability to earn a substantial income. Now women are like, there's a power struggle. I swear to goodness, before this all said and done, it's going to be observed that a large group of modern women are just it's power hunger. They like these women out here all but now saying they want a man to be a woman. They want couch bins. Gavin said that this is the first time in the history of folk, that these men and women have roamed the earth. I think the full out effects of this gender war or these gender transgressions are yet to be seen, man.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that is definitely women are not in their feminine energy. They're not creative. You ask them what their hobbies are, they can't even answer it. They don't really want to cook. They don't understand the importance of cooking or the importance of understanding the benefit of food and juicing and organic fruits and vegetables. They want to feed their children McDonald's every day. It's a lot. You know, I ain't saying don't give your kid a little.
You gonna get cursed out, Crystal. You better not tell nobody about what they feed their kids.
No, feed them what you want. But I'm just saying, back in the day, in traditional times, we didn't have the convenience of fast food more than, you know, a couple. First off, they weren't even doing it. But yeah, in this modern world where, you know, like I told y'all before, I don't cook every single day, but I cook most of the time. You know, so I'm not the standard, whatever. But what I'm saying is that she's right. It is traditional marriage. If we want to go based off definition, it's over. And people who claim they have it, you got some Miss Pearly things, and you got some of them in the weird red pill spaces who wear the Amish clothes and won't wear a lick of lip gloss so a man won't see them with makeup and all this weird stuff, which is fine if that's what you and your man want. But that's a very rare woman who's going to do all that. And I don't really trust them too much. I don't trust them, but whatever, that's your thing. Do what you want to do. But I agree with her. Yeah, I think that it's too much power. Women want power, and that's what women aren't supposed to be power hungry.
Money, 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 money.
All right. Shout out to Divine Photos. He says, Kendra G contestants submit to money, not their husbands. He says, I respect our sisters making money, but they have to understand it's not an end all be all.
There you go. Yeah. This is a time we should be coming together. I could only imagine if you could take, you know, our great grandfathers and now women can go out here and make the same amount of bread, like without all of the dangers of being deleted and stuff from back then. Like they'd be like, go ahead. We all be having some type of financial wealth, generational wealth.
Men won't feel needed. That's the thing, but we don't want to talk about that part of it.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. So let's say a man, like I said, I was making a lot less to my wife when we got married, and I still felt needed. Why? Because a man should know that he's offering direction, he's offering leadership, protection. Like, yeah, even if he ain't making more or the same amount, you working towards that. And that's why I agree with that one brother who was talking about 50-50 guys, you know, don't deserve certain things. I agree to an extent. You shouldn't be proud to be stagnant in such a position. You should always be working, you know, towards the summit. That's my.
I agree. No, I can't. I don't know what I can say. I mean, I agree to it. I think that it's modern times. In that day and age, it made more sense to watch your kids and not a daycare. It wasn't daycares popping up everywhere because women were more traditional and knew that when the babies come, I'm at home with my kids and I can't legally get a job anyway. I can't get a bank account.
So outside of bread, men have something. I know for sure. Real men ain't hung up on income. They know they have more to offer than just bread. But in today's modern world, this is where we at. Where, like Gavin said, bread is just a charge to entry.
And that's sad. That's why a lot of men also say, stop leading with just your money. You know, lead with your character. Like I said, like you just said, you know, you were able to still find an amazing wife. I'm sure she's good looking. You know, it was because you offered more than just my money and leading with my nice car. Women really don't like that for real. I mean, some do, some gold diggers might, but how long are they really going to be around? You know, so yeah, I agree. I think it's multiple things.
Okay. Shout out to Frederick Howard come through. Says women don't understand infrastructure or they can't hear the smoke alarms. That's a fact.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight. Money, 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 money.
Shout out to Millennial Galore. She says, unfortunately, modern women have weaponized education and entrepreneurship. It's sad how separate the genders are now. The community has fallen.
I agree.
There you go, Mrs. Roosevelt. Yeah.
That part.
Yeah.
I see my guy in the building.
Brother, love it. Angry man, baby.
Angry man come through. He says men and women today prioritize the wrong things.
I agree. We're gonna get into that. Me and Gavin then touched on it. We're gonna keep saying they don't like it. Gentlemen, you may want to tone down the physical attraction for someone that's more cooperative and submissive. And we talk about that. Them 9s and 10s. If you ain't driving a Ferrari, shout out to Jonathan. If you ain't driving a Ferrari, you might let it go. Let it go.
Seriously. So shout out to the angry man coming through. All right. Hitting us with the super chat. And that is 100% true, brother.
Yes,
And I
sir.
see Skinny Boy 20 Boy. He says they want a submissive alpha.
Is there
Whatever
such a
that-
thing?
First off,
that
it's
is.
so funny to me. Like I get nature and I get biology and I get all of that, but we are also sophisticated beings. We can look at ourselves as animalistic in nature and biology and all of that, but we're also sophisticated. We can do a lot of things that animals can't do, and vice versa. So when we do the whole alpha beta thing, I get it. It's certain terminology we use these days, but there have been so many people who have debunked that. And I think a lot of men don't understand that in a pack of 20, there still will be one alpha. So a lot more, like, I don't know. I think men think,
I think women are talking about this stuff more than men these days, Crystal.
yeah,
So
I mean, I
once
think
upon
so
a
too, but
time, there was, like,
that's a man who just brought it up.
I think he been condescending. He's like, that's what a lot of women say. Like they want a submissive alpha. That's what
They say that because they lack the vocabulary to say what they really want, which is a assertive, driven man. That's what women want. They want.
That's gonna do what they say.
I don't think it says gonna. I mean, some, yeah, you got some
Yeah, so
like
that would be a submissive alpha. Understand something amongst men, amongst what alpha men, whatever, and women, you can't tell a man what to do. Like, so then that's what these women really, they at some points in their relationship, they want to have the final stamp of approval for yes or no, and that can't really ever be that. That makes things wonky. The relationship starts to get all off balance.
Yeah, I think that alpha term is played out. I don't even like that terminology. And I think that we have get information and just run with it. So yeah, it's not. I think what you were saying when you said they want men that they can control, you do. You have a large group of women who want to try to control a man, which is impossible. And then you have other women who just want some type of partnership in some way, shape, or form that my opinion is actually heard, and that you will do some of the things I want. Just like I'm gonna do everything you want. Like I just think that's a relation. Like we're in this weird space where like women can't tell their man what they want, but men can tell they.
But you can't tell them what to do. Yes,
Right.
We start talking about that divine femininity. What's more powerful? A woman can say something. She can dang near in the right environment, situation, circumstance could tell her man something, but she do it in her way that he understands and he's receiving of it. And here's the thing. I'll let it go because I'll get along with it. Go, keep going.
Yeah, real quick. Let me get this super chat. Y'all up here cooking. Shout out to El Paulino. She says, when I hear women say they have a lot of degrees, all I hear is they have a lot of debt.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
That's all, El Paulino. So here we go. I'm gonna pull this video up real quick. We got a lot of women. We'll get to that Cardi B stuff on the back end. But since we're here, we got a lot of women now. They are simply trying to divest. So we got the divester community. You got women. They just simply fed up with, black men. So
with you ninjas, fed up with you ninjas and y'all nug ways. They're going to get Habib and them.
So I'll pull this first video up. All right. And hit the like button if you're just coming in. Not sure which channel y'all watching on, but please take a second, hit the like button. Also, we got a Cash App. Shout out to my guy Afrocentric. Been meaning to shout you out. He hit us with $10 Cash App. Says for premium content. We appreciate that, brother. So I'm gonna play this. Here we go.
Fully aware that I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but I am so effing tired of the amount of emotional labor that comes with dating Black men. I am so tired of the lack of commitment, the lack of support, the lack of encouragement, the lack of money. Like, I don't know what to do from this point on, but I can tell you one thing. My interest in dating another Black man is like 1% at this point. They want us to be ride or dies until they get their shit together. And then they don't want to support us in return. They don't want to commit to us. They don't want to marry us. But then they want all the benefits of being a husband without actually proposing to us. I need someone who's intentional in every single aspect. Fully aware.
So there we go. That's what you got, Mr. Walker. That's the tone of the modern woman.
And that's the demeanor. All is just, I think this video is perfect. This is the demeanor and the temperature of today's modern melanated sister. She got a scowl. This sister here, I swear to goodness, if this was a dude, she would be dope. You see what I'm saying? She up here like a big, strong boy. Talking about what she wants. She wants somebody to support her and do all this. Is the woman that's not supposed to be the help me? Is that not the divine order? Build your man up so he can go conquer the world and bring you the king's gold. Has that not always been the order of the day? But today's women, they go and acquire the king's gold. That's super dope. Go ahead, sister. But now you like, I don't need you, ninja. The things that I was willing to work through and be a wife, I should not. And I ain't gonna get into my personal anecdotal experiences, but I'm telling you, a lot of people, if a lot of couples, when y'all was going through hard times, if y'all had excessive bread, y'all would have just threw bread at the problem, split ways. For a lot of y'all, not having a lot of bread kind of kept y'all together, work things out, and y'all able to look back like, dang, I see, and come and be real with yourself and say, I realized that if we had bread back then, it might have been Splitsville, baby. But that video shows today's modern woman, she's like a dude. That's why I keep saying, I'm joking, but I'm serious when I say handsome boy, because that's a guy up there talking about what he wants, what she wants a man to do. She's sitting up there with her chest all out, shoulders up. That's a very masculine position. What big brutish man want to come deal with that other than to hump her into submission? That'd be about it.
I don't know her. I don't know enough based off that video, but I agree with you. Women have to realize that if they're going to be with men, and if a man is going to be with a woman, growth is pain. A relationship is ups and downs. It should not be this thing to where you think it's just going to be so enjoyable the whole ride. So I agree with that part, but I differ a little bit with my opinion. I believe in, if you're at an age and honest place to build with a man. I don't believe in building a man, though. I think there is a difference. Your mother and your father build you into a man, and we grow together, and we might mature together and go through different lessons. But I think it actually does a disservice to women who try to build a man. That's when you get more the mama energy versus the wife energy that we went into a conversation about and didn't get to finish last week. Different story, right? So that's what I'll say about that. But I also,
real quick, do you think any woman should work with or quote unquote build a man?
No, I think that a woman should build with a man, but I don't think she should try to build a man. You
see, that's real quick. So I just want to touch on this point because you said something. You say it's the responsibility of the mom and the dad to build the man.
And the man, after, if he had unfortunate circumstances, like maybe not a dad or maybe a horrible mom, then that's one responsibility.
Where are we at then? And we know that's a high percentage.
It's a high percentage. It's a high percentage.
So that's
now what do you tell women?
So you need to, what I tell the world is that we all need to work on ourselves as individuals before we be hopping in these relationships with a bunch of trauma. We're in a day and age of information. 18-year-old, 15-year-old, 12-year-olds know about therapy. So I think that we have to do that first as people in a more modern world. So me personally, I do what works for you, but I think women need to understand that if you're going to be with a man your age, you're going to be with a man and you're younger, understand that he is still growing. He is still going to change just naturally as a young boy. I mean, as a young man, I'm not talking about those things necessarily, but it's more that vibe of trying to make him do what you told him to do. You want him to go back to school, so go back to school. You can't build a man. He has to find himself. And the healthiest way to do that is with people who have healed themselves and found their own selves separately before they try to conquer, this relationship, especially with how tainted we are. I think it was possible back in the day when we were more innocent, but it's, we're so tainted now. So I don't think that that's the best thing for a woman. Just don't.
So should most women forego relationships? If you ain't drop dead gorgeous, if your back too big, all that good stuff, should you forego a relationship with a man because, quote unquote, it ain't enough if we going off that standard? Come on now.
You got to explain that to me a little bit. What do you mean?
Well, you saying you don't believe in building a man, and y'all want to meet these men at the finish line. So
no, not meeting them at not at the finish line. I'm not saying.
Oh, so what's build a man? There we go. Let's
right. Not meeting them at the finish line.
Race, when he halfway through the race, and he got a lot of momentum built up, and he heading towards the finish line.
No, that's not. No, I'm not saying meet him once he making 6 feet. No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about it's natural growth that we do as maturing people. But you can't come in with a bunch of trauma, women not respecting men not understanding a woman and things like that, and try to get in a relationship with a bunch of childhood trauma and issues. And maybe the woman is a bit more mature. Because we said build a man. So that's the only reason why I'm saying it. Maybe she's already mature. Maybe she has all these things that she's worked on, but he hasn't. She should more so.
My question was, because you hitting on these high value men, not to cut you off, but you said the men they want something. So it really don't matter what these women are doing about their degrees, how much money they're making. If they don't meet the men's requirements, should they just forego relationships?
I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about character. Maybe that's why we're having a miscommunication. I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about character of a person who can be in a committed relationship, not money. That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
You can't force a man to see that his mother hurting him at a young age and him never being able to trust her makes him therefore not trust you and cheat on you, or not want to be committed to one woman because the trust is off. That stuff has to be dealt with in some way, shape, or form before you hop into a relationship with a woman, or she's going to be traumatized like Fatty was talking about. You're going to just have a whole bunch of messed up situations. So and nobody is going to be perfect, right? In a perfect world, we would all have a therapist, but that's why we have podcasts like this to show the importance of working on yourself. So I'm not even talking about money. I'm talking about just personality traits. I hear what that woman was saying. Now, I know she came across very masculine to you all, but there is a real cry of a lot of women that they are getting half-ass quality men right now. And it sounds bad, but the men are getting half-ass quality women too.
I want to touch on that. I see my conspiracy theory juices is flowing because I feel like this is all that has been a setup from outside influences.
Look, hold on. No, I wrote down race agenda. I swear to God,
come on, because here we go.
That's what I was gonna say. I swear to God, it's the first thing I wrote down.
We at a point, we have these men, like you said, that don't growing up without moms, fathers, things like that. And now these women are born with their value. So unlike the men, they don't have to go out and earn their value. That is a fact. They don't. They just have to hold on to it. And now you got these women with their value, black women with value. Now you got black men with little value, no value. Now they got to go out here and they got to go get therapy. They got to figure themselves out, and they got to start getting on the right path before they enter into any kind of relationship with a woman. That dude, can we? Okay, and that's fair. Life ain't fair. So fine, granted, this is where we at. We screwed up. But like, where do we come together? Because now women are saying, I'm not about to build with this man or help build my black man up, even understanding the circumstances that we have a very unique path through life. But no.
Well, I think that's where I give some pushback to the men, because since the 90s, men have been pumping up white women and being better than black women. You got black women who ain't going nowhere when it comes to leaving a black man, and it's black men on this platform in these comments.
That's a small percentage, though, Crystal.
Well, what about the men in the comments?
That's an ambiguous statement. Nah.
A lot of these men in the comments don't have barely anything to say about a large majority of black women. I mean, you got a lot of people.
That's about the women that's on screen. Like and at the very same time, they're not bigging up any other race or woman.
And because they don't realize that is a trauma-induced woman. That is what's going. I'm not blaming it. That's why, I hear where people come from, but these women are out of order because they didn't have order to begin with. They're traumatized, and even some of them are, like once you're 60 and Keke Palmer's mama age and you don't want to listen to nobody and change, that's on you. But I'm talking about in general. People want a good life. Some people just, anyway, it's a lot. But the point is, I think it was a race agenda. And I think that unfortunately, I can put that on men, that they definitely have been dogging. Black women complain about men not taking care of their kids back in the 90s and dogging them in that way. But men in 2023, they got more. They don't even act like they like women anymore. A lot of the time.
That ain't even a lot of this stuff ain't these talking points ain't even really got nothing to do with race, and it's just kind of was depicted. But as far as not taking care of kids, we've already debunked that. Yeah, today there ain't, by statistics, correct me if I'm wrong, there ain't nothing better than a black father. We're more empathetic and got more emotional intelligence. These are facts.
Right.
So,
now, I never found that statistic you said on black men with emotional intelligence.
But black men, as far as being good fathers, yes, that is an update. Yeah,
I think that black men that are fathers have all. I mean, I've seen nothing but great things from black men that are fathers.
No, numbers wise. I don't know this place, but I've seen it. Y'all know I ain't up here just making stuff up. I'm telling you, black fathers are winning percentage wise above all other races.
Yeah, and what I'll say is I'll give you that, and we also have another side of women who are taking care of children by themselves. Because you got men walking around saying, I told her to get an abortion and she didn't. But
well, yes, and here we go.
Let me get these super chats real quick. Shout out to JB40 come through, says men outside the US are way more traditional. Where do us women think and their 120K jobs are going? Like Hassan and Mbaku won't take your mouth. Yeah, ain't nobody dealing with. They talk about going to Brad and Chad. So yeah. Shout out to Skinny Boy come through. He says, I just figured it out. They call it struggle love because they have to settle for pook nug since they can't attract a higher value. And we about to hit on the struggle love thing. I'm pull this video up. Shout out to El Paulino. She says, modern women don't try to build up a man. They try to change them.
And there you go. And that's what we're talking about. Nug and Bonquisha talking about delete the kid. I don't want the kid. That right there. Because Martin will try to change, not build him. Nug say he don't want that kid. You shouldn't have laid with him, let alone bought into this world just because somebody wanted the baby.
Right. I mean, and that's very true. In a perfect world, people would, but we got a lot of messed up people. We got a lot of messed up women, and we got a lot of messed up men. So we got to fix the mentality.
That's a big disclaimer. They are, but we gotta stop in this instance bringing these bastard children into the world and continuing this path. We gotta stop. They gotta stop living Nug. That's always gonna be the bottom line. You must.
Period. I agree.
Because he gonna beat. If you present it, he getting it.
There we go.
Right. No, I agree.
And shout out to Who's the Master, traumatized by the D.
Yeah. Boom, shakalaka.
We need juice.
We need juice.
Divine Photos come through, says women try to build Nug into a high value man and it backfires on them every time.
Every time.
Crystal said it. Character. You must get an idea for a man's character.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Night Rider. Come through with the $10 super chat. Says, and just like that, we're back into the victim Olympics. Says she's blaming race agenda. Black women should just push away from the table and be more feminine.
You know what? It cracks me up how Lil Podcast can go on a whole rant and get empathy and sympathy for his male trauma. And then y'all want to sit here and wonder why women are dating other races, comments just like that. Because Black women are traumatized, in case you didn't realize that. They have been through a lot, just like we understand Black men have been through a lot. And it's ignorant ass comments like that push women and say, you know what? You lack empathy. You don't even try to understand. You obviously see I'm not up here making excuses for ratchet ass shit every week, but you still come with these ignorant, misogynistic comments, and it's disgusting. So, I mean, it's just ridiculous. Okay, yeah, they need to push away the play. We already said that. We need to be more feminine, but don't you understand that nothing changes if a person's mind and mentality doesn't? So you
at the very same time, Crystal, at the very same time, that's from a woman's point of view. That video we just pulled up, and this one I'm about to pull up now, men feel the same way on the other side of the street. Like, just like they say, push away from the table, be more feminine. When they say, oh, talk about men broke, dusty, can't do this, can't do that. It's the same type of vitriol.
So, no, I get it. That's why I say
no, the sisterhood go along with that. Y'all don't get no pushback for that stuff.
I do get pushback all the time.
Not
You
the
gotta
way
find
you just
women who.
gave pushback. Because
Yes, you do. You have to look up femininity channels. It's thousands of them on YouTube. Y'all are men, so y'all don't see them. I'm a woman. It's thousands of femininity channels. Thousands of them. Women calling out other women on their behavior. Type in YouTube channels on how to be an elegant woman. It's plenty of them. So my point is this: they doing it, but they're just not doing it in the masses because we know the majority of people are always going to clown. They're always going to be workers and not necessarily the owners of the company or whatever you want to look at. So we need to fix a lot of things, but I just think it's completely insensitive with comments like that.
okay. So there we go. Shout out to Night Rider. Shout out to Skinny Boy. He says, Crystal, be careful. Media man, don't play. I agree.
I tell you what, with the race agenda, I said something about it too. That ain't nothing. Yeah, I know over here this is accountability corner over here. With that being said, I do at times like to shine a little light that as melanated folks, we have a unique path through life. We can't deny that. But
it ain't being victims, it's just facts.
Yeah, but with that, we don't say, oh, we doing this because of it. We can acknowledge it and say to heck with it and move past it, but it's there, baby. It's there.
I agree.
Shout out to Millennial Investor and Lifestyle. Come through with the 499. Says there are other black men out here. Black women call us lanes and squares in the black community. So from my perspective, the B-Dub has shown that they hate us. Yeah.
Can I comment on that real quick? So I hear from men who say like, I was the geek or I was the, scrawny guy. I hear you. I get it. And what I'm saying is that that's the same cry of the fat black woman. No, and that's not me being shade taken from your point of view, but like how the fat black woman feels like nobody didn't want me in high school because I was too fat and this and that. And now look at me, I'm a whippersnapper. Yeah, we get it. And I hear it. But ultimately, what that means is that it's not that black women hate you. It's that people need to start working on themselves so that they can attract the person who they need to be with. Because if millennial investor is more laid back, more geeky, he might be fat. I'm just making up a picture, right? Then that means that you might have to work out a bit, babe. You might have to lose a little weight. If you're already in shape and you're noticing, man, Crystal, please, I done lost weight. I got my money up and they still don't want me. If I can say this in love, it's probably because that character or that confidence of a man who you never saw yourself in or wanted to be like, you need to learn from him. Get a little some of that. Just like women who are insecure coming up here, making themselves look crazy, learn from a woman who's confident. You can't be insecure. Just do the work that needs to be done to get what you want. But black women don't hate you. I don't hate you. I'm saying that out of love. It could be simple little things that you're doing that's turning a woman off and you don't even know it. A quick tweak and now you got whoever you want.
I like that. Do the work you have to get what you want.
That's all.
I like that.
So shout out to Classy Perspective come through.
Money.
With the $5. He says, I'll say this. Any man that tells a woman to get a deletion, he's basically telling you he's not going to be the father the woman wants for her child.
There you go. And that's happening way too much. These women come up here and they saying it now. Thank goodness for some truth. Shame the devil. They up here saying, yeah, he said he didn't want it, but I decided to keep my baby. And that's what these sisters, that's not just your baby. That's your and Nug's baby. That's both of y'all's baby. And that child is about to be born deserves both his parents. And if both y'all can't agree, somebody, and I'm against it wholeheartedly, I'm against deletions to the core. But with that being said, what's better? Keep bringing children into these environments and y'all see how they play out. We done seen the Debrakas and them of the world. Or go ahead, send that, you know what I mean? What we doing?
Yeah, no, I think it's gonna fall on the woman, period. It's always gonna fall on the woman.
At some point, somebody got the responsibility for this bad decision, not the kid. Whenever Nug and Bonquisha decide to have a kid and they know what it is, and Bonquisha decide to still have that kid, if you ask me, that's her. So I refuse to take the burden for what I've done and then pass it on to that child. And here we are in this world with these.
Yeah, but I think we also too, we conveniently make that the only scenario. But there are multiple scenarios. Now, I feel like now in modern days, more men than ever, I feel like, are showing up for their children and stand in their children's life. Let's be clear. But we still unfortunately have the backlash of a lot of men in the 90s who just was snorting that coke and trying to be out in these streets of them drugs. Like we still have a lot of that still out here. I don't think it's the millennials necessarily or the Gen Zs that are, making these children and hitting the streets, unless it's like what Classy Perspective said most of the time. But you do still have a large amount of people out here with fatherless children, situations they thought were one way and another, people getting remarried and making a new family with a new woman. It's a lot of different trifling situations where women are left to raise children by themselves. But I do think that gap is shrinking, and that's why so much pressure on women. Stop having these men kids. Like, close your legs and have a baby with a man who loves you, or that's a quality. It's simple.
And at the very same time, men, stop shooting up the club.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can't. I know a lot of times, like I said, we can't paint with that broad of a brush, because it's from the listener's point of view, you painting the brush that all women are in the same boat, and you ain't sort of segregating these women. We know the real force of thoughts, and like you said, you can't tell them, that's on. We telling the men to stop dating them. Like, they the ones who can't be saved. You can't tell, the women, stop sleeping with these men.
Yes, I can. I can say it. I can say stop.
I mean, you can say it, but
that's why it's like that.
The man is more at risk. He shouldn't even be. The woman is the one who's the danger zone.
Well, the thing is, neither one of them should be doing it. We keep trying to if the burden is going to fall on a woman because she left with the pregnant belly, and both of them are mentally screwed up to be shooting up random clubs and getting STDs, and for women to be allowing it. Both of them are screwed. For real, that's really what it is. So it's disgusting on both ways. And as a woman, yes, I do say, do not have unprotected sex with men. I don't even say have sex with men, period, unless you're in a relationship.
Yeah, listen, I agree, but
I agree too.
It was getting real one-sided to where we telling Bonquisha stop letting Nug shoot the club up, and it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I ain't mean to make it sound like that.
I think we spend too much time concerned with Bonquisha and Nug. I've been cast them away. We got to start focusing on the rational folks out here.
So let me ask you this real quick. I know we're gonna get back on point, but what would you have said to, like, I know we hate this, right? But what would you have said to, like, slaves who escaped to the north and didn't spread the word that freedom is available for all of us? Like Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass. Like, I think as people that are more sophisticated,
you
have a
said
higher consciousness.
We got Bonquisha is waiting on somebody to sound the alarm.
I believe that all you can do is plant the seed. I ain't telling you what to do, but what I can tell you is there are a lot of people who hit rock bottom and change, or there are a lot of people who didn't have certain information available to them sometimes. And once they hear it, they're willing to.
We got the internet. They didn't have nothing. That was a terrible analogy. Bonquisha is on her phone 24 hours a day. She got an encyclopedia in her hand.
But if her mind, but what's on your feed? What's on your feed? Your algorithm, whatever you normally look at. If it's NBA Youngboy, whoever they listening to, you're gonna see a whole bunch of ratchetness. You're not gonna type in who is Carl Young. They're not gonna do that. They don't even know who it is. So the point is, you're not going to change behavior when your mind is still the same. And so sometimes it does take a woman speaking out, or it does take a man holding another man accountable to say, you know what, doesn't it suck, Bonquisha, that you got 6 kids and 20 baby daddies and they hungry and you got an STD? It sucks, don't it?
Okay.
When people hit rock bottom, they change.
Let's touch on that. So you said they can't change if they don't know no better. And I agree. Well, the education system ain't getting no better. So it's safe to say they probably ain't never going to know no better. So it's safe to say, with all that considered, there is a group of doomed people. I keep saying it. A lot of these people ain't even going to be the main character in a movie. You understand? Some of these Bonquishas in their own movie, they are, Lonely Wanderer number 57 in their own movie.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Shout out to Rashad come through. He says Wesley Muhammad's book, Understanding the Assault on Black Man. He says Black manhood and Black masculinity. We have to understand there's always a race agenda. So yeah, like Mr. Walker hit on, but we got to move past it as well. We can't, victims. So,
yes, no victims.
But can I say this real quick? But I think with his last comment, what's the name, Rashad?
Yes.
Although I do agree that it shouldn't be but what happened back in the day was you have to remember your history, because that's why we're here right now. That's why Black men have zero respect some black men have zero respect for black women. I hear week after week, shut up, don't talk. We don't want to hear what you got to say. Screw Crystal. You know, even a quality black woman is just completely nothing sometimes. And so what I'm saying is that when we get into
Are you getting that in real life? Do you get that in real life?
Hell no, you know they ain't doing it.
All right, then. So we got to understand the internet is the internet.
The internet is the internet, but these people are in our grocery stores and they going on a first date with some of my homegirls. And so the mentality of a man is important on all aspects.
That's true. That's true.
So what I'm saying is Jewish people always talk about their religion and their history and what happened in great grandma. And it's important to constantly repeat the history so that you remember where you came from. So one part of it I agree with, that you do need to constantly have these conversations, but it doesn't need to be your excuse as to why you ain't where you need to be. That's just what I think.
All right. So here we go. Shout out to oh man. I think I just put Frederick. I think I put Frederick in timeout by accident. Yeah, Frederick, I put you in timeout for like 5 minutes, brother. And he sent the super chat. Holy hell. Shout out to Frederick. All right.
Friendly fire.
Friendly fire, Frederick. Paul, you'll be back in 300 seconds. All right. He come through. He says, women don't give hope, humanity, onus, praise, empathy. That part. All right. Shout out to the independent male. He says, finally caught alive. Cook fam. Hit us with the $15 super chat. We appreciate that.
Appreciate you.
Rachad Media says the notorious B.I.G. never had a problem getting a woman. That part.
Because he had bread.
All right, Skinny Boy, 20 Boy, come back with the $10 super chat. He says, with all seriousness, shout out to all the lionesses out here. All right, he says, ladies, please hold your friends accountable if they are displaying poor parenting, and fellas, let's exile these deadbeats and simps.
There you go. That last part, exiling the deadbeats and simps. Men do that by default. It ain't exiling, it's ostracize. Men resort to men ostracize one another. You get separated from the group. It's very easy. It's unlike, we seen the sisters that y'all will tolerate and deal with one another and hate each other's guts. I can't stand Keisha, but y'all still having brunch and endless mimosas together. Men,
it depends on a woman, just like how the deadbeats and simps will be the pookies and
no. There we go. So I'm talking about real. I'm talking about real men eating real women. Real women will still tolerate Bonquisha. There really is no line of separation.
No, it is. It does. A woman gets to a point to where if you're not, your vibe attracts your tribe. It's only so long you're going to keep hearing excuses and hang around that woman. Now, women who are lonely and women who have a thirst for friendship, no matter at any cost, which there are a lot of women like that. They will do stuff like that. Me, I ain't got that much patience. I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to tell you again after this point, no, I don't want to hear your venting session. I don't want to hear why you took him back again after he cheated on you 6 times. I don't want to hear it at a certain point. I'm not hanging out. I'm annoyed just like a man would be annoyed. Because I think women have more empathy. Women might be more empathetic and more patient maybe with their friends. And so they hold on to that. Versus a man might just.
Women are more social creatures. There's also like scientific aspects. Women are more social by nature. You're supposed to be the more social, where men really aren't that social. Like productive men really ain't too social. We gotta kind of force ourselves to be social because we're too busy worried about being productive. But women by nature are more social creatures. So I say that to say that I'm still laying my hat where I said that women are too quick to ostracize one another simply for that feeling of community. Even like you said, they may be more sympathetic and empathetic to their sisters, but we've seen it all carry out too long. Then they end up fighting, and Bonquisha end up sleeping with her husband, and it's sick.
Mm-hmm. And you're right about that.
So here we go. Shout out to Millennial. He come back around. He says, respectfully, you are a woman and have not lived life as a man, let alone a black man. He says the black woman openly says they wanted Tupac in a suit.
Mm-hmm. I tell you what, you're right, millennial. You're right. Here's the thing. And as men, we have to be smarter about the women we try to pursue, brother. I like the point he made, say, about being, the being dorky and a nerd. And I'm all for the movement Revenge of the Nerds. All right. So, but like she said, we gotta do better as men. And find somebody that's into us, brother. That's all. Yeah, find somebody that's into you. It ain't hard. I'm telling you, bookstores, Barnes and Nobles, dress a certain way. Attract the person you want to attract. And deflect the bonquishes.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, a quality woman ain't looking for J's all the time, and at a certain age, the show ain't looking for no J's. So I wasn't trying to. If I came off like that, I do apologize. I wasn't trying to say that I can understand from a male perspective, but I can understand from a perspective of, having friends. I was in high school. I had a lot of friends, so I talked to different people and stuff like that. And so it just sometimes was a short conversation. So I wasn't telling you how to be a man. I was only just trying to give you a little heads up on sometimes a little tweaking can give you the woman you want, because I'm a woman. I may not be the woman you want, but I'm still a woman. So I was trying to speak from that perspective. So if I didn't, that's my bad.
Okay, here we go. Y'all definitely supporting tonight. Let me see if we get through the rest of these. We definitely appreciate y'all. El Paulino, she says, women don't seek advice. They want attention and approval. All right. And I see you with the first word that she come back with the $5 says, don't get mad at my typos. I paid money for every letter.
Straight like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
I know that's right, El Paulino.
Shout out to El Paulino. All right. And Richard Media come back around, says Mr. Walker, the notorious B.I.G. was getting women even when he was in the projects before he had money and fame.
Oh, why? Charisma, confidence. Listen, going to school, I think, shout out to the Godfather. He said it, and I observed the same thing. You will see this brother, he's short, fat, all that. And just to give some context, Mr. Walker, I was captain of the football team. And I'm looking at this little joker over here, and he can put whatever he wants because he got the confidence of a G Honda. And you just got to observe these things as young men and say, okay, how this little scrawny little pipsqueak, how he got all this juice? And we must, as men, we must observe and adapt.
He's making her laugh. Big dude to build a personality.
That's a different say. That's the streets. So what attracts women in the streets is different. Like you said, when you're in the streets, if you the hardest gangster, if you selling the most, if you got the biggest gun, all that type of stuff, that's what you get women for, that type of stuff. You ain't, so different segment of society.
So that's Biggie. He just had the dope and the gun.
Yeah, he was rapping in the streets. So yeah, you gonna get women. You the big dog. You know what I mean? So yeah, for sure. Shout out to the Dayton Pool Roos, come through with the $2, says salute.
Thank you.
And Frederick Howard come back with the $5. He says Gavin X, the Glaze City reporter, is still getting the facts. Ninja watching. Okay, he back. I apologize, brother. I did not do. That's the first time I ever done that. I don't know how that happened. I was trying to click away and it clicked fast. So friendly
appreciate
fire.
you, Frederick. Appreciate you.
Also, we got a big time cash app just come across. Holy.
Yeah, get that money. Money. Gotta get that money. Oh, money. And I'm going to get it. And it won't stop, and it don't stop, and it won't stop. You know what I'm talking about?
Shout out to my girl, Danny Nicole. I ain't seen you in the chat, Danny. Where you at? Danny just came through and blessed us with $75 in the cash app. She is now the show sponsor, people.
Out to the silent assassin, Danny Nicole. Appreciate you, sister.
Yeah, she ain't got much to say. She says just passing the plate. So, look, a lot of y'all been passing the plate tonight, but, Danny came through. I guess people was dropping their twos and fews. I guess in church, there are people who drop like hundreds and stuff, huh?
At least used to be. Those are my favorite tales, man. They used to have the lines, $100 line, $50 line, $20 line. And your social economic status was based on how much money you donated in the church. Woo.
So real quick, I want to play this video. We was talking about struggle love before we got tied up with all the super chats. We appreciate y'all. Where we at here? We're also gonna drop the link for y'all to come up, like we're saying. Let me play this video real quick.
You're correct. And we're not asking the question why enough. Why are
So let me read this question first. It says, Black women are the only women encouraged to date down. All right, here we go.
You're correct. And we're not asking the question why enough. Why are Black women being encouraged to date down? Why are we told to lower our standards? Why are we supposed to put up with struggle love? Why are we supposed to give the unemployed man with 3 children and 2 baby mamas a chance? Long story short, the way that Black women show up in the community is the same way that Black men want us to show up in the relationship. And that's with a parental lens. But baby, I don't have any children and I'm not taking care of no grown ass man. And I would encourage all women to not take care of no grown ass man. And I don't care how messed up this may sound, but I feel like what Black women need to do to save our Black lineage, to save our future generations, is to subscribe to hypergamy. Create community, create wealth, and only procreate with wealth, grow intelligence, and watch our future generations thrive.
So here's my question, because this is getting old real fast. How does a woman end up with the man that she's taking care of? How do you end up? It's one thing to say you slept with this man, right? We at the bar, got drunk. How do you end up in a full-fledged relationship, taking care of this man, having multiple children by this man?
You ready?
How do we get here?
You ready? My husband, my man. That's how. Women want that bragging right. You ain't got a man? Oh, shit, she ain't got no man. A lot of women, you got a couple things going on. Women who think that they can change a man and want to, like Mr. Walker said, make him be a certain way, or, sometimes this extreme optimism of just because you see the potential in him, if he does not see it in himself, it's a lost cause. Women believe, some of them, that they can really put so much love and care into you that he has to change. He has to appreciate this. He has to want to do better just off me having his back. And that's not the case because she didn't vet properly. The other side to that is, I know a lot of successful women who just want a husband and they just want to be able to say they married. And I talk to him all the time. He got his man cave in the basement she paid for and all of that. And he just can't. I think he's not really turned on to her. She deals with a hellish life because she was trying to put on a front for the gram. So that's what I feel like is going on. And then the bonquishas and nug-nugs, they just in the hood, so they doing hood stuff, and neither one of them where they need to be. And she's trying to be a woman to be nurturing and caring and hold them down in jail in this ghetto. That's the only scenarios I've seen.
I want to ask Mr. Walker. You always hit on this. We are what we attract. So how do these women get in this position? We can't then turn around and say she's such a good woman, but he's such a bad man.
She's a woman who lacks self-esteem. When you see the good woman with him, she lacks extreme self-esteem.
Where we at, Mr. Walker?
Yeah, there you go. Listen here, growing up as ignorant and this misfortune as me and Gavin did, I can't give nobody that excuse. You know what I'm saying? We are what we attract. Whenever, God rest my baby mama, right? Like, but we matched. She, at the time when we got together back in high school, we matched. We was both crazy as Hades, dang near psychotic. Then,
so what do you say to the woman who is in a real situation? We ain't talking about Keke Palmer. Mm-hmm. What do you say to the woman that's a sweet woman that's with an abusive man? What do you say?
No. See, that's the sweet.
Is she attracting what she is? No, she lacks self-esteem. So she attracted this man.
She attracted, like she attracted who she somewhere, and she may not be. He may not be what he's like self-esteem, but he got something going on with him, and so do she. So here we go. So lacking self-esteem, is that like a disclaimer from accountability because you lack self-esteem? Lacking self-esteem is like
lack of self-esteem for a woman will cause hella problems. She will. I'm just saying it will. Women, a lot of times, I don't know what they be doing. I got some cool women in the comments. I seen them last week. Shout out to y'all. But women in the comments, if a woman lacks self-esteem and she doesn't know her worth, or her, like Pick Me say, her worth is so small due to her choices in life, she will subscribe to a lot of things that she shouldn't be doing because she is looking for love, but she never found it herself.
Be doing that's where I'm getting lost. Like, women come up here and say, "Oh, you know, they love making the point that men and women are equal. They love pushing that agenda." But now all of a sudden, being insecure, what do you say? Not knowing their worth. That's I find that to be a little
just like the man is unhealed too. To your point, the man is unhealed who beating on her.
Well, you, Crystal, your perspective is a lot of times we can redeem Bonquisha, but let's cast away Nug Nug.
No, I don't feel like that. No, not at all. No, that's not. No, so maybe I need to just speak more. I'm just a woman, so maybe I try to speak from my perspective, like the last super chat, because then it sounds like I'm trying to talk for a man. But the man who's beating on her, he's wounded as well. I don't think naturally a man want to just be beating on somebody because they're not doing what they want him to do. So he needs some healing too. Like, and it makes your point, I guess, Mr. Walker, that she's unhealed. So she sits here and accepts this, and then he's unhealed, so he beating on her. So I mean, maybe that is exactly, and I mean, we
are what we attract. Here's the thing. So like we talking about Notorious B.I.G., you know, one of his famous rap lyrics, you know, fat and ugly as ever, but he still was getting cheeks. And here we go. Women like a certain kind of guy. Like Gavin was saying, this is street thing. So he got this gravitas, he got this tough guy persona. So that's another reason why these wholesome, amazing women end up with these subpar men, because they attracted to the wrong thing. And we can't always say, okay, we're gonna put that stupidity in the box of, oh, she's just not confident with herself. No, that we can't keep that is not.
But that's two different situations. That's all I'm saying. You're so right. Just like how we talked earlier about how why is looks the number one thing for you, ma'am? Why is that the number one thing, ma'am? That's that caliber of women. It's different type of women, guys.
That's a lot. I know it can sound, that's a lot. I've seen that's a lot of today. A lot. It is. They want to see something they like. I grew up in that environment. They want what they want. It ain't got character. Whenever these sisters are at their prime, 25 and that, they ain't worried about too much character at all. The majority of them, they worry about looks, social status, and having a good time and having a man that other women won't. That is pretty much the basis of how they gonna date a dude. Swear to goodness.
Yeah, it's Mr. Walker. This is an unfortunate side effect of women not teaching our daughters properly. Not me, because I got to take a lot of slack for things that I ain't even do. You know, you didn't do, Mr. Walker, Mr. Gavin didn't do, but that's why you don't think we're doing it, but you're helping, you in some way helping the nug that you didn't create, and I'm somehow helping the Bonquisha that I didn't create. But I have been a woman that has been in different situations in my life and not as confident as I am today. So I understand that you can transform and change if you're willing to. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's crazy. We live in a crazy world where it's out of order. Like that's why you're doing these podcasts every Saturday, because it's messed up.
That's true. So here we are, Mr. Walker. We got some super chats get to, and we'll pull another video up after this.
Shout out to BY. Appreciate the $2 super chat. He says Biggie was pulling hood boogers, most likely. Shout out to Q, Mr. What It Do. Appreciate the $20 super chat. He says, internet or not, we should show respect to Crystal. I am new to this space. I want to find a good woman to submit to me. I have gone out and made myself worthy. Flip side, as I have a daughter and I will raise her to command respect. Shout out to you, Q2. Yeah, I'm Team Crystal over here.
Oh, for sure. Sound? Can I? Where my soundboard? Am I allowed? Am I indicted? Well, not indicted. Am I initiated? Can I get me a little soundboard? No, I'm just playing.
All right.
Shout out to the brother Millennium Investor Lifestyles. Appreciate you, brother. Support your interest. Appreciate the $5 super chat. He says, all love, Crystal. I was just making a point that B-dubs choose the worst of black men and not choose the best of us. Also, P.S. Life gets better, passport bros. Shout out to you, brother.
There you go.
Listen here. Just in our travels in the U.S., me and Gab, when we're doing our home improvement thing, being out in the city and seeing different cultures of women, just observing them and coming in contact, Listen here, I ain't seen nothing sweeter, nicer out there than like these little Asians and stuff. It's nice to get smiled at outside.
But it goes back into the point of our history, not an excuse, but there is a lot that Black women have not worked through. It ain't no excuse. Y'all know I don't believe in the frowning and what you want and all of that. Extra, ma'am, stop. With that being said, you do have to understand the trauma that needs to be worked on. It's not an excuse. But it's that's where it's hard for us Black women, because it's like, well, it is nice when Sam, just throw me a couple $100 in my cash app because he got it like that. The white boy, it's like, come on, of course he should have more than the Black man. We're like 300 years behind. Like, I would never compare my Black man to a white man and say, and because he does this, he's better. That's how it feels.
I'm about smiling.
But still, women are sad. Black women are sad and traumatized and got attitude problems, and they do at the gas. We see it at the gas station to the Chick-fil-A.
There we go. And Black men ain't traumatized and sad.
They are. But I was saying that point to say, and that's why I would never say, when I look around,
I get more pleasant conversation from my brothers. Sisters is terrifying out there in them streets. They frown at you, and if you look too far, they look at you all crazy, like, whoa. So
and I agree.
Crystal, I wholeheartedly disagree with you on that. These sisters out there, they need to do better. Shout to
They do need to do better. You're missing my point. I'm not making an excuse for them. I'm just saying that it is what it still is. They're doing it.
The trauma is equal. It's equal trauma. We decided one and the same.
The trauma is equal. It is. And so Black men, I think Black men smile at me a lot, but it is what it is. I smile too. I'm just a pleasant person most times.
But your counterparts don't.
Yeah, I know. I that's what I'm saying. I agree with you. I think that even I will get a more pleasant experience with a Black man on the street than I get with a pleasant experience sometimes with a Black woman on the street. So I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that is just like how a woman would argue the financial aspect that a white man has.
We're going down the rabbit hole right now.
All right.
Super chats real quick. We got a bunch of them, man.
Shout out to BY. Appreciate the $2 super chat. Says she got some taco meat on her chest. Talk about this, sister.
Yeah, I seen that.
I think it's acne.
Shout out to Mr. Come through big time with the $20 super chat. Appreciate your brother. Says B-dubs need to lower their standards because their standards are not indicative of those who are equally yoked. Women with 1,100 kids want a man with 0 kids. Women working at Wendy's think she too good for a man that makes 50K. Facts. All facts. And here we go. So listen here. Today, with us melanated folks, I'm all for people going 50-50. Listen here. Do y'all want a roof over y'all head or do y'all want to be homeless? These are extreme times.
Or not even that. Do you want to pay 100% or you want to pay 50? It's just that simple.
Yeah. Shout out to the Pleasant Hell Paulino. Appreciate the $5 super chat. He says, modern women say they are settling for Black men. How about Black men having to settle for Black women? No man wants a woman with kids.
I would say no man, but if they have the option.
Here we go. That's not a man's first option. There's a situation where it happens is Crystal, it's not. It's just
no. I don't think it is. I actually kind of
no man's. I would say only men I've seen it be their first option.
She said no man wants a woman with kids. That's why I said that. She said no man wants a woman with kids, and I said some men will take women with children.
They will. There you go. Will take. Yeah, there's a large group of men that will take women with children, but they don't. That's not their first choice. How women have their first pick of men, and they don't get that, they'll pick someone else. Same thing with men. It's okay. I can't land a woman without no kids. If she overcompensating for it enough, she fit, feminine, then I'll take a woman with kids. But it ain't their first choice.
There you go. So here we go. We getting into it tonight, baby.
Shout out to Project Leroy for the $2 super chat. Says, Crystal, how do females build up her self-esteem?
By taking a look at herself and not, pointing the finger. Somebody made a comment and saying that said I'm not making an excuse, but then I make one. No, it's the difference between excuse and root cause. I was explaining the root cause as to why they have attitudes, not making an excuse for it, because I ain't got time for you getting an attitude with me either. And I'm a woman. I don't want your attitude. So that's what I was saying. So how they build their self-esteem is by realizing that I have an attitude problem. I want to say, people treat me wrong and all this. They have to take accountability. They have to work on themselves, and they have to get their body and their mind right. That's an easy way. And if you don't know where to start, get a therapist. They will direct you where you need to go. And now we live in a day and age of YouTube. If you want to build up your self-esteem, you could YouTube how does a woman build her self-esteem, and it'll pop up. So those are just a couple ways.
There you go.
Money, 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 money.
Shout out to Mrs. Roosevelt for the $5 super chat. She says, how do we equate during a blue collar man as the same as dating 5 for 5 baby mothers? Nug Nug and Mr. 40 Hours are different. 50K kings are not dating down.
Yeah, I agree too. I think that's a extreme. I don't know if I made an extreme like that. I wasn't trying to, but yeah, I agree with her. I think that women just don't want to date. Some women think that they're too good for the blue collar man, but I think I differ. You're not. You Picnic says it all the time. It's who you qualify for. You can say what you want all day, but who wants you?
There you go. Amen.
Money, 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 money.
Mrs. Roosevelt comes back through with another $5 super chat. Appreciate you. She says, amazing women with subpar men like fathers or relationship with their father. Women should fear the type of guy they introduce to their fathers. There you go. Yeah, I didn't hesitate to meet my wife's father. It's a little scary, but I did it.
And like you said, yeah, that's true. Like you said, we both got daughters, and you definitely want to put that in them.
Yes.
So yeah, that's very important. Like you said, not after you pregnant.
No,
on the damn delivery table. I shouldn't be walking into the hospital meeting Nug Nug for the first time.
See what I'm saying? Now, because now, man, Nug Nug's mercy. He the father of my grandkid. As a response, I can't come in here talking crazy. I need you to stick around.
So
I don't get the second part. Women should fear the type of guy they introduce to their fathers. I don't. Does she mean like when you introduce a man to your father, you should be kind of scared to make sure? That,
like we just hit on walking into the delivery room, meeting Nug Nug for the first time. You should be afraid knowing that your dad is a good man, and the man you chose lacks character, and you don't want to introduce him.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I get it.
Money, 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 money.
Appreciate you, Rashad, coming through with the $5 super chat. He says potential doesn't equal good men. Nug Nug F for survival. That's why women are taking care of them. Modern women love sex.
Ooh, that's a
meat to meat. Meat to meat. That's what it's all about. Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger for the $5 super chat. He says most, not all women, don't start worrying about the right things until they pass the wall. I should just leave it right there. Weight limit and kids quota. Yeah. Oh, the wall, weight limit, and kids. Yeah, there you go. And these sisters.
I don't subscribe to the wall, but I hear what he's saying. You want to wait until it's too late to try to,
say more though. Give more context. Give more context.
I don't agree.
You know what the wall is, right?
The wall is basically what? When a woman is like, 25 or 30 and she, what?
No, the wall is when you about 45, like 40. And
well, no, are you kidding me? Red Pill Ranger should know. I've heard the wall is 26. Pearly Thing said it. She said the wall is 26. They said the wall is...
I don't know. No, not about no damn pearly things.
Oh, my bad.
Listen, you gotta get out of here with that. Oh, stop.
All right, my bad.
Holy hell.
Yeah, 26.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I'm happy to hear.
That's not the wall. That's when it's in your best interest at that age to hunker down and find your man at that age. But no, the wall is when it's over. That's when you about to settle like a mama jam.
So yeah, shout out to my guy Drama X. Like I said, about 35 or so. Some women can extend it, a very small percentage of them can extend it into their 40s and whatnot.
How do you extend it? Give context. Childless, submissive, don't have the thousand weenie stare. You can extend. You can push the wall back a little bit.
Yeah, I think, and that's why I don't know if I subscribe to that, because you have women who, I get it. I'm gonna leave it alone.
No, I want.
No, you can extend it. I think that you can. Now I get the 40, 45 thing, because that's just sad if you're at a place in this day of information where you still ain't got it. Like, it's at a certain age, it's not making sense anymore. And I get where men are coming from. I think that women have the ability to reinvent themselves just like men can. I just believe that just because you were a nug doesn't mean you can't be president of the United States. I just feel like maybe I'm too optimistic. But I think that, Malcolm X was a nug. I've said that before. He was a nug all day. And Malcolm X is one of the greatest men that we have in history. So
different time in history. So yeah, a lot of times we got to start speaking the internet era, before the internet, after. Seriously, we got to start speaking. When these conversations, we got to start talking life before the internet and after the internet.
Fair.
Two different contexts, But here we go.
Shout out to Young J216 for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you. He says the numbers show that if brothers want to stick with B-dubs in this country, a lot of brothers will be with a baby mama. That's a fact. There's simply not enough childless black women, sadly. And that's this culture.
It's 47% based off lamb. So he just need to. That's the thing too.
50%.
When the men, 47% of black women don't have children. It also baffles me that,
So that's correct. So 47% don't have children. So 53 do. So the majority of men got
I give it to you, but 47% is still a lot of black women. It's like when men go into the and when they go into the incel side of life, you just don't want the woman you look like. That was the deepest thing I heard. That makes perfect sense. If you can't find a woman, just find one that looks like you. And guess what? You'll do just fine. You see them people who work at GameStop, fat, overweight, pimples, geeks. Find the same woman who looks like that and you'll have a woman. Stop crying because you can't get the woman you want. Just get the woman you look like and it'll be easy for you. It'll be easier.
Get the woman you look like.
So two things. It's true. No, they just gonna go get their passports. They're gonna divest. Yeah, men, they can take the ball into their own court.
They can do whatever they want for sure.
Because here's the go, Crystal. This whatever not charismatic, heavy guy, if he got some of the King's gold, he can get more than something that he can.
Of course. No, I was talking about the regular guy.
Working at GameStop. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, why you don't have to be an incel and get a blow up doll. You can just either go out of the country and pay for puss, which is, if you want to do that, great. Men can do whatever they want. In aid towards prostitution, or you can just date the woman you look like, or lose weight and boss up. It's simple. It's only 3 different things you got to do.
Here we go, man. Here we go. Crystal on one, y'all.
Shout out to the Rainbow Ranger for the $2 super chat. He says, when you say I'm not making an excuse, then make one.
Money.
Shout out to Classy Perspective. Come through the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. He says, I remember this funny moment when a black woman looked at me crazy and asked me, why was I looking at her? I said, you have a bee on top of your hair. See what I'm saying? That part, man. And that's what I was saying. I could give y'all story after story of stuff just like, man, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's wild. All right.
Appreciate you, Buddy Roll 3 for the $5 super chat. He says, why this woman look so mad? Can you smile for the audience? Guess that we smiling.
I'm gonna pull my hair out tonight. I'm gonna let them be. I'm gonna let them live.
Shout out to Mrs. Roosevelt. Appreciate the $5 super chat. She said, I do agree with Crystal. I've seen men take women with kids willingly based upon what she looks like. Yeah. Halle Berry over Leslie Jordan happens. Yeah, that's why I said overcompensate. Mrs. Roosevelt. They got to overcompensate with something. Halle Berry, Meghan Markle, Sierra. Look at the subject matter, please.
Yeah. And the kids, it depends on the children too. You got, how many children do you have and how bad are they? That will a lot of times run away a man too, you know, whatever. Yeah. So
Yeah.
There we go.
Appreciate your Red Pill Ranger coming back through the $5 super chat. He says she don't have to describe to the wall or agree with it for it to exist. The wall starts at 30. 35, 40 is the danger zone. 45 up is no man's land, in that order.
I love it how men try to put these parameters on women and what they're capable of.
For the majority, like I said, it's not all women. Like I said, it's just the majority. That is a rule of thumb. So,
and here's the thing, Crystal, would it not behoove sisters to take heed to that standard there?
I think it would behoove them to get it together at 20.
Yes, and hence avoid this.
Yeah,
avoid having to deal with this wall in no man's land. Agreed. So, but stuff like this lets that young 18-year-old woman let her know, okay, let me move accordingly, so I don't have to deal with this goofy rhetoric. I ain't got to deal with it.
I think a lot of times women in their mind, y'all slot things in like, all right, 35 to 40-year-olds only date 35 to 40-year-olds, and that's not the case. When you 45-year-old, you know, you competing with a 25-year-old, y'all dating the same man. So I think in their mind, they figure, well, I'm 45-year-old, I'm competing with other 40-year-old women, and that's not the case. So
I agree.
Red Pill Ranger supporting the interest all day. Appreciate you for another $5 super chat. He says, women can't reinvent themselves. Them kids exist, and that reputation is what it is. Men can, because we can always get more money and status. That is just
tell that to Sierra and Russell Williams then, because
again, Sierra.
But I'm saying it's normal.
Markle. These are extreme cases. What's her name? Sierra's a sex symbol, for crying out loud. You know,
right, but there are women walking around who look good for the average man who is the average man. We're not celebrities, so we're based, but there are some good-looking, a group of nice-looking women who are likable, that people enjoy, that men love, and guess what? They might have a couple kids, and just like that lady who y'all interviewed last week, the man couldn't believe that this woman had an optional doctor. They just couldn't believe it. How could she have an option of a doctor? Like I said, I don't get into personal experiences because out of respect for my lifestyle. But my point is this. There are some men, Red Pill Ranger is completely correct. There is a group of men in this red pill, MGTOW, that have their beliefs and they standing strong on it. More power to y'all. Wish y'all nothing but the best. But you have to also understand that there are also a group of men who are doctors and lawyers and that are regular working blue collar men who ain't even worried about what y'all talking about, what she look like, how she act, is she a good mother? And if they got enough money, guess what? They're going to get a nanny. So I don't know. Y'all say I live in this world of delusion, but I see it all the time. And we just saw with that woman who came on Single by Choices and had an optional doctor who we had to kind of check her about. Like, lady,
who we talking about? Who we talking about?
Remember the girl who came on who you all
the other day, my girl
I mean she wasn't by any means.
What are you saying though? What are you saying about that? What
I'm trying to say is that in the red pill world, she wouldn't even have his doctor's number, let alone access to him. So in a real world, men can say whatever they want to say. Women know what is actually happening in their real experiences in life. If she's worked on herself and if she looks good, that's all I'm saying.
I hear you. She talking about
China
my girl came up the other day. She says, but that's not. We don't know if that's true. So
she was hella honest. That girl was embarrassingly honest. Yeah, I was like, shut up. I wanted to come through the screen and tell her to stop telling on herself. I think she was telling. I see it. I didn't see the nurses with the tight pants on and the big booty, and they cute. They wear their little makeup to work, and I see it.
That don't mean she reinvented herself. That just means he's a fool. Every woman can find one fool. Let's get this.
You can't call that doctor no fool. He got money. He's gonna pay that nanny.
Absolutely. We talk about dating.
We talk about dating.
I don't care how much money you got. this is a whole nother ball game. All right. You got to have what it takes to play this game.
I'm a woman. I'm out here dating men. I mean, I'm not out here dating men, but I've been out here dating men. I've seen it. I've seen what happens. Women will sabotage situations for sure. They don't know how to date at all. You know, women are not.
No, just because a woman with 2 or 3 kids can find a quote unquote doctor or whatever, a guy, a high value man, if you will. Just one man. She ain't said there wasn't like a bunch of them beating the door down. There's one man that makes him a fool. Yes.
Y'all want me to pull up different pictures of women of other races, white women with 6 kids remarried to Tom. It happens.
Oh, he's a fool.
You can't call that man a fool because he loved that woman.
Yes, it ain't gonna work out his best favor, but I'll guarantee it.
Hold on, Crystal. Hold on.
I play the fool for the fool. Everybody plays the fool sometimes. No exception to the rule. Listen, baby, you hear me?
No exception.
Fool for a fool.
There's no exception.
So wait, guess what? It's people with kids and without kids getting divorces. So y'all can call him a fool, but it's people who ain't got no kids.
It's probability. It's possible anybody could get it. Anything is possible. All right, shout out to Lance Armstrong. But probability, the probability of these dudes getting with these women that's 2 for 3.
The thing is, it has more to do with the fact that we don't know how to have relationships with children or without children. That's why the divorce rate is high, whether they got kids or don't. The divorce rates are extremely high because we don't know how to date and we don't know how to love each other properly and we don't know how to communicate worth a damn. So, okay, I'll give it to y'all. Y'all can have it. But that's what I think. But I guess you say you playing the fool for the fool.
There we go.
Shout out to Goddess Bella. Appreciate you for the $2 super chat. She says 26 is the danger zone.
Y'all move out here in that scarcity if y'all want to, young ladies.
Tell a woman, stay in shape, keep your womb, stay in shape, and you can always got some type of shot.
And have a personality. Like smile, like they said, like you ain't got to be out here like the dude said, can she smile? What's wrong with her? Like, stop it, sir. I ain't doing the old janitor. Smile, baby. I'm not doing that with you.
Well, listen, sir. If we go off them 2 parameters I just laid out, to keep a bare womb and stay in shape, we got 85%, 90% of women can't simply do that. So 90% of women can't stop having kids and can't stay in shape. They already out of it. It's over.
80%, 50%, what? 53% in black, as far as black women.
80% of melanated sisters are overweight and or obese.
Well, kids as well. That. Kids and I'm talking about all of it. Now I'm talking about 90. We're talking about 90 plus.
Yeah, I mean, you got that. You definitely got that.
So here we go.
Red Pill Ranger coming back through. How you do with the $5 super chat? Appreciate you. He says 54.8% of black women and 50.6% of Hispanic women are obese compared to 38% of white women and 10% Asians. Only 37% of black women, I guess, are not out of shape or obese. So there you go. 54.8%. I stand corrected.
So here we go. Y'all been making it rain tonight. We got a whole super chat show. I'm trying to get back into it.
Red Bill Ranger. Appreciate you, brother. I found you on my taxes. He says, women kill me when they say you can go overseas and pay as if they don't want our money and selling box here. Just
that's the first thing I thought when you said that, Crystal. Like,
if
you
deal
can over here.
Men who deal with prostitutes and strippers, of course, if you're dealing with a prostitute.
No, just the average woman. Just dealing with the average woman today. We pulling them up on screen. So it's much cheaper with the other route.
My thing is pay for it either way you want to go. I'm not here for people who are dating. I'm here for the women who are looking for husbands. I'm here for the women who are looking to better themselves, whether they want a relationship or not. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to get the rate of what pussy is overseas versus domestic. So either way it go, it's a whack to have to your whack man if you have to pay for puss, because people like Mr. Walker, I bet you ain't paid for no puss. I bet Gavin ain't paid for none. So my thing is this: do what you do, but don't try to come up here reading me when you got to pay for pussy that they getting for free.
Hey, shout out to my mama. She said, boy, you better not never give no woman no money. My mama was a pimp.
You're supposed to do that when it's old and limp and don't work. Y'all too young. Y'all in this red pill community need to be men and balance out the femininity with the masculinity. And like these black women need to take accountability that I definitely agree for. Y'all need to take some accountability too. Y'all lack a lot of things that women look for. And instead of just fixing those little tweaks, you want to sit here and cry about it all night and get a blow up down to fuck. Do what you want to do, but don't come up here trying to read me.
Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger.
Sorry for my language, guys. My bad.
So I love Crystal. Shout out to Rashad for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. He says, stop with that narrative. Crystal passport bros aren't pedos. They want peace. We're not doing that underage statement. No, sir.
So there we go. All right.
Appreciate you, buddy. Row 3 for the $5 super chat. Says she just talking because she has lips. I notice she smiles more when she shames the men. Real talk, Mr. Walker, reading these chats is rough.
Yeah, y'all been making it rain. I'm trying to where we at? I see Red Pill Ranger back. He own one.
Money, 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 money.
Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger. You got to be a show sponsor. Appreciate you, brother. He says women are so delusional they think they can have the same outcome as millionaire sex symbols. It can happen, but it's called probability and possibility. That's my part. Yeah, it's possible. Anything's possible, but probable, not. Shout out to Rashad Media. Appreciate that $5 super chat. Says because a man has money over 100K does not say he is not a fool. Yes, he's a fool.
That's all. Yeah. Might be competent at his job, but it's a fool.
Red Pill Ranger over on the Rampage. Appreciate you, brother, for the $5 super chat. He says, getting a doctor's number is a low bar. A man will give out his number to Taco Bell employees if she thick. Facts. He could have been Dr. McSmash. What was Doc's intention? Dr. McSmash.
That's all. So, and she was trying to say that his intentions were real, but he didn't get the box yet. You don't know what a man's intention is to that post clarity. It's just that simple. Until he get a little post clarity in his life, she can't speak on anything.
There you go. After post clarity, if you can't get no more non-sexual attention, and all you've been getting with sexual attention, read between the lines.
There we go.
Shout out to Classy Perspective coming back through with a $10 super chat. Appreciate your brother. He says she's right. A doctor will date a woman with kids if she's beautiful enough. I ain't arguing that. They will have sex with them. Highly rare if they will marry these women. The probability is like going to Vegas. There you go. They don't like the mods.
So shout out to the Classy Perspective.
Shout out to Mrs. Roosevelt for the $5 super chat. She says, if China Doll really had a doctor as an option, she would not have been on Kendra G. That's because she knows the doctor wants the cheeks, and that is it.
So yeah, that part.
Shout out to the brother AD. Come through, been a member for 4 months. Okay, brother. He says, when Sismas became a thing with women, no rings. Sismas. Well, I'm new to that one. And so instead of Christmas, it's Sismas. Oh boy.
So that's it. So we was hitting on that. Now we got the women saying they are going to divest. All right. There was a couple videos. Let me see.
Divest. Let's touch on. I said something about this. I said, here's my thought, Crystal. What do you think? I don't think that melanated sisters have the same ability to divest as melanated men. What do you think?
Well, even when they do, it's celebrated. And with men is shamed, and y'all turn y'all nose up. When it's women, y'all celebrate it.
No, you got a lot of black women who stand heavy on not dating outside their race. I have to differ. I know a lot of black women. I know a lot of black women who will say quicker that they will not date outside their race than they would. I think that women are just understanding that they don't want you. You got kids. Most of y'all got kids. They don't want you, obviously. They're going overseas paying for puss. What are you going to do? Either you are going to better yourself and hopefully, like Mr. Walker said, try to attract a better man and do better, which is the first choice, or you can date outside your race. I don't hear these talking points with other races. I don't hear other races of men down in their women like that. I just don't. And I definitely think in this day and age that especially these millennials, they ain't tripping off race no more. They are not tripping off race. Some of them can go, it's going both ways. You know, the racism is beefing up again because of the political things that are happening within our world, unfortunately. But most people with some type of intellect, especially the young kids and the younger people, even people in their 30s, they're not really tripping off a race like that anymore. So I think that you just got a lot of Black women now who are like, you know what? I'm a baby mama. You know, you don't want me. You say it every week. You don't want me. So maybe I should just date somebody who is saying that they are taking me serious. They are taking me on dates. They're calling me every day. They want to talk on the phone. I'm going to do what's best for me. So I think that women should do what's best for them. I don't think you should stick to only dating Black men because that's what you should do as a good Black woman. I think we do need to look at, like I said earlier, a race agenda and just make sure it's not some type of undertone to what you're doing. But if how long is a woman going to keep hearing you? I don't want you. I don't want you. You got kids. Black women collectively have never said to Black men, you got kids. We don't want you. We don't want you. Now we said we don't want you having 16 baby mamas. And crazy baby mamas, we done said we don't want you having like 3 baby mamas, but even the women on Kendra's show really don't care. That's not a woman thing. We accept you for what you come with. And so we get irritated not getting that same respect in return. And so they are going to different races who are not telling them those talking points and who are willing to date them. And that's what's going to happen.
2 things. Women have definitely came up on Kendra with kids and said they don't want a man with kids.
I've heard that occasionally. I have heard that occasionally.
At least 3 times. And as far, and let me see, women definitely said they want a guy that don't have kids. And can we not accept the fact that a woman will see a man with a kid or kids and say that's a select male? Women, he got something. Obviously, women like him, but a man will never ever once upon a time look at a woman and say, "Oh, she got a kid." That means she's.
I've never, Mr. Walker. The girls can say what they say. I've never heard that perspective. I've never heard a woman say he got a baby. Somebody must want him. Now we've seen men who are like on the
not say it, but
no, we don't think it. We don't think that. We don't think he got a baby.
Even subconsciously, the fact that he is fertile.
No, we don't think that's masculine. That's how
I'm not speaking for all women, Crystal, but there is a large percentage of women who operate like that.
Oh my gosh, I've never seen it. And y'all know I don't try to play dumb, but I'm telling you, women honestly don't. Women want to know who you are and what your character is. If she's not a like crazy, extreme modern woman, whatever you want to call it. I've never heard a woman say he has a baby, so he must be. Women must really like him. I've heard some hood rats say things like he got money. He got 6 kids, but he got that bread. He got a Lamborghini. I didn't heard that, but I've never heard a woman say he has a child, so women must want him. Now I do. I've never heard.
I like to get real world perspectives. So you got a man that has a baby mom, and now her baby daddy gonna come around. That's just stressful for everybody. Dude don't like it. The woman might like it.
You think it's easy for? I didn't told y'all before. I think. Now, I think baby mamas are more stressful. I think women are harder to deal with than baby daddies. I've said this plenty of shows before. Women be clowning, trying to key your car, trying to put sugar in your tank. Men just gonna go about their business, try to get a little puss every now and then, but they don't cause. You think males cause more? It depends. I'm not saying you don't have some guys who just got out of jail, and it can be ghetto on either side. But what I'm saying, collectively speaking, I think women are crazier baby mamas a lot of the times.
How we get here? I don't know what the initial question was. I think Kristen went down the rabbit hole.
It's much easier for 2 women to deal with each other than 2 men. I'll leave it at that.
So here we go. In light of all this, I'm gonna share my screen, y'all. This is how they moving right now. Listen to this, sister. This is, I want to say, Kate Michelle. Here we go.
BBLing it up. She gets into a whole lot of problems, and that is K Michelle. All right, K Michelle is
shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. Make sure y'all subscribe. Fair use, brother.
A very interesting person and singer. She's just reckless, always got a lot to say, running her mouth. But today she wanted to talk about Black women and interracial dating. She was talking to some brothers who, in my honest opinion, were very respectful of her and her dustiness. But I want to play what she had to say, and then I'm going to come back.
Black women should be able to date outside of their race and date who they want.
Yeah, I ain't never brother. I don't know how that works.
Oh, but we should, but black women should be able to date outside their race, right?
So why is it that when black women do it, it's honored, and why is it that when black men do it, we get crucified? Okay, can y'all answer that real quick for me? Why is it that when black women date outside their race, they get praised?
All right, get
when
tired.
Black men date outside their race, we get crucified.
Don't nobody black date no more. Don't matter. Can you play the guitar? All right, come on. Can I get my third loop? Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
I hate
That's the third loop.
I never heard you say that.
Stop. Come on. No.
Black men have just never been shown how to love.
Ooh, okay, we have how we feel. These conversations is needed.
Okay, you won the argument because you wouldn't let nobody else have a valid argument.
Yeah.
No, I let every man have an argument.
You shut everybody up.
I'm trying to tell y'all, ain't no black woman gotta sit up here and ride y'all and have y'all.
But why do we gotta sit there as black men and get talked to crazy?
Yeah, y'all talk to y'all crazy.
Look how you yelling at us.
Ain't nobody gotta deal with y'all. Nobody living like that every day when y'all go and have. No one living like that. Come on, let's sing the song.
Let me get this out real quick.
That's nothing I want to talk about. Get out of my face.
It's all right now.
Get out of my face.
Let me get it out.
Get out of my face.
Let me get it out.
I don't want to.
You on camera.
Stop. I can't stand
right here. Can I get it out?
She been just yelling at us.
She cussing
us out. We can't
try to be mean on camera. She is not like
have
this,
we
y'all.
said any of those things, and we said any of those things,
just being nice.
our IG would have been the shadow, man.
Why you flexing for them folks?
We'd have got blocked.
All my talented brothers in here, like
crazy?
No, but nobody feel. Black women is standing on what they standing on.
Not business.
Not business.
It's not business what they stand on.
They stand on money business. They ain't stand on business.
Black women got their own money. They don't need to stand on your money business.
So, guys, you heard.
So they standing on quicksand, in my opinion. And here's the deal. Here's the deal. What other race of man on the face of this planet? We can't get into extraterrestrials. On this planet, what other race of man is dealing with these type of women? Who? Besides, black men deserve Nobel Peace Prizes for dealing with these women.
That was fucking disgusting.
Yeah, that part, Crystal. Yes.
it's that for one, you can tell she's so like pissed. She's pissed in that conversation, and I get the frustration.
Where do you think it comes from? Where do you think that frustration?
It comes from being rejected by black men time and time again. She was with Idris Elba. He ain't want it. Look how she talk. I mean, like, look at how she's talking. Like, this is where we talk about RuPaul's version.
She had a shot at Idris.
She dated him. Yes, he was playing around, I think, but they dated for a minute. They dated for a minute, and it's stuff like that when you finally get. She got Mr. 0.1%. She got him, but yes, she dated him for a minute, and
man, we gotta
she was traumatized. She thought she was about to marry this man. Y'all can look at the videos from back in the day, from a few years ago. But
she was going about like that. She was dating, hunching the black James Bond, and with that attitude, that's what I'm saying. Can we not respect some of these men for the pedigree and breed that they are? You can't treat a cane corso like a chihuahua.
You can't treat nobody like that. You can't treat nobody.
But I want to make a point. So all men are not equal. We've said that many times. We just not. So
it's
go ahead.
That type of attitude is very triggering to me, because that right there is just, it sounds like them old grandmas. I saw a video, it went viral, and I was disgusted by the comments. This boy in there, he's singing a gospel song. He didn't graduate college, and she sang for Jesus, sing for God, sing harder. I can't stand that. Stop abusing people. And her voice, her tone, she looked like a 20-year-old woman with a 67-year-old mouth of just trauma and pain and fucked up walls. That is the worst. Now, I will say this. Now, she was frustrated because it's not, Black women are dating outside their race now. One, because they've been extremely rejected by a larger group of Black men. Maybe some with good reason like that. But another part, like the pick-meeks of the world, women who are well-spoken, just got a baby, whatever. That ain't a just thing, but they ain't acting like K. Michelle. They're rejected too. She rejected right in the K. Michelle category, even though pick-meek working on herself. She's beautiful. They still throw her all in that one category. They're tired and they're frustrated and they're pissed. So you got those women dating other men. And then you have other women who just are more open-minded. They ain't got time for that. They ain't got time to be, rejected because I got a baby, or rejected because I ain't a virgin, or rejected because of this. They just like, you know what? He like it. So they just go and date somebody else that's more pleasant to be around, that wants them. So I think that's what's going on with that. But man, her behavior.
That's crazy. And I said it last show. Gentlemen, if your girlfriend or woman talk to you like that in any way, shape, or form, especially in public, walk away and forget she exists. That's the best thing you can do. Anything else is counterproductive.
But a little podcast want to have a whole conversation about the difference between a grandma nurturing and a wife nurturing. That's the problem. When you don't know the thin line, that's what happens. You get a wife who talk to you like that. And that's what I was trying to explain last week. But then they want to laugh and make jokes and be overly emotional. And as a woman, I can be less emotional than you. But you claim I'm the one who's a crybaby. But we see who can't handle competition and who can't handle the rules of the show. Anyway, we ain't gonna go down there, but yeah, it's crazy.
Well, here we go.
Appreciate you, Chris.
Yeah,
Christopher cooking tonight. I see we got some super chats. We're gonna get to these super chats here real quick. I mean, after this, I'm gonna let this video play, y'all. All right, since we here, she says, seeing more. Here's the double standards I was hitting on. Here's the double standards, folks.
Black women. I literally just walked out of a fashion store. And as I was walking to my car, the car park next to me was backing up. So what I did was I stopped and allowed them to back up. And something told me to just look through the windshield. I looked through the windshield and guess what I see? A beautiful dark-skinned sister with a Brad. They were the cutest interracial couple. And I really wish I had caught them before they got into the car. Okay. So I'm just smiling. I made sure to smile at them. The point of the story is, when I tell you that more Black women are starting to open up their options, I'm telling the truth. Because literally every week I'm starting to see more and more Black women dating out. Literally every week I'm starting to see more and more Black women opening up their options. And I cannot tell you guys how happy that makes me. Go wherever you are loved. You deserve it. And I am for it. May God bless that couple. God, I wish I could have recorded them. Damn. Black women.
So she come up here and that's where we at. All right, that's where we at.
I mean, I said what I said. It's only so many times you want to keep hearing from the red pill crybabies that, they don't want to, they don't want you. You hit walls, you still look amazing like Sierra and you.
Do you think that's causing more division by what you're doing right now? If you're trying to fix it, you would
They've been causing division. The division is here.
Yeah, but it's on. I mean, come on now. Two. What they say? Two wrongs don't make a right. So
at some point, you have to be realistic. You know, you have to be realistic. You can't keep begging for something that don't want you.
Are y'all begging or y'all walking around with a double barrel shotgun? Or y'all begging?
Ain't nobody begging. The modern woman.
What I'm saying is we have had week after week of us trying to explain a quality woman and what you should do, and you know, coffee dates are okay. All right, we all agree, and you still get pushed back as a Black woman. So it ain't no excuse, it ain't no victim Olympics. I ain't looking for none of y'all anyway. But the point is, it's only so long pick me. This is what's unfortunate. Y'all don't realize this. It's only so many weeks pick me. And I hate to keep bringing up my sister. And y'all know when I do that, I hope if they listen, I'm not doing it to be malicious. Yeah. But how many weeks do you think a woman can hear that I've worked on myself? I had a mistake 30 years ago, but I worked on myself and agree with you and love you and want to cook for you, and you still beat them down. That's why the red pill community is drying up the way it is, because women are like, man, even when I was trying to see from your point of view, you still dogged me. So yeah, it's division there, but it's also understood in some circumstances when you keep hearing, don't nobody want you, you ain't nothing. I know you changed your life. I know you work. I know you don't mind paying 50-50, but we still don't want you. Throw her in the gulag. I can do it because I'm strong, and you know, I'm a strong Black woman looking at it. Look, no, but I'm already married, so it doesn't offend me when they talk.
This is the end result, though. This is the end result of what? We can't sit here at the end of the road after all the dust and settle and try to point the finger at men. We ain't about to do that.
Well, I mean, some accountability does come on men. I'm not saying that. Look at how McKay Michelle just acted, y'all. Who's backing that up? Come on now. It's out here, and every week I hold women accountable, and that's trash. Who is dating her is crazy as hell. I don't care if you're a millionaire or a nug. Should no man be talked to like that. It bothers me. But we also, with that being said, we can't act like men are just giving top tier treatment at a collective rate to Black women right now. It hurts. And I feel for those women. And that's why I'm up here, because there are some women who do have a baby, and God love people like Pick Meek, or people like y'all would say Lamb, who is gorgeous and is at the pre-wall set. Ooh, don't nobody want Lamb. Bullshit. People want Lamb. She's fine. And Pick Meek.
Ain't saying nobody want the we ain't never said nobody want the sister Pick Meek or Lamb. We let them, they observe their realities and they see what's out there. Yeah, we could say what we want. If we wrong, but ain't been proven wrong yet. Ultimately, I think today's modern woman, like you said, you know, why would these sisters keep trying to deal with they melanated brothers when they begging to be accepted? And my pushback on that is, not only are melanated women not begging, they're not even raising their hand to be picked. They have shot down and demonized the whole term pick me. So let alone raising their hand to be picked, they definitely ain't begging for a daggone thing. Today's modern woman has completely forfeited her feminine and submissive nature, which is, if correct, about the root of her power and gravitas, but it's been abandoned. And the ultimate outcome from this is not going to benefit the boss CEO modern woman. The end outcome is going to be very desperate and dire. So that's, well,
you have, Mr. Walker, you have different types of women. In some cases, that's facts. That's a mic drop. But in other cases, you have lambs, you have pick meats, you got a lot of us who might not be cookie cutter perfect, but we still will make an amazing partner. So that's the woman I'm speaking of. I'm not speaking of the ghetto ratchet K Michelle who out here traumatizing men. You know, of course, girl, whatever, do whatever you're going to do. You're going to take that attitude. Like they say, wherever you go, you take you. You could date a white man all you want, but if you still got that K Michelle attitude, who is dealing with that? Ain't no Asian, African, even passport, what they call a green card bae dealing with that for too long. So that's true. It's bars, that's facts. But you also have a large group of women who ain't K Michelleing it out here and are still not being represented properly. That's all I'm saying.
So here we go. Shout out to Crystal. Let's get to these super chats real quick.
Shout out to the Red Pill Rangers, supporting his interest all day long. Appreciate the $2 super chat, brother. He says all men have paid for box one way or another. When you word it like that, you know, going on a date, yeah,
there you go.
Shout out to Project Leroy. Come through the $2 super chat. He says, blasphemy, Crystal. Race plays a factor. Appreciate you, Mr. for the $5 super chat. He says, you can't shame men for paying for a cat overseas when most women here have a financial requirement just to consider being with the man.
They have a standard. A standard, like RBN says, does not mean you're entitled to my money. So a woman is just like saying, if a woman is talking like, hey, Michelle, that's a standard. Every man got a right to have that standard to not deal with that craziness. So it's a difference from a woman saying, oh, here's my number, pay my phone bill. That's ghetto and ratchet, and delete her number, right? With that being said, you have women who, they don't want you to not have a job, or maybe just making $20,000 and okay with that, and don't find a problem with the $20,000 in 2023.
There we go.
Appreciate your Frederick Howard. We ain't gonna block you again. Appreciate the $2 super chat. He says, women give the RuPaul drag experience. Be natural.
Yeah, we be hitting on that.
I don't know. Men love to tell women how to look, but I think it's two things. Women got to look attractive because that's your buyer.
Well,
right?
and men are the consumer, so you know what I mean.
And I said I agree, but what they also have to understand is that not all men have a problem with makeup. I agree with them. You can't be RuPaul drag racing it and whole shade underneath your skin and all of that. But I wear makeup all the time. I have makeup on right now. No foundation. Barely 2 seconds worth of eyeshadow and a little lip liner. And it's like, you can't tell a woman what she needs to do to feel confident.
Well, you ain't giving drag. You don't look wild. These sisters be going to the dollar store with bonnets, like you said, straight RuPaul look. And that's wild. Just seen it too many times.
Okay, maybe I'm not under, maybe that's my mistake. Gotta get that water. Okay, I see what's going on.
All right. So that's what we're talking about. Here we go, man.
Appreciate your skinny boy 20 boy for the $5 super chat. He says, Crystal, with all due respect, men's grievances with women are not talking points. That was very disingenuous. You even admitted how these women are. I can't. You muted, Gav. Shout out to Mrs. Roosevelt. She says, as Jeannie Mae shows, modern women come in all races. So do nug-nugs. Divesting is not the solution. Fit, feminine, and friendly is the solution. I swear for Lord it is. That is it.
Yeah, shout out to Mrs. LaFleur. Where we at here?
She bars with that because that's what they do. They sheep in wolf clothing. They'll do whatever to get that passport to get over in these states and make that money to send back home as well. And even when you date, like she said, modern women in America, if you don't pay attention, or date her long enough, sometimes it can be a situation that just isn't the right recipe. So,
all right.
Money, 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 money.
Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger coming through like you do with another $5 super chat. He says, that K Michelle video made my meat crawl inside my body. Yuck. Reminded me of when my dog had rabies. And this kind of behavior is the norm. He owned her. Hey, no, seriously though. Like, that may sound wild, but a woman acting in that manner, yeah, it's like she rabid. I agree. Disrespectfully. Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger for the $2 super chat. He says she's some kind of way blamed men for K Michelle's behavior.
I think what people they love one-sided things, and life is complex. There is a root cause of things, and it's not an excuse. Slavery and the aftermath of slavery was the root cause. It's not an excuse, but it still is relative, and it's important to bring up. If a man is struggling with women, his past is important to keep in mind so that he can heal, and vice versa. So some things are root cause. It's not to make an excuse for it. So K Michelle's behavior is her personal responsibility. I only was giving the perspective of when women get like that, they're in very strong masculine energy that hasn't been checked properly. So I don't know what else to say about that.
And I think it's about impossible to check that energy for a sister like K Michelle when she got so much of the king's gold, seemed like she's surrounded by goofy ninjas that's allowing her to get away with it. Yeah, them brothers should have just walked away and they should just let her be on that line by herself. But guess what? She most likely, I don't know, but most likely she making more bread than all of them.
And they look like they were working for her because she kept saying, "Play the music, play the music."
There you go. That part. Shout out to Richard Media. Comes through the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. He says, Idris Elba told K. Michelle he could never be committed to one woman. Thank you, Google. Okay. Oh.
That part.
Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger for the $5 super chat. He says, are B-dubs getting rejected or they just don't qualify? If I apply for a job without credentials, did they reject me or wasn't qualified in the first place?
That's a perspective, and it's true in some cases when we have the 5 who think she's a 10. So that is very much a part of this, but that is not the only part of this. So that's
so as far as qualifying for these men that they want, can we not say that being aggressive, having a child by nug or 2 would disqualify them for the position they are demanding with a man, monogamy and commitment?
Like you said, that's where we get into probability. It depends on the woman. It depends on the man. You don't want to keep doing too many things to put you in the hot seat. Of course, that's not smart. You're having baby daddies and you don't, work on yourself. Of course, like you said, you won't meet the type of person you don't want you. But we're talking about the bottom portion of the pyramid, if you will. We're talking about the majority of people, and we're talking about the fact that it is a large group of men who are rejecting quality women based off excuse after excuse after excuse. And then you have a large group of ratchetness on the other end of women. So I think that big mixture and the fact that the Red Pill Ranger probably wants somebody who he doesn't qualify for look-wise, he just instead takes the easy route out and makes excuses.
Get a Red Pill Ranger, she on your ass.
Here we go.
Shout out to the current standing CEO, G Honda, for the $2 super chat. He says, Idris destroyed her cakes and left. Gang violence. Gang.
Shout out to G Honda.
Money.
Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger for the $5 super chat. He says, Red Pill crybabies, but she never debunked any of my logic or concepts. Logic equals crying to Black women. Standards equal complaining.
I gave you plenty of tangible answers and constructive criticism. Matter of fact, Kevin Samuels, look at some of his old videos, the first videos he made. That's what you need, Red Pill Ranger. Because I'm a woman, I can't tell you how to be a man, right? I can just say
you hit my man with some sign language. You hit him a couple of times with a little bit of sign language.
He needed it probably, but I'm a woman. I can tell you what I like, what we like, but only a man can tell you how to be a man. So look at some old Kevin Samuels videos. Luckily, he did the work for us. Put in Kevin Samuels Men and just watch those videos for about a week straight, and you'll be just where you need to be, and then you'll get what I was saying.
Holy hell.
Shout out to Young J216 for the $5 super chat. He says the family that prays is the best example of B-dubs worshiping Mr. Cartwright as God. Books on this written by B-dubs going back to the 60s. Okay.
Yeah, like he said, they would go to work and they ain't gonna talk back to their boss, but when they get home, they give you some ish. So where we at here?
Appreciate you, Skinny Boy 20 Boy, for the $5 super chat. He says, Crystal, ask yourself how long men have been getting bashed. Now, when men finally speak our grievances, y'all want to play victim. Wow.
That's true. Yeah.
How long have men been getting bashed? Well, I think it was more so deadbeat Black men that were getting bashed at that time.
But the problem is that's partly true, but everybody was catching shrapnel and y'all all had broad brushes. So there wasn't no such thing as a good Black man. We all
my thing is too, let's not act like you gotta look at both sides of things. Like it's easy to be like, oh, well, black men were getting bashed because they were doing X, Y, and Z. What were the women doing?
It was talk shows. There were talk shows, including Oprah.
And there were talk shows of black men saying how white women were the best thing. So it's not a dick swinging competition of who got more. I watched a certain show, I ain't gonna say.
Wait, now let's touch on it. Now it's a difference. I don't know nothing about brothers saying that white women the best thing, but there was whenever there was a gauntlet of shows of these sisters talking bad about melanated women. It's understood. You were not allowed as a melanated man to go up on any show. Even dang near appear on the YouTube. We got to watch our mouths. We got to watch our context.
Yeah, they had movies, TV shows. Ricky Lake, Color Purple.
How many? Okay, so given how many complaints did men have about black women before 1970?
Whenever it was more traditional.
Do you get my point? Women took a bit longer to get some of the.
But bashing, we can't justify bashing, and
bashing comes from experience, and that's what I'm saying.
Bashing comes from hurt.
Women have had hurtful experiences with black men earlier on set than black men had bad experience from black women. I think we could all agree to that. Most people complain about black.
Is it payback? Is it payback? So today, melanated women say it's payback time. Is that what?
No, I think that our society is just
not what y'all been told in these movies and stuff. That's not.
No, it's not. I'm telling you, real women, real experiences, real women. I know. I talk to women, all of that, hundreds of women a year. So I'm telling you, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not happy about it. I'm not making an excuse, but you have to realize that just like black men have been in horrible situations and traumatized, you got to think about life before 1970 and what some black women were dealing with, even up into the 80s. You even have more wholesomeness in the 90s. That's when they really start clowning. But the point is, you get to a point where you're just kind of tired. And so I think both sexes are tired for whatever reason, but black women are still here trying to hang on to black men. And I don't know, man. I'm not going to compete on whose trauma was worse and who did this. Everybody is wounded. Everybody has had a hurtful experience. So the reason why you had those talk shows happening is because it was something to talk about.
Well, the thing is, the only point is there's always been grievances on both sides. The problem is the women had the lens on them for 30 years straight, and men never got the voice out in the open. We can only do this. Hold on. We can only do this in barbershops and stuff like that. Now that men are on, YouTube, and we got platforms to air grievances and talk about our trauma or whatever the case may be, women have an issue with it when this stuff went on. Like y'all,
women don't have a problem with men talking about their trauma. We want you to. We want you to go to therapy. We want you to talk to us. I think that's a problem. We want men to talk to us.
Well, this is part of it too, though. This is all part, just like y'all got to go through y'all stuff. Y'all got to accept this and understand what's going on.
I understand what's going on and that men need to speak out for themselves. And that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this. Men didn't have so much to complain about, and that's why you didn't hear that much then. Men now definitely have a lot to complain about. Hell, even some of the stuff that was going on with women in the 90s and stuff, they definitely had things to complain about. But black men also have to be accountable that they had really dropped the ball for a minute. And so it was what it was. Go back and look at the documentaries. Go back and talk to the grandmas who won Ratchet and ask them what was going on. And it's not so far-fetched because we live in a society where women are beneath men. So it's not far-fetched to think that what we're saying we're making up. It's what was going on. It just is what it is.
So we live in a society where women are beneath men. And
like men are supposed, society says, right? Because of patriarchal beliefs and things like that, a man is the head, the woman is the tail or neck or whatever the hell. So what I'm saying is that whoever is beneath the sex, or the white man, white woman, black man, black woman, it's not a surprise that group of people could be experiencing something that is not fair.
Okay, let's finish. We got some more super chats.
Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger coming back through. How you do with a $5 super chat? She says, I've been married for 20 years and 4 kids. Okay. All right, got 15. I'm about to have 4 kids too. Go get you. He says, and the secret to my success is my red pill mindset of accepting reality, logic, and self-improvement. Red pill for the win. Shout out. Hey, I said all the time, Kev helped save my marriage. I was in a bad way as far as, being the best man I had to be. So for sure, there you go. Congratulations to the 20 years marriage, brother.
Yes, sir. Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger. He definitely been coming through tonight.
Shout out to the intentional millionaire. Appreciate the $10 super chat, brother. He says, I think we missed the point that many women has feminist mindset. They pick and choose the easy stuff, but not the stuff that men for them may want.
Not the stuff that the man for them may want. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, feminism.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. You do have a lot of feminist mindsets out here. So I mean, that's going to be difficult for a man to get with, because one thing about the traditional versus modern conversation, I think we can't argue that most women, when they have children, want to be with their babies. And most men, once their wife starts having babies, they want her to be at home with their children. So they ain't in some weird daycare. So I agree. I think that you got some women who argue that, who will say, nah, baby, I got 6 weeks and I'm back at work. Them kids will be okay. And feminism has many layers, but I don't know.
Yeah, but they don't really have the option, though. Like you said, we can't speak for the top percentile. Most women ain't like, CEO. You have to go back to work because these bills need paid. So,
shout out to Rashad Media for the $5 super chat. He says, I'm stepping out to Walgreens for some snacks. Anybody who wants something while I'm out? Shout out
to Rashad.
Shout out to Knight Rider for the $2 super chat. He says, appreciate a different opinion, even if I disagree. But that part for sure.
Yeah, we always say we ain't no echo chamber. And, we rock with Crystal, even if we don't agree with her. This is, open discussion. And that's why I was trying to say we got to be able to move with respect, even in the chat room and all that, and be able to, like you said, you don't get this stuff in real life. So make sure y'all moving on the internet how you move in real life, fellas. That's all.
I can't stress that enough. That's my favorite rule. Shout out to the brother Mr. for the $5 super chat. He says, how are large groups of men rejecting women when women only want 1% of men? That part right there.
We already debunked it. They capping for the gram and for internet and for Kendra. We see them.
That's what they truly desire. You can shoot for the moon. You ain't gonna land near. Like
every woman desires. Every man desires. What do you qualify for, certain man?
Yeah, but men are logical. We are logical. Y'all are not. For the most part, women don't come to that sense of logic. Men can say, "Yeah, I do want this beautiful Beyonce, whatever type of woman," but I know I don't qualify for that. Women will say that and never concede.
Yes, I agree. No, you already know my standpoint on it. I see it happen all the time. But I think that with the 1%, there's Kendra madness where he got to make 100,000. They kind of look to make sure ain't nobody watching because they know it's bullshit. They know it's BS. So, but they're asking for what they want because they're on camera. We still see them at IHOP with the trash truck driver, which ain't no shade to him. But he's making what, 60K, 70K, which ain't bad, or whatever, or 50. Stop capping. These women are online lying. We see what's happening in real life.
And that's another thing. Shout out to my guy, Project Leroy. Says men don't desire, they work. And that's something that's inverse. That's something most women can't do, right? So we say a man may desire this woman, but he can level himself up, make more income, go to the gym. But a woman who got 3 kids and all this type of stuff, she can't. It's over at that point.
She can get a BBL, moisturizer.
Yeah, but
long nails and a buzz down.
No, then what? Okay, granted. Then what? Now where we at?
Then guess what? She gonna find that dude that's out here.
Do what? Find the dude to do what? What are you gonna do?
She's gonna find a dude out here in Miami that either, if she's on the ghetto side of things, that she's gonna link up with and get what she wants out of him, or either on a more practical level, which be money at that point. Or you got other women who say, I'm gonna work on myself. I might have 2 kids or 3 kids or whatever the case may be, that I'm gonna better myself.
This all sounds like misery. Would you put this on any of your daughters or nieces or anything? Is this what we
put? What on them?
Whatever you speaking right now.
To be better women, hell yeah.
They go get BBLs and go to Miami and to the highest bidder, put themselves on the chopping block.
I'm just saying that's what they do. That's what they do.
But it ain't ideal.
I don't know nothing about it.
Appreciate you, Mr. Clay, for the $10 super sticker. Just supporting this interest. Appreciate you.
Here we go. Shout out to Mr. Clay. We definitely appreciate that, brother. Y'all making it rain tonight. We appreciate all the support. And we still behind here.
Money.
Good problems to have. Shout out to the Dayton Pool Roast for the $5 super chat. He says both BM and BW come from unfit homes. So both have unfit concepts of relationships, especially people under 40. Don't just blame B-dubs for the failures. Yes.
We ain't. We definitely ain't. That's the whole thing. It's got to be equal accountability. Shout out to the Dayton Pool Roast. This is a woman, so she be over doing her Kendra review. She be cooking up.
There you go. Yes, it's definitely accountability go both ways. With that being said, we got to stop saying, whenever we as men, the problem solvers, are trying to address a problem, that our sisters keep coming back. But you men, listen.
Right. But the thing is, we spend 90% of the show on women. And so it's going to, unfortunately or fortunately, come up to where we're like, hey, but still, it's like, it still is going, it's still the reality of the situation. Because I'm with you, Mr. Walker. I ain't got time to be talking about what women need to do to change. But no, we need to just do it. I get why. I get the root. We can discuss that, therapy, hug, whatever. We still have to change and do better. I think we just sometimes are unheard sometimes in these spaces because we're saying, hey, I know you don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. If you look at the history, a lot of times it'll show this is what happened. And so this is the aftermath that we didn't even do and have to clean up.
Okay.
Shout out to Skinny Boy 20 Boy. Come through the $2 super chat. He says, this is gold. Thank you, Crystal. For sure.
Crystal on one tonight, y'all. Shout out to Crystal.
Appreciate you, B. Wyatt, for the $5 super chat. He says, women can destroy a man's whole livelihood off of a lie. This is a reality.
Money.
Shout out to Mitchell for the $5 super chat. He says, the way she's interrupting Gavin, she the type of always have the last word, aka the need to be right. Is that you, Crystal?
No, it's not. Y'all want me to call my man in here that y'all think I don't have, so I'm very much of a person who will open to discussion, but y'all have to realize these are my colleagues. I respect them as men because I'm a woman, but I have to talk to them as my brothers and go back and forth. And although you want me to fit this perfect cookie cutter individual, I'm just being myself. So no, I never have to have the last word. If it comes off like that, I don't know why. And if I apologize to Mr. Gavin and Mr. Walker, if I ever, kind of came off like that or made it seem like that, but I am annoyed by the K Michelle's who got to have the last word. And I said what I said, slam the door. I don't have time for that. Let's just talk it out like adults, get our points across. And so if it came off like that, that's not how I meant to come off.
Like I said, one thing about Crystal, like I said, we all colleagues, we up here cooking. And we've been on screen with her enough, definitely not to take offense to it. But I could get it if you just coming in viewing it for the first time, or shout out to Beans that was up here, and some people, I get it, but it depends. Like it depends who you're talking to. If you just met somebody for the first time, it can cut. That's coming off as strong. But like you said, we've been up here cooking with Crystal, and this is definitely entertainment behind it. I don't think she talks like this to her man, No,
she don't. No, yeah, that's like we got an idea for our sister Crystal. Yeah, ain't no offense at all. Team Crystal, I don't say that now on me. Shoot, Team Crystal, shoot.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all, and like I said, I always listen to corrective criticism. Like I'll watch that, but yeah, I appreciate that.
Appreciate you, Crystal, for sure.
Shout out to the Dayton Pool Roast. Come back through the $2 super chat. Appreciate your sister. Says Red Logic talking crap. I've been married 30 plus years.
Oh boy. There we go.
The beef.
There we go.
Appreciate you, the Dayton Pool Roast. Come back through like you do with a $5 super chat. She says, men have come with provisions since the beginning of time. They currently can't bring provisions for the time. Not a woman's fault. She in line with history. Okay, so she's saying that they currently can't bring provisions for this time. What exactly is this time? What time? Is modern time where men gotta be in the top 5%? Let's be fair, the top 10% just to land a normal woman working at Target. Is that what they gotta do now?
Well, things have changed, kind of like what you're saying, and to me, what the dating pool roast is saying. That was my point at the beginning of the show. Like, we're not in a day and age for most people outside of some very small percentage of individuals who can have that stay-at-home wife with the kids. It's going to be a mixture of modern and traditional. But I mean, she's not lying. Women do look for certain things, and that ain't never going to change. And men will look for things that ain't never going to change. That's why when women try to argue with men about them having, like women having an issue with men wanting women to look a certain way, get with the program. If that's what you want a man, and that's what, if you're not a lesbian, then you have to hear what they're saying they want. So yeah, I mean, I see both sides with it.
All right. So here we go. I'll take over for a little bit, give Mr. Walker a break here. Y'all been on one. Shout out to Skinny Boy. He come through, says, what the hell is Dayton Pool Podcast talking about? Most men are in the middle or upper class. Tell her to watch Medium Man. There you go.
Yeah, that talking point about men not being able to provide, like that is a disingenuous talking point. Like Crystal was saying, back in the day, you know, the hypergamy has always been there, you know, it's her talking point. And I will ride that crazy train, say they had to be, because these women wasn't working. Now, as we continue to see week after week that these sisters out here, they'll make $45,000. And now all of a sudden, they man got to make $100K and do all this stuff, and it's with a demand and a scowl. So you can say guys ain't providing, but provide for what? Shoot.
Well, here we go. This sister here, just like the other ones tonight, she got here's the message. Pay attention, man.
Y'all, people did not care about women being hypergamous until Black women started to practice hypergamy. And it sucks because we're the only race of women that have been taught struggle love, or taught to build with a man, or struggle in the name of love with a man, or to get with a man even if he has nothing to offer you. Like other races of women weren't taught that. But I feel like people are starting to complain now that a little 2 or 3% of Black women are actually trying to put their little feet in the hypergamous pool. And it's sad. It's sad. We like it here. We're not going anywhere.
So my thing, why do y'all think no other race of women, they absolutely built with they men? Absolutely they do.
Well, that part I don't agree with. I agree with the part that Black women, we are taught, I'm just gonna tell you, we are taught to stick it out with our men. And we are taught that, don't look at his money, don't look at this, just how does he make you feel? And a woman basing her love life
Talk about who? We got, what do you mean y'all
I'm talking about a lot of women are not
conditioned. Y'all
are conditioned.
Like
conditioned, however you want to say it, to kind of, how does he make you feel? Do you really like him? And that is not, it's good. It's okay. That's nice. But practical advice for women while dating. Black women lack horribly. I'm telling y'all, they lack it horribly. They don't have the common sense, like what Lamb be up here complaining about. Like, Crystal, don't people just know that? Or what the hell is wrong with people? Like, that's why Lamb is genuinely wondering what the hell is going on. But most Black women grew up in the same Black households our brothers did. So they weren't getting some of this good training either. You can blame the grandma, the mama, the daddy, whoever, but it is what it is. That's what was going on. So now they're out here, like you said, why are they dating the man in jail? Why did they pass up maybe the geek, who they want to call the geek? I don't even like that term. The intelligent man in the corner who maybe wasn't as having his chest all poked out, which I completely look at as a turnoff for real.
Why did she pass him up? Because she can't bring him around her other girl. Y'all do this to yourselves. She can't bring him around her girlfriends. They gonna laugh at her.
She don't want him. She don't want him. She's not attracted to him.
No,
Just like, why don't you?
Because she can't present them to the world. That's what I'm saying.
She's not sexually attracted to him a lot of the time.
They all go hand in hand. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, all of it, but women don't care. Men care about the group thought. Women, a lot of times, they might care as far as my bag and my shoes, but what do they say? What does he do for a living? That's when women gonna ask. They don't care what he look like these days. Hey, what does he do for a living? They trying to see what's in his pocket. So back in high school days, it was looks like they were being shallow. Yes, it wasn't good. It was being shallow, but I don't know, man. I think that at this day and age, women need to step their game up, being better quality women. And I think that with that stepping up that they're doing, they need to look for a man that is matching the stepping up that they're doing. Now, that's not asking for unrealistic expectations, but it is what it is. We've always had gold diggers, and hypergamous women are not automatically gold diggers. So, I agree that do better, be better, attract better, and do what you do.
Okay. So what you got, Mr. Walker?
The talking point of struggle love. I tell you what, personally, I have never seen more women, other than Rosetta or whoever, different cultures, walking on the side of their road with a man in a stroller than our Hispanic and Indian brothers and sisters. So that whole thing about melanated women being the only ones having to engage in a struggle love, which is just sick hoodoo, is really building. Like, and these sisters, it ain't just melanated women. If you ask me that talking point, that's the reason why these other cultures say we lazy. Are we not getting a hint of lazy in this?
That's what Mr. Walker, actually, that's what I was agreeing. I think it's that. I feel like that it's not struggle. Struggle love is when it's struggle. You all building with each other is different. We have people meshing definitions together that are not the same thing. Building with one another with a man who is putting his best foot forward, it's not the same as dragging a man and trying to make him be something that he's not, and it doesn't benefit the woman. That is two different things to me. That's what struggle love is, not building with the partner who you love. I think it comes down to laziness. If the woman is extremely lazy and just want to sit there and get her nails done, ain't got no passion, don't know who the hell she is, and she just want to live off his money, laziness. A man who don't want to better himself, try to make more money, try to get economical wealth for his family and his lineage to come, that's lazy. So I think if you're a driven woman, you want to be with a driven man, even if her drive is in the home. So I think that's where we're having a problem.
That part about a man having to try, every man should have to try to achieve financial wealth. I don't subscribe to that. I don't agree with it. I think that is extremely too far-fetched to really even try to consider. Every brother that every sister get with, he needs to be reaching towards financial wealth.
Let me correct myself. I shouldn't have said wealth, just being better. Just if you make 20, try to make 50. Just learning to
20, yeah. At least make something worth living. But if it's 45, if this brother is all he got, this is what he got. He got a position. He a $45,000 a year man. He come home every night. He good to you. He gonna raise his kids. He gonna be a superior father. But these, like we keep talking about, this guy most likely he ain't looking like what these sisters like. And
so can I ask you a question, Mr. Walker? So yes. What do you say if that 40, like you said, if he's capped out in his career, he's capped out. Like, stop it, ma'am. Stop trying to make this man go back to school to be a doctor. Like, stop it. My question to you is, to the man that makes 45 and that's it, and that's all he can make, is it not too much to ask that he study the stock market or study real estate investment?
That can be too much. All of that can be very much.
And here's the theory. Here's the theory. I think a woman. Let's play this game now. Here we go.
I'm not trying to be malicious. I'm just really.
Let me see this. Y'all want to do this? This for the audience too. Everybody, new rules in the dating game. If a woman wants a man to level up, go from 50,000 to 70,000, whatever, she must prove that there's another man out here willing to marry her of that same quality. So she got these kids. You telling this? No. Here we go. So, all right, you want me to level up, start making 100,000? Walk in this house with a signed lease. So another man got to be bound by signature saying, once you divorce her, I'm gonna marry her, right? And it's all.
But when is growth?
Come in and ask for this stuff,
Gavin. When is growth done? That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, even let's say Gavin is making 25, and that's it. That's all he can do. But when do we stop growing as a couple? We grow together. I feel like, why is that an issue if the woman or the man says, hey, let's try to grow financially as well? Maybe a YouTube channel, or maybe an investment, or maybe investing in the stock market.
It's not stock. We say this, it's not stock in all men. So it's in maybe 20-25% of men actually are that ambitious that want. So you can't put that battery in the man's back. You just gotta.
And it's scary.
A lot of women gotta go look in the mirror. Are you the muse? Are you applying that pressure?
Yes, the muse effect. That we got it. This all comes full circle. So these sisters want this guy to, come home from Amazon, and she want him to take on something else. Hey, start your YouTube channel. I'm gonna help you. Let's say she there. Are you creating that muse effect? Men, like I said, men don't have a superficial nature. Men wanting something nice to look at is for the benefit of the group. Because if I like the way you look and you're creating that muse effect, now when you come to me talking about start this YouTube channel, now I am moved to consider it and do so. Because you giving me that energy, baby. But if you just brutish bonquisha over here, you ain't giving no energy. I'm going to drink my beer and watch the Sports Center get out my face.
And that's what we're saying. I think Chris, it's more women than you would admit to. Granted, yeah, I get it. The sister's good and strong, but it's far more women than you would probably imagine. That's all I'm gonna say.
What does that mean? I was gonna shut up, but what do you mean? What does that mean? It's far more women than you. Oh, that's not bringing that energy. That's what you were saying. That's not bringing that energy for a man.
And just not worthy. Don't deserve whatever they send out their mouth.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, that was an honest question. I hear you.
So that's all. But let's get these super chats real quick. Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger. He says 304-flation, the concept of men having to work 20 times harder than their grandfathers did, for women 20 times worse than their grandmothers.
Lord, the lies. Lord, your granddaddy was working his butt off. You just capping just to cap. He got more excuses than a hoe in church. It's sad, but it's all right.
Okay. Well, what he doing? He said the concept of men having to work 20 times harder. The analogy is, are y'all, not you in particular, but are these women their grandmothers? So you got to
and he has a point. Now he do have a point with that. Like, you cannot do that. I give him that. You cannot be. Or
so
like
when he's saying that, in respect to a man, these Glorillas and Sexy Reds, a man is working 20 times harder than their grandfather did. They was working hard for good women, coming home, cook meals, raising the kids. A man is working. I don't care if you're working at Walmart. You're working harder than your granddaddy for some of these women.
And my question is, why is that 304? Why is the inflation? Why is that your wife, sir? Your wife should be bringing that. I get it, not a girlfriend like y'all said, or some of these women, but by the time you find a wife, that is the only person you should be investing with. Or if you like, and there's no shade to Little Podcast, but even like Little Podcast says, even for the men who don't want to put it on paper, but still, like, that's your long-term wife. You just don't want to do it the conventional way. Why are you picking somebody who you don't feel gives that pressure? But I guess, like you said, there are more men who kind of just are in that situation. So I'm not a man.
What I said to you, Crystal, is far more women than you are letting on. That's what I mean by that. Like, a lot of your examples, you go about like the majority of the women are in the good and they're not.
Got you. Right. I got you.
So it's far harder for these brothers to choose. It's not so simple. when even it'll be a woman that y'all would say she's wholesome and sweet, and you'll go to her Instagram and she'll be on there twerking. Come on now. And y'all will say, well, that's just her expressing herself. But no,
I agree.
We are the judges of character when it comes to that type of stuff. Y'all can't do that.
And women are too. It's ridiculous. As a woman,
but not when it comes to dating, not when it to your marketplace value. Y'all gonna tell most women gonna say, "Oh, get it, girl." Y'all ain't doing that.
Not real wives are not. I hope not telling women to get it, girl, with the one
real wives.
Right.
We speak about the 10% again of real wives.
Look, I don't know, man. Y'all dating the women, so I'm gonna let y'all have it. I'm gonna just let y'all have it.
All I'm saying. All right. Shout out to the dating pool Ruth. She come back, says video correct. Other women not getting shamed for wanting more. If black women ain't riding and dying, she getting shamed for wanting more. Does not make B-dubs gold diggers. So
see, that's what I'm saying. See, I don't agree with that.
But she's talking about the black women, not the Instagram left cheek, right cheek dating pool podcast. Don't work on herself, or maybe knows other women who have. And she's saying that, why are we getting shamed once I have done the work? God forbid I'm making 100K myself. And I'm just saying that I just want more options of my counterpart out there. Do you think that black men are lazy?
You can sit and say, like you said, Crystal, you could want what you want. You make 100K, you reach a financial status as a woman, but now you say you want your counterpart, your equal. And so what does that equal look like? Age and income.
Like I always say, women are delusional sometimes with how they date. I think that if you are at that point, you got to make it make sense. A lot of women don't want to date a man who got a little weight on him, or a lot of women don't want to date a man who's older. That's always my first advice. Stop worrying about the first thing being looks. Go older, might have a little weight on them. We'll do a 30-minute walk around the neighborhood. Like, I don't know. It's just you have to adjust it. You have to adjust it. It definitely comes with some adjusting.
Okay. So shout out to Devon. He says by struggle love, they mean Pookie and Nug Nug. Pook and Nug Nug. Yeah. which is, that can be a decent percent of men at the same time. Like say it. Mm-hmm. We understand all these things. It seems like there's no understanding coming from the women. All right.
Is it not understood that we gonna struggle? We ain't gonna go back to the plantation, but how far are we? A couple generations from the plantation. We really want to go from the projects to Dubai.
It's not realistic.
And that's when I say we must consider our unique path through life as melanated folk, not as an excuse, but it's something to observe so we can move accordingly. Straight from the ish house to the penthouse. I get it. Strive for it. But to try to say that's the standard, no.
So here we go. Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger. He come back.
Money, 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 money.
All right, we appreciate you, brother. You are the show sponsor along with Danny Nicole. He says, we have the most obese, bad attitudes, and other men's kids having women in America. But he says, but they the most egotistical and demanding. So
what do you think? I agree with that right there. We do have the most obese. They do have, by observable reality, had the worst attitudes. So we got to consider this observable reality. So
I agree with that statement. I can leave it at that.
That's a hardcore statement, and that's a shame. That's a shame, and hence us men airing our grievances. There's a problem to be fixed. Thank you.
That part. And real quick, shout out to Skinny Boy 20 Boy. He says at Dating Pool Podcast, women willfully ride or die for bad boys. Please stop the cap. B-dubs settle, but black men don't. This is hilarious.
Yep. So they in the chat talking about Monica. Wasn't Monica married or whatever, engaged to see murder? Right? Yeah. That was incarcerated forever. That part got a whole songbird, a singstress, and she would not let go of this brother that was locked all the way up for violent madness.
Something is wrong. Something was wrong with Monica at that point in her life. That's not an excuse
I don't say something was wrong with her. I think Monica was acting as every attractive young woman does. Monica was very attractive, still is. And she wanted the baddest of boys, and she found them. I don't think it's just Monica. I don't think it's anecdotal. That's what
Monica. I mean, but Monica has been singing about love and sex and stuff since she was 15. Something is wrong. Something going on in her upbringing. So we have a problem. Like, it's not a question about do we have a problem in our community with the way women are acting. If anybody come up here saying that black women are doing nothing and everything's okay and we're perfect, that's a person who's clearly lying. Just like I think men are clearly lying if they say that black men are not doing anything. We didn't do nothing and nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about. You're lying. Now, I think women have just gotten out of control. I feel like it's been a swap or something. Like, I think that you actually hear, to me, I feel like I hear more men saying that they want outside of this stream sometimes, but I see men in the real world that I talk to want commitment and want a relationship, and not a women are just wild and crazy as hell and horny. So I feel for what men have to go through right now with dating. It is a sick swap that has happened. And if we want to clear it up, we got to get to the root and we got to get the women together. And the men can't just leave the men behind and act like there's still not more work to do on that side right now, too. That's all I'm saying when I'm up here speaking sometimes.
Gotcha.
All right. So shout out to the dating pool rules. She says men should not need a muse.
Oh, she coming with the smoke.
Well,
Now. What y'all gonna do with her?
No, she ain't. Two things is true.
Ooh, she said you should be self-driven. Women are self-driven.
No. A single man should be self-driven. A man in any type of relationship is only going to be as driven as his partner applying pressure.
Man,
you can take all the drive out of a man. You can take it all out of him.
Yeah, that's a fact. You can speak life or death into a man. Yes, if what I look like, I can't look to my wife for inspiration. Like that's crazy.
I think this is a sad reality about men and women, and it's not disrespectful, but I think women just have so much drive and passion.
Cap, I was waiting for you to say it. I was waiting. Cap, no.
Don't like. So what is it then? Why would he need her to push him then? Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
I did not need to push, inspire, help me, not need.
Right. So why do women not need the inspiration?
So women don't need men.
No. Women need men. No, I ain't going that route. No, what I'm saying is, why do women, like single with a man, still feel like, I want to start a garden? I want to, volunteer for the homeless shelter.
That's not part of it. A woman that the opposite side of that will be a woman say, I need to go to the gym. I need to stop eating so many calories. That's what drives a man. What's going to make him work harder is it's visual. It's not that. It's not you going to start a business.
Gotcha. I get it. So, I mean, that makes sense. So when women want a man to be more pushed in the financial part of things, a man's pushback to that is, well, we also want you to be pushed in a gym and staying looking good. So, hey, I mean, damn, that's a hell of an answer.
Yeah, because if I'm making $100K now and I know Charlie down the street wife she a knockout, why I got to deal with big back burly Shirley? No, $100K is $100K. I want what Charlie got. And men are making it. They ain't about to settle.
There you go. I like to say, when these sisters, that muse effect is to your favor. I think down the line, when me and my wife gonna be 50, 60, and you get to the part where you're living more of a life of leisure, y'all sisters want the guy that's constantly open doors for you. Don't let your woman touch your door handle. That women want this kind of treatment, and it doesn't come at no cost. Just being you. We must apply equal pressure.
Right.
It's not a bad thing. It is counterproductive to dispute things that helps the group. So saying, I'm not going to be a muse, not saying that you're saying that, Mrs. Dating Pool Roast, but we can't sit here and combat something that's for the best of the group, saying I'm going to be my best self. Like,
so what do you say to the individual without the partner? What do you say to some of the guys in the comments who say, you getting this $10 date, and I don't care how much I like you, I ain't paying more than $40 or $100 or whatever. What do you say when it's a single woman and when it's a single man and she's super driven for all these things and he just going to Amazon every day and he cool with that? That's not me being messy. I'm just literally asking. So what do you say to that? Because that totally makes sense with the marriage scenario. I mean, it's a great answer. So what do you say to that when women are single and complaining and saying, why is he just stagnant and okay with this? Is it because men only want just what's easy, or what is it?
Well, we talked about it. Not only about 10% of men have that much ambition and drive to try to go and be business owners and CEOs. And as far as you saying women being so driven, I'm gonna jump on this crazy train with you for a second. Women have really just gotten into doing this work thing, and this is the culture. Now women are working, they in the office, and so they hype about this. They working and they doing their thing. But with that being said, it's not in their best interest. When these chickens come home to roost, Crystal, and you got all these ambitious women that don't want to deal with Mr. Amazon, when they reach their 50s and 60s, as Cage used to say, what does dating look like in your 50s? And none of these sisters had an answer, because they still go end up dating in their 50s. The path that our modern women are on is extremely destructive. So it's best to give the muse effect. I'll leave it at that.
No, I definitely agree with the muse effect. I'm not saying that at all. I think that's what makes a relationship worth having. I just wonder, I think women, and speaking from a woman's perspective, I think we genuinely are confused, some of us, because is it just something from history where men are just fucking tired and black men just as a whole are tired? And if that's the answer, cool. But yeah, I just wonder, right? Because I'm just like, women will be like, man, I want to start this or I want to do that. Even if it's in the home, they might say they want to do certain things or volunteer here or do that. So that's why I asked the question, why is it only 20% that feel driven like that? Why? And we don't get off of this, I promise.
Real quick, let me get back to these. We'll get back into it. My guy Project Leroy just came through. He done dropped 75 in the cash out. He says, this is to bring Leon King back for tonight. Blame Crystal. Ooh, Leon, we're about to drop the link. That's what I wanted to hit on. I'm going to read these last couple super chats. I'm going to drop the link because I know Crystal can't be up here all night. Neither can we. So we're going to give y'all opportunity to come up. I know some of y'all. And so I'm going to do that. I'm going to drop the link. Shout out to Project Leroy, man.
I ain't got no time to play. I'm just going to make that goddamn money and keep it moving. You hear me? Just stack, just stack, just stack, just stack, and stack, and stack. You hear me?
Shout out to Project Leroy, who is now a show sponsor, along with Danny Nicole and the Red Pill Ranger. Like I said, about to drop this link. Got to be 21 and older. Must be on camera. I tell you what, we're going to make an exception tonight for the dating pool rules. If you want to come up, I know we talked to her behind the scenes already. And we'll make an exception if you can't cam up tonight, all right? Because I see you got a lot of smoke and we want to hear it.
Yes, right. Hey, come on, dating pool roast. My man Leon, King Leon. He said, I'm ready.
Here we go. Shout out to Bobby Vegas. He says 304-flation. Yeah, that's wild. That's a wild one. All right. Upwork man. He says the majority of B-dubs agree with talking points of Instagram models, the condescensions. Is that what that say? Condescensions?
Condescension. Woo, y'all better stop condescension.
Condescensions and entitlement is real. All right, I don't even know what that means. I gotta do my Googles. I learn something every day.
Hey, appreciate you. Condescension. I love it.
Shout out. Shout out to the International Quiet Storm. Come through with big energy. All right, hit us with the 20 ball in the super chat. Says, I'm working my 6th straight day, over 70 hours working this week. I'm a full-time college student, work out every day, and still have time to support brothers on YouTube. Yeah! He says, no woman can outwork me or have more drive than me.
Ooh, that part. See that? And that's what I mean. Some of us brothers, Crystal, we take slight offense to
But is he the 20%? I'm dropping the mic with him. I'm like, this a real man. Hey, come with it. But what I'm saying, is he the 20% that you're talking about?
Nah, this brother top 5, 70 hours working full-time.
I know, right? What the hell?
Yeah, hey, listen here. Salute to you, brother. Much love and respect. Do your thing. Stay healthy.
And he's right. No woman can outwork a man. We have to stop doing that. Like, and I hope he didn't think that that's what I was saying. I literally was just talking about driving ambition, you know, with the future and growth. That's what I was talking about. But women thinking that they can outwork a man, or although some women will argue that they do, what I'm saying is that it's not natural or probably the best option for a woman to be trying to compete with a man on how many hours I can work, how much driven more can I be than you. That's not smart. So if I came off like that, International Quiet Storm, that's not what I'm saying. But yeah, shout out to you. That's amazing.
Yes, sir. We appreciate that super chat, brother. Keep doing your thing, man. All right. Shout out to Skinny Boy. He come back with the $5. He says, is Crystal familiar with the Moynihan Report and Daughters of the Trade?
He ain't ready to go down that rabbit hole with me. And for the sake of the show, I'm gonna just let him live and let him be, because Black men should be highly offended by the Moynihan Report if they actually take a full look of reading it. But so, I mean, that's a different topic for a different day. I am familiar. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's a rabbit hole for sure.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Shout out to Richard Media. He says, back from Walgreens. Packages are in the mail. Shout out to Richard. He back. We still cooking, man. And I see Danny Nicole, the show sponsor. She says they aren't a wife if their man is complacent.
Okay, so Danny Nicole said, okay. I'm riding that crazy train. So if you's a complacent brother and you can't find the ambition to do forward and progress and build, as Crystal was saying, then maybe, possibly, probably you didn't marry a wife. You got you a bonquisha in disguise. I'm buying that, Danny. You muted, guy.
Yeah, shout out to Danny Nicole. That was a different perspective right there. All right. And I see my guy. Oh man, y'all done started with the International Quiet Storm. He says I'm a top 3%er.
I know that's right. Excuse my ill manners, International Quiet Storm. What I say, top 5%? Yeah, top 3. Straight like that, brother. Salute.
So shout out to the International Quiet Storm, who is the show sponsor, along with Project Leroy, Red Pill Ranger, and Danny Nicole. We appreciate all the support, man. That's too dope.
Money, 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 money.
Stay healthy, brother. That's all you got to do. Stay healthy.
So here we go. Like I said, I'm about to drop this link. Got to be 21 older on camera besides the dating
roost. The dating roost, the only person has a waiver to come on camera. But it'd be nice if you can.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you can, but I know you maybe can't. So there y'all go. All right. I'm like I said, we ain't gonna be up here long, so don't come up here. That's all. All right. There's the thing. I didn't know we had to get so granular when explaining the rules, but just try to come up, respect the platform, get your takes off quick, you know.
Can I say something real quick? But once you get done.
Yeah, and like I said, if you get on the plane, the people on the plane don't got to tell you all the rules. They don't tell you that you got to go to the restroom and that you can't just get in the middle of the aisle and pop a squat, right? You know the rules. You know the rules, you know, you stop at stop signs and all that good stuff. So come on, man.
Come on.
Yeah, and let's not act like the host didn't implement these rules weeks ago. So what we're not going to do is lie on people's name. They implemented these rules weeks ago that apply for me. even if I'm up here before anybody else. So to disrespect people and to disrespect this platform because you have to abide by the rules is called narcissism. So that's all I'm gonna say with that. So let's be respectful to the host. Thank you, Leon.
Holy hell, Leon King.
He's back from the dead.
Oh.
Well, I take that compliment because Jesus rose from the dead, and you worship. So if I came back from the dead, I'm in good company.
There you go.
But truly, Crystal, unfortunately, you really don't know your history. And I understand that because, facts are foreign to today's Black women. But the fact of the matter is that until the 80s, the Black family was prized. You look at even in the early 70s, late 70s, it was still a shame for a woman to have a child outside of wedlock. In fact, they wouldn't even let a woman in school to complete high school. So, but in the 80s, they started coming up with these alternative schools for women that were having children outside of wedlock. And I grew up in the 80s. I saw when the seed was planted. In the 90s, it was watered. It was cultivated in the 2000s. And now we have the fruit today. And until that tree is chopped down at the very roots and gotten rid of, we will continue to have the problems in the Black community. And you asked a question about
real quick. Can I go to that first point? So that means we agree because you said in the 80s, Black women were prized. That was my point. Men didn't have complaints about it.
I said the Black family.
Right, would include the Black woman, correct?
Women have never.
Hey, real quick, let me get in here real quick, Leon. I see backstage. If you could pop on camera real quick so I could make sure you ain't who is that? I want to say this is the dating pool rules. If you could come on camera real quick, we'll bring you up. I just want to make sure that's you. All right. So
women were never prized. The prize was the man, has always been the man from the very beginning of time. What was prized was a good woman who was with a good man. You called her Mrs. Jones, and that wasn't a woman that was cheating.
Right, so you didn't answer my question. What was the complaint? That's what I'm saying. You're saying the women were better?
No, I'm saying that in history, right? In history, even to the late 70s, the Black family was a prize. It was a shame still in the 70s for a woman to have bastard kids. And that was but in the 80s, things started to change.
I agree with that. I don't know what you're saying. I don't agree with. I didn't say women having children out of wedlock. I just said that men didn't have a lot of complaints about women and women before the 70s. That's what I said. I thought that's what you were speaking to.
Well, there was nothing to complain about.
That's what I'm saying, Leon. We agree. That's what I was saying earlier.
Okay, real quick, Leon. Let me get brother classy perspective in here. We got a doctor in the house, people.
Welcome, brother. Welcome.
He's muted.
Sorry about that. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How are we today?
Pretty good, brother.
As you can well tell, I'm on my leisure time, relaxing in my home. It's first time in many days, but nice to meet all of you.
Nice to meet you,
brother. Hey, we blessed to have you up here on the panel. Listen, like I told him the other day, just being in the chat, you making us smarter, man. We
I won't go that far. I do okay.
Appreciate you. And we got Q in the house. How you feeling tonight, Q?
I'm doing all right. I'm in here with my oatmeal pies that you just tried to destroy. I got them right here, and I'm just so I can throw them in the trash. They got me through the 80s, through the crack wars, and you two jive turkeys destroyed them.
No, come on, kid.
Listen. Oh man.
Okay. I asked Mr. XQ. I ain't taking no blame for that. That's him.
Yeah, that's Gavin. I can't look at it. I can't look at oatmeal pie without getting a stomach ache.
So here we go, real quick. I see we got the dating pool rooster here. We're gonna give you the floor. All right, you've been in the chat. What you got? You were saying, what was she speaking on?
She said
about the Muse effect. She was speaking about the Muse effect. And what you got?
Thank you for having me on the panel. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes. I wanted to address the one overall factor that we have with our Black men and women. We as women have had the same issue with Black men when I was younger. They did not want to marry the women. That is the same as it is today. We have had the same issue since I was a child. I was married for 30 years. My husband died. So I was married for 30 years. So I know.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. So I've only recently became a widow. So I understand the current dating cycle, but it's like when you speak to people, it's like you don't understand. We as women are the ones that changed. We were very chaste, very going along with family. We always was there supporting the man. And even when I was younger, Black men did not want to marry their women. So this is not a new phenomena. There's nothing wrong. I understand that whole thing. But the blaming of women for the deterioration of the relationship is not fair. When we were younger, men were asking us to be more loose, more accepting of infidelity, of them having other families, of them doing this, that, and the third. Okay. And the minute we became looser and more like Becky, as they say, we became more that way, it became our fault that we became independent. We have always had to be independent because we could not depend on a man staying in the house. I don't know where this gentleman with a checkered jacket on says, well, we've always been in the house. No, you have not. We women became independent because we did not have the men in the house like we wanted them to be in the house. Okay. I'm not saying all. I'm saying I'm saying a lot. That's where that theme came from. And when we said as women that we didn't need a man, that was a response to men not being there for us. When we said, well, I don't need a man. I can have these kids on my own. They always bring up men saying, well, you guys want to be independent. You guys say you don't need men. We said that because it was a response to the men not being there for us. Okay, so why would I keep going after you, you being my preference? Black men are Black women's preference. Why should I keep saying that you're my preference and you keep saying Becky is your preference? So therefore, us saying we didn't need you was born out of you saying you didn't need us first.
Okay, real quick, let me get Q in here.
May I respond to that?
We get Q in classy perspective. Get both of y'all in.
Let me ask you this question. You saying that the men weren't in the home. Were you guys married first?
Me and my husband, we were married.
No. In general, you speaking in general. So are you saying in general, men were in the home and then they left? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying before I was even born, that was an issue.
No. I'm talking about you. You're saying that you were speaking in general. So I'm not talking about just you. Right. You're saying that these homes where men aren't, they were there before, then left? They were married, then left?
No, not necessarily married.
Well, then there's your problem right there. First of all, the majority of men do not have kids. And so you can't say that the majority of the men weren't there. That's number one. Number two, if you guys are making babies and then requiring a man to be there, then you're going to have a problem with that. That's number two problem. And number three, and this would be from my religious perspective. You're not supposed to be dealing with the man unless you're going to marry him. That's a whole different subject. I know everybody don't subscribe to that. So for you to complain about a man getting something for free that he didn't have to earn, then you got to deal with the consequences that come with it. That's my whole point. Classy, you up, brother.
The only question that I wanted to ask, I want to make sure that I'm saying her name right. Is it Heathen Queen?
Yes, Heathen Queen.
You said back in the era, I think we had the highest family rate. I think it was around about 80% during that time period. So would you say that's kind of disingenuous to say that the men weren't around? And my second part to that question is, what percentage would you say wasn't around during that time period?
I mean
a numeric number. I mean, in your opinion.
I don't have a numeric number. I'm just going by the trends of what we are experiencing today. So here's my question. If it was such a trend, and if it was such a thing for men to be in the home during that time, what happened between now and then? What happened? What happened was you took it to heart when we women said we didn't need you. And so therefore men started leaving the homes. And it was in droves this time. Before, when I was younger, it was a drip, drip, drip. Now it's like you don't even want to be there. It's like you took the feminist whatever and said, oh, okay, we don't have to be there. We don't have to do anything now.
They're not homes. The problem is they're not homes. You're not married first, so they can't leave when it's not a home.
But why aren't you marrying the women?
No. Why aren't you guys requiring marriage from these men that you're having babies by?
So the thing is, the woman has to take the responsibility regardless, and we know that. With that being said, we ain't finna sit up here and cap like we know that it was not a epidemic of fatherless homes, so we still have the
Thank you.
So there were still people who had fathers in the home that left due to the drug epidemic that took over, which it's not an excuse. But if you're doing drugs and drinking and partying, then that man is not in his right mind like his great grandfather was or like his grandfather. Also, too, how much black men went through within slavery and having to work so hard. I'm pretty damn sure by the time the 80s came around or whatever, they were ready to kind of go buck wild maybe and just have a little freedom. So my thing is not to sit here and act like black men didn't have reasons as to why certain black men did that, but we're not going to act like there are not thousands upon thousands of black women and boys who were not raised with their father, who was in a relationship. Like you said, yes, Q, we know in a perfect world people should have been married, but back in some of those days, those women didn't even have birth control. And like she said at the beginning, what do you want? You want me to loosen up, and you want me not to make you wait until marriage. In one sense, still the woman's fault. Because guess what? When you see it wasn't a good idea, stop listening to him. You shouldn't have never did it. You should have maybe read the Bible a little bit more. But at the same time, the reality still is what it is. It happened. So to me, it's disingenuous, regardless, to not address the fact that so many boys and girls were brought up without a father in the home. Blame the women if you want to, but the problem still is what it is. And I think it's taken from the single mother's experience of what she has to go through. Because guess what? I know women who were in a relationship, and I know women who were married. And like we said, we're not going to get personal here, but I know women who were married and still dealt with the crack epidemic and all the stuff that happened. So let's not act like it didn't happen, because that's what pisses me off. Like, don't take from our experience that we put ourselves in as black women, and some of us didn't, because we didn't know it would lead to this, and just be like, that's on y'all that we have fathers in the home. Take some self-accountability for your ancestors and some of the things that they did, like we're taking accountability for our grandparents and the mistakes that they made.
Okay. I want to. We let Q go. I want to get Trey. I know G Honda want to get in here, and I see Beans in the building. What's going on, brother?
Well, so here's my problem with you guys saying that. I grew up in the 80s as a preteen and a teen. Didn't do drugs, didn't sell drugs. And so I saw the type of women that the type of men that the women picked in droves. And so for you to say that that's the biggest problem I have. You guys keep saying that the men are leaving the homes. No, they're not leaving the homes. There never was a home. And so if you pick a man, have a kid by him, then you have to figure out how to take care of it. And if you look at Media Man, all of you guys, you ladies, I implore you to go to look at Media Man's content, and you will see the amount of men who actually father children. It is not to the level that you guys are complaining about. It's just not true.
You're not a woman, Q, so you're not around.
It doesn't matter if I'm a woman or not. The numbers don't support your argument.
Guess what? Statistics aren't always correct. How many men, blue collar and white collar politicians, don't even report how much money they make a year, and they smuggling that shit. So statistics are not always right. Us up on here, all black people up on here right now. How many of us know a lot of black boys and girls who did not have a father in the home? A bunch of us.
Crystal, may I ask? Can I say something? Can I say something? I always find it respectfully. I always find it funny when we talk about statistics dealing with black men. They're always skewed, but everybody else says everything is always right.
If you listen to me, I always say I think that I always get annoyed with statistics. So I don't know if you've been watching me, but black women or black men, I get annoyed when I have to pull up statistics because I don't think they're always correct.
I'm not saying it's all the men's fault. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is take responsibility for not being in the home with the children that you have children by. Women have to take responsibility for not using birth control, for not controlling their productivity. Women have to take responsibility for that. But you men have to take responsibility from walking away. I'm not saying you had to be in a home, but you do need to be a father. That means coming around. That means taking that child with you. That means taking that child to your home, being a productive person in that child's life. A lot of you want to blame the women. It's not all the women. Just because she got pregnant doesn't mean it's all her fault. You men got her pregnant. You men didn't use prophylactic. You didn't use birth control yourself. So therefore, it's both of our faults. I'm saying this trend has been happening for a long time. Okay, and a lot of people on a lot of panels say, "Oh, well, I come from a fatherless home." Why do they keep saying they come from a fatherless home if it's not true? A lot of people say, "I came from a fatherless home." Okay, what are we making that stuff up? We making it up that we come from a fatherless home? They ain't making it up. So the men weren't there. Okay, the women were there. The women took accountability. The fact that she had the child and kept the child means she's taking accountability for doing that.
I disagree.
But I'm saying men have accountability.
Two problems.
I respectfully disagree as well.
Two problems with that. Number one thing I do not do is expect bad people to do good things. And that's why when you see these men out here who have 20, 30 kids, I don't expect them to do good.
Extreme cute.
What I do expect, those one had 26 women pregnant and one had 13. What I do expect is at least half of those women to say, you know what, this dude have kids. Maybe I should do something different. That's number one. Number two, for the black men who do stay and that they do, the CDC had a report when they interviewed the state of the black father. So I can't allow you to come on here and say what happens when these men leave. I don't expect bad men to do good things, and you shouldn't either. And number two, even though I had my dad after I was the age of 15 when he came and got me, I still knew enough to not go out there and have babies, even though I came from a single mother home. So you don't get a pass on saying I came from a single mother home and I made bad decisions.
Was your mother a good mother?
Shout out to my boy Gavin X. So I don't want to hear that.
Was your mother a good mother, Q? Was
My
your mother?
And you know what? My mom is dead and gone, and no, she didn't. My mom taught me nothing on life, not one thing about life.
That's
My
horrible.
dad had to cram in 18 years of teaching in the 4 years of high school that he had me, and he did the best that he could, and it kept me out of trouble. I got no direction, and I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna drag her for her life she had.
You.
Okay,
so
real quick,
that's
real
not
quick.
the bulk of people. That's
Real
you.
quick, Heathen Queen, let me get in here real quick. Let us get these super chats, and we're going to keep this discussion going, but I don't want to get too far behind here. Here we go, Mr. Walker.
Shout out to Danny Nicole, the silent assassin, for the $2 super chat. She says, no dissertations, y'all. That part.
There we go. Shout out to Danny.
Appreciate you, Richard Media, for the $10 super chat. He says, a man on his purpose with a professional career has a wife supporting him at home. As he climbs up the corporate ladder, his wife is removing his stress at home. At least in my house, I know that's right, brother. Amen to that.
Reach.
Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger for the $5 super chat. He says they put the men out to get on Uncle Sam meat and get benefits. Well,
Tired talking point.
Huh? Is there no truth to it? Is there
That's a lie? That's a lie.
Okay, here we just right quick. That's not a lie. Like Q said, I observed it with my own dear mother. Like, yes, I observed it. I lived it. It's not. How can you say men's observable realities are lies?
Because we're women, and I think it's true what you're saying. Nobody's saying
the man come in the house and the woman say, I'm not gonna marry you or nothing because I'm gonna lose my benefits. This is a
y'all may be able to say you can say it's not the majority, but you can't say it's a lie.
There you go. That part.
There you go. You can say that.
So here we go.
Appreciate you, Mark Kendall, for the $2 super chat. Says women had a choice. Monahan has entered the chat.
There we go.
Money, 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 money.
Appreciate you, Upward Man, for the $5 super chat. Says interesting when you and many like you choose who you wanted to sleep with. The men who wanted you lose were the ones you were competing for. Yes, sir.
So shout out to the Upward Man. That was
appreciate you.
There we go.
Shout out to the Red Pill Ranger for the $5 super chat. He says, you can't leave a woman, child, or family you were never with. Her body, her choice. Marry before you carry. You have to be somewhere first to leave.
Wow.
You know what? And
you don't leave your child.
Talking, you know what? The dating podcast, this is where I feel like it's a waste of energy. Because they definitely right. Don't get me wrong. Like, don't be out here opening your legs and sharing your womb. And this is why, as women, we really have to push. Do not have sex with these men, period, till you're married or in a committed relationship. And that's what it comes down to, because it ain't gonna be no empathy for us. It's not gonna be any empathy for our struggle, for what we went through as little girls who didn't have our dad there, who suffered tremendously. We're not gonna get the empathy. We're not gonna get the understanding. As much love and concern as we have for Black men and their trauma, they're not gonna give us that same respect in return. It's gonna be accountability for us. And oh well, your grandmama that wasn't your fault should have chose better back in the 50s. So just give it a rest.
I got a question.
But Crystal, hold up. It would be very.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let us finish these real quick, fellas. Just a couple more.
Oh yeah, okay.
Appreciate you, T. Lee, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate you. Says before BC, women had to be more careful who they gave children to.
That part. Shout out to T. Lee.
Appreciate your Red Pill Ranger for the $2 super chat. He says 10 men make about 50 to 70 baby mamas. Red Pill Ranger keep coming through. Appreciate the $5 super chat. He says women hate stats, facts, math, and science when it goes against their feelings or hold them accountable.
This is the type of world we live in, with those type of men who take one comment and stretch it across. It's sick. And that's why dating podcasts, just keep them where they are.
Appreciate the T. Lee for the $10 super chat. He says, my mother just admitted to me that she willingly had sex with my father for at least 2 years after he threw her BC away against her will. What is that? Her BC?
Birth control.
Oh, okay, bro. Okay.
Birth control. Yeah.
It's wild. It's wild.
Back then,
And
women didn't have the choice to have sex with their husband. It was-
okay, real quick, we're gonna let you cook, Deadpool. I see Rashad try to put you in timeout. Unfortunately, those are the rules for the men, Rashad. There are double standards over here for the ladies on the panel. So it'd be a fitty ball to get her up off of here. We appreciate the super chat.
No, respectfully, let her talk. Let her talk respectfully. Respectfully.
So go ahead. Go ahead. Who was up? Who was up?
No,
I see G Honda wanted to go.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Let me
Trey
stop
wanted to go.
talking.
We let brother Trey get in, and then we get G Honda in.
G Honda, you want to go?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go. I mean, how y'all doing, everybody? Y'all doing all right?
Hey, G Honda.
What's good? What's good?
Salute, Mr. G Honda.
Classy,
Okay.
what's good? What's good? No, honestly, I think it's no
Sir?
mutual accountability on either side. We preach, we should marry before we carry, and then to like the heavy 80th percentile that, of the women that are single Black moms, and that, marriage not being prioritized as it should be. I mean, we could say, yes, fathers are leaving the home, fathers are abandoning their children, but, are the women holding the same account? Requesting and requiring that man to marry them, before they carry, and things that are on that line. I mean, it just need to be mutual accountability.
Okay.
I agree.
Shout out to G Honda. Go ahead, Leon. Oh, go ahead, Trey. Let Trey go, and then Leon, and then we get podcasts in here. I know all y'all trying to work.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me good?
Hey, Trey.
All right.
Hey, Trey, what's up?
I'm gonna definitely try to be nice, ma'am. I don't know your age, but I'm gonna assume that I'm the oldest one here. When I was a kid, born in '68, I learned early, by the time I was 3 or 4 years old, that we were a community from top to bottom. We had great-grandmama, grandmama, granddaddy, all the aunties, uncles, everybody, right? So from the end of slavery to 65, that was 100 years of us being together. We moved as one unit. We went to church together. We went to school together. We moved as one unit. Now, the government, the big brother said, hey, these Black folk got too much power. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to shut out the brothers because these brothers have too many skills. They got all the labor skills. They can do they can build a house with no design. They can do that. So we got to shut them out. So we're going to ask every other country to bring their poor and destitute on over here, and we're going to shut the brothers out. But we're going to get these women away from them because they're the most gullible. They got too much buying power. So what they did, they built all these public houses, all these projects in every state. You go, you're going to see mamas. They said, ma'am, the man can't get a job because everywhere he go, no, it's unionized. And we wasn't unionized, but we had all the skills. So they shut us out. But they said, ma'am, you can come over here and get this little housing right here. You can get this little housing, but your husband can't come. So after about 6 or 7 months of trying to get up in there and lay down, nah, you can't. What you think a man gonna do? He gonna move on. We gonna figure out a way in the midst of the chaos. So now you have let's just go 1970 to 1990. That's the years I go. Now here come crack. Feminism took the father out the home. Crack took y'all out the home. Now, this is just a result of where we have been evolving at for those last 60, 70 years. This is it. It has nothing to do with the men because a lot of men grew up with these mamas who looked at them and like, I hate you because I hate your daddy. I ain't gonna let you talk to your daddy because your daddy broke my heart. And once a Black woman's heart get broken, she gonna live in that heartbreak for 75 years. I hate ninjas. What happened? Well, your daddy, Mom, I'm 62. Well, your daddy still broke my heart, and that's it. Brothers ain't never tried to leave. That's why we the best fathers out there. They know they can't let us be with our children every day because they know they're going to raise some strong 6'5" boys that turn into men responsible because a man will hold you responsible. Now, if you choose a dude just because you met him at the club and he looked good and he busts your back out and now you addicted to him because he done shot you all up, that's your fault. You know what he's like. You know a good man when you see one. That's why when y'all get older, when y'all eyes finally wake up at 38 and 40, you're like, damn, I passed up the good man to get with him Because that dude that you thought looked good, he just stands there. But the dude that's a regular dude, the garbage man, he's moving. He's trying to find a way, and he's not going to give up. And this is where we are, man. There's no way that you can put it on men. Now, granted, the government has allowed the women to run rampant. They giving y'all microphones and saying, come out here, we don't need you niggas. We can wear our breasts out, we can wear our asses out. Let your little girl, y'all buying the little girls' booty clothes, y'all buying the little boys' tight drawers, saggy pants, little tight pants. They got the boys are more feminine. They ain't even got back muscles, shoulder muscles. Everybody got snoot foot. They ain't got no calf muscle. They ain't got nothing. But they got a high ass voice. They can fall into line to fight. So it's my last thing.
Quick. All right, go ahead. Land the plane, brother Trey.
So really quick, ma'am, it has nothing to do with men. Men are just tired of it because this allows us a space to say, you know what, the hell with that shit. We're gonna fight back.
It has nothing to do with men, Trey. So you're saying no men willingly left their house during the crack era. That's what you're saying. You saying no men.
Hold up. The crack era, the men was already gone. It took y'all mothers out the home. Y'all mothers got strung out. Y'all aunties got strung out. And the man was already out there. We couldn't come in the house. Public housing said no men allowed.
I'm just asking the question. So you really believe that there were no men who, once they got some freedom or drugs or whatever was going on before the crack era, I don't really think it was that big of a problem. I'm specifically talking about really the 80s. You don't think that it was some people who were willingly leaving homes? And my other question for you is, don't you guys realize that there were also little girls there, like maybe Heathen Queen or myself or Pick Meek, who also dealt with that abuse too? I think we forget that. We were there too, being treated just because I'm a woman doesn't mean that I haven't had abuse from a woman. And that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not taking the blame away from my mom or her mama or whoever. But what I'm saying is little girls were right there being treated horribly too, because they are from their father as well. Although we're
But here's the thing. Here's a unique trick. You see how women say your father had a whole family on the other side of town? Now, once he was already put out. He was put out. So he had to go make another life. Right? And he made another life with another woman and he had children. But 9 times out of 10, because I've seen it happen in my own family and people, my friends, and even myself, once he commits to that other woman, that woman shuts that child out from him. She won't let him go over and build that relationship with those family members. So by the time you're 17, you're like, I don't like him. Because, but nobody say, Mama,
he's a man.
What happened?
He's a man. Why are you letting a woman keep you away from your children that you had previously?
No. Because the law is on your side. He can't come over and bang down the door. Your mama called the police.
No,
he can't come over and bang down the door.
He can come and listen, making it. I understand the law is not on the man's side at all. I know it's not. But what I'm saying is that with that being said, take extra, cautionary methods to get to a point of being around your child, and forget what your ex-wife or your new wife is saying and be there for your child, even if you got a family on the other side of town. I just feel like to say it was not a man's fault at all. And so too many of us grew up without a father. And okay, even if we go just to the 80s, like, come on now, it was a point of period of time where people were.
Crystal, how was you in the 80s? Hold up. How was you in the 80s, Crystal? How old were you?
I wasn't born in the 80s. I'm 30.
Okay, then, Crystal. No, it wasn't not like that. I'm telling you.
Okay, so what is my sister talking about? What is my cousin's?
I don't want to go down that hole, all right? Because I know we're going to get some other people in here. All right. I see Leon's arms folded. Leon, we give you 60 seconds. I want to get Beans in here. 60 seconds, Leon. Come on.
All right. This man right here is my dad. I'm not sure if you can see him.
Yeah.
That's my dad. I keep his picture beside my bed. Every morning I wake up. I know why I'm here, because of him. Men are important. Whatever, you cannot discount a man. Women cannot survive without a man. Life will tell you that, whether you believe it or not. The truth will set you free. Whether or not you value that truth, that's on you. People are dying and going to hell every day. So life. It's the great teacher of us all. And if you don't have the important tools in your life to help you succeed, you will find out. That's all I have to say.
All right. Shout out to Leon for president. What you got, Beans? I know Beans been waiting. What you got? What you got, brother?
What's up, bro? I just wanted to say Crystal is a feminist and that I hope she gets everything she deserves.
No, you can't come in like that little podcast, because remember last week Fatty was crying because of our insults back and forth with one another. He said it wasn't fair. So
don't worry about that.
I tried to tell him that you called me crazy first, but he didn't want to listen.
No. Stop. We good. Don't bring Fatty into it. We good. I saw what you was writing in the back chat, and I want you to know I saw it and I appreciated it. I did want to ask the heathen queen, are you pro-choice or pro-life?
I'm a flaming liberal.
So you're pro-choice.
I'm a flaming liberal.
Ma'am, it's okay. Like if you could say that, you could say which one. You could say pro-choice or pro-life. Because I'm not going to make any assumptions about what you are.
I'm pro-life. I'm pro-life.
Absolutely. That's exactly what thank you. I wanted to make sure I got that clear because I didn't want to assume anything, right? So you're pro-life, which means you're not a liberal. Right? Because if you were a flaming liberal, you would be pro-choice, right? But I'm glad that you're pro-life. That makes your argument earlier more consistent. I don't have anything necessarily to add to this particular time. I think this is a dead horse that we have been out of, bro. Because at the end of the day, the women are never going to accept the fact that when we're talking about their responsibility, we're talking about for their own lives. And when they're talking about our responsibility, they're talking about for their own lives, right? They want us to be responsible for their choices while also being responsible for our own choices, and they don't want to be responsible for their own.
Please explain.
How did you get that when we already said that it's ultimately up to the woman, little podcast? How did you get that?
Well, the reason why I got that is because anytime somebody tries to explain to you all what was really going on, what you do is you take the minority, right? So somebody used earlier about women, about Black people being in projects and you know the welfare system and all that type of stuff, right? Well, that was a small percentage, right? Until it became a bigger percentage, but it started out as a very small percentage.
That was trade.
Right. Yeah. So what I'm saying is when we had these conversations, like when Crystal said that, the men don't want to be as concerned about us and our trauma as we are about those. Have you ever heard the word Cynthia G in your life? Have you ever seen the hundreds of thousands of subscribers and followers that she have that are all about? I think she's the one who was pushing delete Black baby boys.
Right. So how many Cynthia G's versus?
Absolutely. So you're going to ignore the hundreds of thousands subscribers part that I mentioned. That's the part you're going to ignore.
Right. And you have hella, little podcast. You have hella Cynthia G's in MGTOW spaces. We got one Cynthia.
Right. So now you're doing whataboutism. You see what I'm saying? So now you just do whataboutism because you want to go talk about the men when we're talking about right now.
No, I'm answering your question. You said this woman has a big platform, and she does, and I don't agree with a lot of stuff that she says. But what I'm saying to that point is we have way more MGTOW content out there that is a response to that.
Absolutely. Are those men saying delete baby girls? Yes or no?
They saying don't even have sex with women. They saying just get a blow up electric towel.
Absolutely. Are those men saying delete baby girls? Yes or no?
Some of them are. They're the ones shooting up the schools.
Okay, cool. So those are not MGTOW guys, right? And I think that's disrespectful for you to put that on those guys.
Some of them are in the incel portion of that.
Right. Incel is not synonymous with MGTOW, and I think it's disrespectful for you to lump those things.
Some of them are in that group, though. You disagree that a lot of them are not in that group?
Some. So give me a percentage. Stand on it.
Look, what I'm telling you is I don't have the percentages that you have, but I see
you should make those kind of inflammatory statements, Crystal. That's what I'm saying.
How many women have children that subscribe to Cynthia G's channel?
Hundreds of
thousands.
Oh, a lot.
Hundreds of thousands.
Okay, so you're guessing.
We can look at the subscriber base, Crystal. Stop.
You can look at the subscribers.
Stop, Crystal. Stop.
No,
You know
the
what?
question,
Whatever.
what
Y'all
was,
can make
I
excuses.
understood
what he
all
was
y'all
trying to,
want.
I understood the question. We could go down this. If we
Right.
go down this rabbit hole, you're going to keep trying to move the goalposts because I'm going to start using numbers, data, and statistics, and then you're going to get mad, right? So let's just stop.
We're
Here's the
not,
point.
because your numbers are often wrong.
Absolutely, because you want them to be wrong. Here's the
No,
point.
because I look them up after the show and I have a friend.
Absolutely. Here's what I'm trying to get you to realize, though, right? So the point is this, because you asked me a question and I'm trying to answer it. The fact of the matter is that absolutely there were men who left the home. This was the thing that you wanted to stand on so tough. But if I asked you to give me a percentage of the men who actually left the home versus those who were kicked out, those who were pushed out by the system, those who were drugged out, those who had to go to war, right? Those who didn't have employment because that was taken out of the community. So again, kicked out, right?
The Vietnam War
which ones do
was
you
not
think?
the same time period as the 80s. So we're
It
talking
absolutely
about
is the same time period, right? So here's the point.
the Vietnam War happened at the same
is, yeah.
in the 80s.
Absolutely, it's the same time period because unlike y'all, I actually study because I don't like talking about feelings, right? So in 1960, we were married at a rate of close to 70%. Here's what happened though. By the time we got to 1981, a year before the crack epidemic, we were already down 27%. So this is what Trey was trying to illustrate when he talked about feminism, right? But it wasn't just feminism. It was feminism. It was the introduction of contraceptives. It was the outgoing of shotgun marriages. It was the Vietnam War. It was the civil rights. It was a lot of things. It was the removal of vocational programs from school who taught men things.
But that wasn't all the woman's fault,
right? So what I'm trying to get you to realize is
fault.
by the time we got to the crack epidemic, we was already down 27%.
No, we were too. Little podcast.
That wasn't all the women's fault. You make it sound
Wait.
like
What are you
it's
saying?
all
We
the
were too.
women's
I'm
fault.
saying we, black people. We were down. The marriage rates, Crystal,
He said
were
black
already
people,
down 27% by the time we got to 1981.
Right. So the podcast, we're saying the same thing. So why are we arguing about whose fault was it? Was it the man fault or the woman fault? People were leaving for multiple different reasons, whether they
Absolutely,
were being
you and I agree on that.
drugged
Absolutely, you and I
out,
agree on that.
wore out, whatever. They were gone. So my point was, we get that, guys. Why are we having a penis swinging competition on who had? But what we can't lie about is the fact that too many of us black people have been raised in improper households. And that's why I'm done with this tired conversation, because what is the answer now?
Here's the answer
That's
now.
all I'm saying.
Here's the answer now. Talk about what's happening now.
Exactly.
What percentage of black households have two parents married? Anybody?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can go
Absolutely,
grab it.
more than 40%. So this is what I'm trying to get you to realize. Then there's another 3% who live together and they're not married, right? So we're talking 43% of black households have two parents right now.
So
and that's just the ones reporting, right? We ain't gonna talk about all the other ones who live together and ain't reporting nothing, right? The guy's name ain't on the lease, he ain't getting no mail there, and such like that, right? So what?
So why aren't you picking your children up and raising your children?
They absolutely are. If I just told you
that don't live in the house with the children, do you all raise your children?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. So
I don't have children, so
so
I
the
can't
data,
answer that.
absolutely, I got it. So the data shows that black fathers are the most involved fathers. Next.
So why do you still have so many black women complaining about not having help?
Because black women don't like to take accountability. Black women believe Black women believe that help is I'm paying all of your bills and you don't have to work.
That's not true. Because I'm a black woman and I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
It may not be you, Chris. May not be you, Crystal.
Should we go with what
it's not you,
says,
Crystal?
or should we go with the hundreds and hundreds
I'm
and
going
hundreds
with the
and hundreds of
fact
women
is,
who've been
the
on
fact
podcast?
is that that's not the fact. The fact is you cannot say a man is not taking care of his child because he's not paying your bills. That's the fact. I don't care what women are saying. That's the fact.
Absolutely.
So you still have a lot of black women out here who are not getting the proper help that they need from some of their black fathers. I'm not saying it has to be a majority, but what I'm saying is that you completely are just pushing it off like it's still not happening because we didn't heal from the Vietnam War. We didn't heal and fix ourselves from welfare. And we're still out here producing because we didn't break the generational curses. And that's what I'm saying.
So let me ask you this question. Do you think there's more absentee fathers or more absentee mothers?
I would have to say in this right now, I think that there are more absent fathers still than absent mothers. That would be my guess.
Outstanding.
No,
That is absolutely
no.
incorrect. And you know why it's incorrect? Because
Yes.
no less than 150,000 children go into what they call the DCFS foster care system every single year.
And from whose care? The mother or the father's
Yes.
care?
Are you really
From whose
asking?
care?
The mother. I know this for a fact.
Exactly.
The mother. I
Exactly.
work in the
So
hospital.
when-
I know this for a fact.
Absolutely.
Right.
So they're
So
giving
what I'm-
so they're giving their children away. They're
So-
abandoning their post.
Yes.
No less
What
than
I'm-
150,000 every year.
So what I'm saying is that they were still in the care of the woman originally. She wasn't a good mama. She wasn't doing what she should be doing. But my point is that she still was the primary caregiver at that time.
Absolutely.
So that's why I answered that
But see,
question.
this is where we get. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Q. Go ahead, Q. I want to respond to that so bad, but go ahead, Q.
Yeah, so you guys keep not you, but the lady who just left. I don't know what happened to her. I don't know if she got timed out or not. Oh, Krista, I respect your point of view, but here's the problem that
She's very objective. She is.
here's you asked what the solution is. Okay, so if you want the solution, it's for you guys to talk to the women and let us talk to the men. Once you guys get the women under control, then the men who are screwing up stuff, then they will come to us for correction. But until the women keep accepting them,
right,
they will never come to us for correction.
That's my spiel every freaking
No. I mean, go hard at them, because as long as morality is an issue, this
What do
will
you
always
mean
be
by
a problem. Because, like you said, we keep re-adjudicating the past. The reason we keep
What do you mean by go hard at them, Q? That's what I'm saying. What do you mean by
no pushback? I mean, you can't do it by yourself, but you guys need to galvanize together the good women and tell them, if you guys want better men, you guys need to make better choices. And then hold on for a second. And then stop picking them, and then they will come to us for help. They will never come to us for help if they keep on getting picked.
Right.
That's the problem.
I agree, Q. I say it every week. I say it every week. Like, I literally say that every week. I know you all don't know. You all know me based off this platform, but for 5 years, I have solely worked with 98% of women, and that's all I've done full time outside of my child and my home, my children, my family. So I'm going hard. I can promise you that, along with spending my time up here with you guys on a Saturday night. So my thing is, I'm going super hard. I think where my pushback comes is, I hear what y'all are saying, and we're all highlighting the bad behavior of women and what they're doing, and I'm course correcting them. You also have to acknowledge too, Q, there are so many femininity channels right now. There are so many women that you all are not seeing putting in the work. Some me on a spiritual level, some on a femininity level, some on and that's getting ignored. And I think because you all aren't looking, you're not seeing how many channels are actually out there.
Ignored by who? Ignored by who? The men or the women who is
calling the women out. Calling the women out.
All right, real quick, let me get in here, fellas. Real quick. Let me get these super chats here. Here we are, Mr. Walker.
Shout out to Richard Media. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Says, within the Black community of Chicago, there were more Black women on crack than Black men. These are facts. Same in Detroit, where I'm from. Yeah, crack was wild, baby.
There you go.
Shout out to Mr. Wilson. Appreciate the $2 super chat. Says, you can control a woman in a free society. But you can't control a woman in a free society.
That's more than likely.
Shout out to X Bobby Vegas X coming through with that $20 super chat. Says awesome. And Trey Ferg well said. You know Trey be up here preaching.
And Bobby Vegas, he come back. You are now a show sponsor, brother.
Gotta get that money. Money. Gotta get that money. Money. And I'm going to get it. And it won't stop, and it don't stop, and it won't stop. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Bobby Vegas come through. He says, "Thou shalt not talk while Bean speaks. Be gone, heathen queen." So that's the heathen queen, aka I see her come back. This is the dating pool roast. So make sure you check out her YouTube channel. She be over there cooking. All right. And like I said, you come back up in about 10 minutes or so. She says it's women's faults that men won't correct themselves.
Yes, bad men.
Mm-hmm.
No,
with OnlyFans, why do I need to correct myself? There's OnlyFans, man. What you talking about?
That men are funding. That men are paying for.
One last one, real quick.
You're the
This
ones
is the
paying for
heathen
it.
queen. Project Leroy says the Black Democrats are going bye-bye in 2024. Shout out to Project Leroy. And
damn, son, where'd you find this?
Skinny Boy says, I love you, Crystal, for all you do. Shout out to Skinny Boy.
Yeah, I mean, I completely disagree with that, but I mean, that's not the point, right? It's what I was specifically trying to state when I first started talking is that the reason why it's primary for the women to correct is because they are responsible for rearing children. Period. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't argue that all of these kids went through all of this abuse and then in the next breath argue that ain't no fathers in the house, which means who was abusing the children. So that's exactly why it's primary that we correct them.
Right. So little podcast. So right. Women have done a lot of abuse to children, male and female children. With that being said, men have too. Women have been in households with their fathers being abusive too, or men being abusive.
See what I mean? That part right there. The fact that you think that you can't highlight what the woman has done wrong without also bringing in the men.
I do it. I just did it for a whole 3 hours podcast. We're having a conversation.
Absolutely, but that's no. But
we're having a conversation back and forth, and you all want this one.
No, Crystal. What you just did was remove the entire point of the statement that I made by saying, "But the men also."
Because it
what
happened.
That does. So what?
Listen, I have said countless time after countless time that I've even dealt with things from women that was horrible. Look, Pick Meek has and Lamb has too. But the second we bring up the abuse that we have dealt with from men, I get pushed back and I got to be forced into this delusion that it ain't happened, Crystal. No. Stop lying. Act like it didn't happen.
Absolutely.
And thousands of other women.
Absolutely, because it's disingenuous. At this point.
Not disingenuous when I've been up here for 3 hours.
Yes, it is. No, it's not. No, it's not. Who's more responsible for rearing children, women or men?
Women. I say that every week.
So if somebody's making an appointment about a point about what needs to happen with women, and you want to say, yeah, but the men too, it's disingenuous.
No, it's
literally bad faith, Crystal. That's what it is.
It really is. What I said was that you said who's causing the abuse. That was the question. You said who's causing the abuse. That's what I answered.
No, the point is that on one hand, we will all acknowledge that these children go through a lot of abuse. And then in the next breath, they will say no fathers in the home. Yeah.
Because a part of that abuse is a lack of a father. Do you know what happens to a girl who doesn't have a father figure?
No, because
it's still abuse. It's still trauma that she's dealing with.
No, it's not.
And see, you're being disingenuous to me as a woman by saying that women who ain't have an example of a dad are still going to be out here operating like lamb.
No.
Like, you know what, guys? I got to call it a night anyway. I have things I have to tend to. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. You know, unfortunately, I wish that we could come to some type of common ground. But I hope that y'all have a good rest of your night. Thanks for hearing me out.
Crystal, keep doing your work. Keep doing your work. That's awesome. You working with them.
Yeah.
Please keep doing it. Please.
Yeah, I am. I don't plan to stop. And I appreciate y'all for even hearing me out. So you have a good night.
Much love,
appreciate
Crystal.
it.
Absolutely.
Salute to you.
Yeah,
I do get where Beans is
not solution based, bro, because you can't do that, bro. If you know what I don't do, Gav, Mr. Walker, if I see a panel full of women talking about how men abuse women, I'm not gonna hit the link and go up there and be like, but what about the women? Right? I'm not gonna do it. Right? It's destructive to conversation to play whataboutism. Because what you're literally saying is
it's about passing the blame.
People, this demographic of people don't get to be held accountable alone. That's what you're saying. You're saying anytime that we're going to hold women accountable, we have to hold the men accountable too. But we can have conversations all day about men solely. No, that's not fair, man, and it doesn't help the conversation.
It is
And unfortunately,
disingenuous.
she's a woman,
It
so
is.
as objective as she tries to be, she's still a woman. She's not going to get that part.
I agree.
The most
Go ahead. No, you good, Trey. Go ahead.
The most unique thing I found is that even though feminism was at its all-time high as far as separating the family in the 70s, and a lot of us, a lot of my friends grew up in the projects, and that was my favorite place to be. They thought we was living high just because I had a mother and a father, but hell, we were just living in the house, and because we couldn't stay there, of course. But project was where you go to have all the fun and do all what you need to do. But even with that, a lot of my friends were well respectful in the community, worked from age 12, 14 when they came out with the summer jobs. Everybody worked. A lot of them worked jobs and graduate college because college enrollment went up about 800% when I came out of high school. 50% was getting a bachelor's, 40% was getting a master's, 30% was getting a PhD. And one thing I never heard out of all of those single homes at that time, I ain't never heard about nobody getting abused. And you might have got your butt whooped for setting the garbage on fire in the house. You needed your butt whooped. You might have got your butt whooped when Miss Sarah, your black teacher, went home to church and told your mama that you was clowning every day. Yeah, you needed your butt whooped. But this whole abuse thing didn't come about until the crack era really took over. The abuse thing really went up because it was only one incident that a white lady did. Like she had left her kid in the car or something. She got caught whooping him in the car. That changed the game. Now nobody black could whoop their child, couldn't do nothing. You couldn't even yell at a kid now because that little white counselor, did your mama yell at you? Well, you know that is a form of abuse. Now he coming home 9 years old to my mama, you abusing me. Now she didn't feed your ass. You could have been how you abused, but this is where we are.
You know, this right now is based on the fact that you old as hell, and you don't want to accept the fact that beating on children is abuse. It just is, bro.
No, listen, I'm not saying beating on children, but there's incidents where bro.
Let's be honest, bro. All that going.
But this came about in the 90s. It wasn't people wasn't getting whoopings back in the 70s, 80s like that. You got discipline for your action, not just because somebody wanted to whoop you.
Trey, switches off the tree. Go get them. Wrapping them together to beat kids with. And stitching cords to beat kids with. Stop playing, bro. Like, we don't have to be disingenuous about what was happening to kids, right?
Yeah,
it was really beating the flesh off these kids, bro. Like you can go to people in my generation, and I still got in stitching cord webs on my legs today. From shit that happened to me when I was 14. What are we talking about?
Who whooped you? Yeah. Your mama or your father whooped you. Exactly. The mamas did it. It wasn't the daddies doing that. They love their children.
That's why when you said, but you weren't arguing about that. You were saying, no, you don't know about.
But what I'm saying is,
wait, that's just the physical part, right? When we get to the your daddy ain't around part, right? When we get to that transition that you was talking about from 2-parent homes to single-parent homes, when that frustration kicked in on these black women, they wasn't gonna talk crazy to the white man. They couldn't. They needed his resources. They couldn't talk crazy to the man. He wasn't around. Who do you think they was taking it out on? Who do you think they was talking to? You ain't shit. You look just like that motherfucker. I should have flushed you. I should have swallowed you. I should have deleted you. All that shit, bro. Like, all of that is abuse. You understand what I'm saying? So absolutely, right? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Leon. Go ahead.
All right, real quick before you go, Leon. We're gonna let Leon go. I see the Heathen Queen. We're about to bring her back up in about 30 seconds. She out of her timeout. All right, we're gonna be cooking. We're gonna try to shut this stream now, probably at the top of the hour. But go ahead, Leon.
What bothers me is that you have a lot of black women bring up slavery. They're living in a first world modern society that was created by men. We have the internet. They know absolutely nothing about slavery. And then they're always talking about, men abusing women as far as physical. I have yet to meet a man who is just walking around whooping women's asses. I understand that it happens, But the first time that I hear a man putting his hands on a woman, first thing I say is, what did she do? I don't think that men are just walking around with that type of mentality of coming home and beating their women and their kids, just to be doing something because they have nothing else to do. But another thing, and I'll say this, and I'm done for the night. Feminism equals rebellion. Until you get rebellion, Joshua said at the end of his life, he said that as far as me and my house, we're going to serve the Lord. Now, if a man does not have control of his family, he'll never be able to control anything about what goes on in church or society. So that's all I got to say. But until you get that rebellion out the home, we are continuously going to have these issues in society.
Okay. So we get Mr. Walker in here. I see my guy, Mr. Jackson. Long time no see, brother. I know he coming with, he got nothing but razor blades and lemon juice.
I'm gonna play it cool. I'm trying to reserve myself.
No, I ain't got much to say. I see where Trey coming from. I see where Bean's coming from. And we cannot, disregard each other's personal experiences. Yes, can we agree that there is a difference between beatings and spankings? And my point is, I watched a Caucasian man spank his granddaughter, a little girl with pigtails, in the middle of a car dealership, and he got head nods from his peers. He's wow, that's it, hand to rear, wow, and she straightened up, and everybody said, "Mm-hmm." So we can't sit here and act like that. We don't be seeing these kids in the grocery store throwing temper tantrums on the floor. Will never be mines. You know what I'm saying? We gotta give some context. Yes, extension cords, all that was extreme abuse. See, that wasn't even just light abuse. Extension cords, switches, train tracks, frying pans, they get choked out. That is abuse. Granted. That's all I got to say.
Okay, so we got the Heathen Queen back up here. I wanted to give her the floor for a second. I know she got something to say. What you got?
No. I didn't come from a perspective of a single parent home. Every person that I have a relationship with, brothers, parents, have all been married and stayed married for years, over 30 years, all of them, including myself. So I don't come from a perspective of a single parent household, but you do recognize that there is damage on both sides. That's the whole thing. You have to recognize there's damage on the female side and there's damage on the men's side. I don't disregard either one. There's trauma everywhere. But here's the thing. You can have as much trauma as you like, and she can cause trauma, he can cause trauma, but you have to recognize that you have trauma and get help. A lot of people don't get help. That's the problem. I get it. Women, you shouldn't have got pregnant. You shouldn't have your legs open. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. I say all of that on my channel. If you've been to my channel, then you know I roast them females that have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 kids. Roast them. But I also roast the men too, who have not been in the house taking care of their children, going to get your children. I have post up in videos that I've made saying you should not abandon your children just because she's a bitch. Okay, I support both sides. I understand both sides, because the only way to fix it is if we recognize we both have trauma and we get help on both sides. I get it. I get it. Women are in control of birth control. I get it. Women shouldn't be having children and they're not familiar with the man. I get all of that. But now we're here. We are here. What are we going to do about it? Okay. We can't just say, well, she need to keep her legs closed, because she's not doing that. She ain't doing that. Don't understand why she ain't doing that. But
best solution. Ain't that the best solution?
It could be the best solution, but is she doing it?
It's the best. It is the best solution. I think it is the.
So then they doing it by choice.
It's
to
a
not
choice. Yes, it's a choice. Absolutely, it's a choice. I told my 4 daughters, if you have a baby today, it means you chose to have a baby. Therefore, you made the wrong decision. I say it all the time to the women on my channel, to my daughters. I said the same thing, and not one of my 4 daughters had children before the age of 24 because I drilled that into their head. I walked them down to the health department, got them all on birth control. You ain't having no baby on me. You're not having no baby when you're a teen on me. You're going to have a baby on your time. If you're going to have a baby, it's going to be on your time. Okay? The mothers need to take responsibility for their daughters having these kids out of wedlock. And some of these women don't understand that they have trauma, that they need to keep their legs closed, that they need to be on birth control. I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'm going into a rant. I go in and rant on my channel.
For me, it just feels a little bit like, because for one, you saying everybody you done grew up around, you done seen beautiful, fruitful relationships that have lasted throughout the times, good and bad. And then you also raise children that are also doing the same thing. So you talking about something that you ain't never even seen. You talk about stuff that you've heard and stuff like that. That's just kind of crazy. But maybe you have seen it through other people, but it ain't nothing you've experienced in your life like that. So that's that. And then you went and then you said, y'all left us from the home because y'all wasn't there. And we left because y'all wasn't staying at the house because we wanted y'all at home and y'all wasn't staying at the house. So we left. We went and did our own thing. And then we said, but we want to be in our kids' life. No, we can raise the kids by ourselves. We don't need you. And now the kids all messed up. And then the first thing y'all say is, where was you at? Where was you? We needed you. Oh, that's the argument that you made. And that's very disingenuous because y'all women, and then Angry Man even played the video of who's like black. But wait, give me a second, please. Angry Man played the video it was a black and white video when welfare first hit, and there was women with children, tons of women with children, and they said, y'all know y'all man? Yeah, we know him. Y'all want to get married to him? They was like, it was one woman that raised her hand up and she was proud. She was like, I want to be with him.
Sir.
One woman. The rest of the women didn't want to be with him. Y'all black women divested from black men. So black men, they played a hand in it, but they were being dealt from all sides. So they really had it hard. Like black women act like they was getting sprayed by hoses and they was getting the ones bit by dogs and stuff like that. That was the black man out there suffering. Y'all was in the crib, bro. So let me just like y'all doing that. So and then it's like the dude he's dealing with all this, and then he got to come home, and now all of a sudden you like, where the money at? Like, goddamn, I just got out of jail. I just got damn sprayed with a hose. I just got to get my ass beat. Then the government come behind him and say, well, you know, this nigga ain't got no money. I come throw you a house. You can stay over here. You don't even need that nigga. And y'all go, you know what? I don't need that nigga. And then all of a sudden he think it's cool. And then all of a sudden one day you have an argument. You know what? I don't need you. I don't need this. I'm going to my mama's house. Next thing you know, you're applying for government assistance. And this is what's been going on for generations since black women adopted feminism.
I don't even know where to begin with that.
It's been getting degrading more and more ever since to the point that now we got female rappers on TV talking about they booty hole brown, stuff like this and that and this and that. I don't cook, I don't clean, but I still do a headstand and you can hit it like that. Put my legs by my head and all this and all that. Y'all have went off the rails, and a dude is not gonna say, you know what? Put your pussy away. Get that away from me.
Why
would I say that?
If
I want to have sex as much as possible, and you know, I have to be able to enter that cave. I have to be able to conquer that mountain. So I have to be able to take that trek and take that journey to get in there.
Real quick.
Like the pyramid, like the lad has to go and steal that damn gene thing.
Mr. Jackson, let her respond.
Yeah, I'm done.
I can't respond to all of that. That's just a rant. Don't even make sense. The act of men being taken out of the home started in 1968, honey. It was done. It was overturned in the end of 1968. So it did not occur.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it
By
wasn't.
the Smith family.
No, it
By
was
the
not.
Smith family.
No, it was not. No, it
By
was
the
not.
Smith family. The Smith family overturned that in the Supreme Court. Yes, they did.
It was not. I grew up in Benton Harbor, Michigan. It was not. I saw them coming at the house and guys jumping out the windows. So you cannot tell me that. You are incorrect. I don't care what they had on paper. I don't care what they had in the books. I seen it. You cannot tell me what I did not see.
Google that.
I don't care what the law said. I seen them coming to the houses and dudes sleeping in their car, jumping out the window. I was a very observant kid, so you cannot tell me what I saw.
That law ended in 1968. Supreme Court overruled it.
Nope.
Yes, it did. It overruled it in 1968 by the Smith family. 4 kids were upset
in Michigan.
They see their dad, and so they went to the Supreme Court and they overruled it in 1968. Look it up.
In Michigan, okay. I had the ADC people. I came with ADC. I don't remember the acronym off the top of my head. But I saw those people coming in the house. They would come early in the morning to try to catch men in the house in the early 80s. So it may be on the book at the federal level, but in Benton Harbor, Michigan, that was not the case. I saw dudes jumping out the window.
State by state too is they do it state by state. The federal level might do it, but the state by state dictate how they do that shit. It's not just the federal government.
I'm confused. What argument am I approach? I don't know that rant. I can't go through all that rant. What am I addressing there?
Same comment.
I'm telling you that law ended in 1968. You're telling me it didn't. So I'm
telling you, what he's telling you, there's federal law and then there's state law.
I get that.
And what I'm telling you is what was going on in the state of Michigan when I was a kid.
Okay.
Hold up, let me finish. In the late 70s and early 80s, when the ADC people were coming through early in the mornings and my mom's boyfriends jumping out the windows. So you can tell me what the law said at the federal level. I'm telling you what was happening at the state level in the state that I lived in. So you can say what you want, but that wasn't happening on the ground. And I'll go back to what Jackson said earlier. If that's not your reality, you cannot tell us what we saw.
Wait a minute, hold up. Y'all can speak on the AB situation, but I can't speak on being a single parent.
No. I'm telling you. No, I'm telling you.
Parents, you said.
Really? Huh?
You've never been.
You can't tell us what we didn't experience.
You've never been a single parent, but I've actually seen it. Like as far as 2010, they've like licensed up. They'll say we coming at this time. We coming in between these hours, and then all of a sudden, my brother he got to pack up his bags. He got to have me call him. He called me. I got to come pick him up, put all his bags in my car, and then when they leave, he could take his stuff back upstairs. And this was in 2010.
So why is it that we having an argument about whether we had men in the home or not? You all always argue about men not being in the home. Now I'm getting an argument about men being in the home.
The ones who wanted to be there. See, you can have two things can be true. There were fathers who wanted to be fathers, and there are fathers who don't want to be. Two things can be true, ma'am. With all due respect. What
we're saying is, so all of those men who
agreed about fathers not being in the home, you said it was our fault after saying it was John who wanted to leave.
I said you weren't there. I'm saying men weren't there when I was a kid. Men weren't in the house. Had nothing to do with whose fault or no fault. There's many reasons why men weren't in the house. But the fact is, according to this internet, all of these women have single families. All of these women were raised by single parents. So where were those men if that's not the truth? If all these men wanted to be in the household, all these men were there, all these men were taking care of kids, why are we always having arguments about single parent women? Single women having single kids. All these men were there.
Let me get in here, folks. I know. Listen, we got Mr. Wilson in the building. He's a heavy supporter of the channel. Brother came up, and clearly y'all talking about this back in the day stuff. I'm gonna say he the elder statesman. So What you hearing up here, Mr. Wilson? Go ahead, debunk this stuff.
Well, guys, first I want to say thank you for allowing me on your panel, and I hope I'm not too ugly. The reason I didn't want to show my picture is because, I know I look like Wolfman Jack.
Oh,
but
good. Man. Look, we men up here, a man supposed to be rugged and rough. You know what I mean? Men ain't supposed to be handsome. I don't know. That's new. That's modern men.
Mike, I just want to ask a quick couple of questions, and then I'm gonna get out the way. One thing I wanted to ask is this: what we see probably video after video today of women keeping their children away from the dads. There's plenty of videos out there on YouTube. And I want to say, when we see these young ladies today do that, what does that have to do with 1965? Also, I want to ask, when we see a woman fly from here all the way to South America to sit around black men, to act like she's one of the foreigners because the black men want to be there to relax and have a good time and meet somebody nice. What does that have to do with 1965? Her getting on a plane and flying all the way there to be around a black man, when if a black woman today would smile at you, you'd say hello back. Last question. All right. I remember the 1965 riots, the crack epidemic. I was a crackhead. I lost my brother to drugs, la la la. I lost my dad to drugs, la la la. Anyway, said all of that to say this. I am still able to walk down the street and smile and say hello. How is it a woman who's not even 25, who's never even been through all of that, is not able to smile and say hello? That's all I got to say, guys. You guys have a good evening.
Hey, we appreciate that, brother. So that's for you, Heathen Queen. All right, what you got?
These are anecdotal things. I have no idea why I would be addressing why a female wouldn't.
It was a question. It wasn't anecdotal.
I mean, that's a specific instance. A lot of us don't act like that. What do you mean you don't smile? I'm confused. That's one instance or several instances, but that's not all of us. Okay. Women are chasing money. Generally. Like men are throwing money. Look, we have the culture that we have because we have become so sexualized out here that women are flying down to Colombia to get money from men who are spending money. That's why we have women going down to Colombia, because that's where men are spending the money. But that has nothing to do with regular, ordinary women like me, which we don't do that kind of thing. Okay. That's someone who's trying to chase a bag. I'm not speaking for all women. I'm speaking for the normal person that doesn't have trauma. You said I don't have trauma. I haven't come for trauma. I have no idea, but I was a case manager in a shelter and the police force for 30 odd years. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to women, and I know what I'm talking about when it comes to damaged men. Okay.
See, this is what I was saying earlier, right? The problem that we have is that whenever we talking about men, we can acknowledge that it's a lot of them. We can acknowledge when it's a majority. We can acknowledge when it's a minority. We can acknowledge when it's just too many of them, right? We don't try to minimize the impact of what men do wrong, right?
Really?
We do try to highlight what they do right, but we don't minimize the impact. Anytime anybody says anything about black women, right now it's one black woman on the panel and it's 6 brothers. And if right now all 6 of us said in unison, I can tell you from my own experience, the last 5 times that I held a door open for a black woman, I didn't get a thank you. Right? But if you say that, you know what she gonna say? That's anecdotal. That's just a few of us.
It ain't anecdotal.
Right?
Wait a minute. Don't y'all say it's anecdotal when we say we run into more pookies than good men? You say, Lord,
man has never used the words anecdotal ever. I've never heard a man on a panel say anecdotal. That's women saying stuff like that. That's like
Look,
women using these little
in your chat right
buzzwords to
now,
like.
in your chat right now, you got men talking about, oh, all the bad men. That's just a small portion.
Got you. What I'm saying though is this though, right? So you're saying you're doing it because the men do it.
That ain't what I'm saying.
Okay, then.
But
So
if you're listening to
okay,
me,
then.
you
So
heard
that's
me blaming men and women. If you
absolutely, but I'm not
listening to
gonna blame men for what women do.
And I'm not going to blame women for men not being there for their children.
Absolutely. So you see what I'm
There you
saying?
go.
But this is the problem. If we having a conversation about men, the only time that we have to bring up women is if we're discussing their mothers, right? Because they are the ones who actually raise children. But we can stay focused on the men. If we're having a conversation about women, you always think, and when I say you, I mean black women in general or women in general who are on these panels, think it's your duty to bring men up as well. And it's not, right? In this case, when I just said that I opened up the door, at least the last 4 out of 5 women, neither one of them said thank you, right? And I noticed, because I go to the same place to get my chicken, so it's usually at this same place. But I noticed because when it happened to me, I be fucking upset. And I be thinking to myself, like, I wish I had a camera rolling, right? So that I could highlight this shit. And it's not that I'm upset that it's happening. I'm upset that I don't have a camera rolling, right? So that I can have the evidence. But if I just say it right now, how often do you just see black women smiling at you? How often do you just see, or do they not say thank you? I guarantee you, if we poll the men, we don't have to, but I'm just saying, I guarantee you, you're going to get a large majority of them saying that, yeah, this is what they experience. So when you have a large majority of them saying that this is what they experience, we're not talking about dating. See, and that's why you going to the talking about the Pookie shit is disingenuous, because we're not talking about dating them. We're just talking about encountering the average woman, right? Y'all talking about niggas that you choose to go lay down with and how many of them becomes Pookie. That becomes about your choice, not about what percentage of men are actually Pookies. So this is what I mean when I say shout out to outside of last week. Shout out to what Mr. Gavin and Mr. Walker Mr. Walker are doing. Shout out to what man DJ Hamper's doing, right? The people that's really trying to have authentic, genuine conversations and also include the women in a big way in the conversations. But y'all have to understand, when you bring up something about the men, and it's just me, and for sure I know Mr. Walker and Mr. Gavin is like this for sure. I'm not gonna speak for Trey and Q and Mr. Jackson. But as content creators, we absolutely try to be more objective. You see what I'm saying? So we want to hear the women's side of things. We want you to get perspective, Sister Heathen. But what that perspective is supposed to look like is this. Man, I keep meeting these black women, and it's like no matter what I'm doing, it seems like they seem so mean and they seem so quick to be triggered. And you know what I'm saying? It's like everything I say, they misunderstand it, or they think I'm saying it in a way that I'm not actually saying it. And then we want the sisters to be like, well, you know, what be going on? A lot of times we be dealing with internal trauma. A lot of times we be having things that we haven't reconciled yet in our own lives. Sometimes we made decisions that's coming back to haunt us. We've had these encounters with the men that we've chosen. And even though now we're still looking for somebody to deal with, when we run into you, we're looking at what you're saying and we're perceiving it as if it's the same thing that we already dealt with. You just have to give us a little bit of grace. Let us know we moving in that way. And hopefully we don't get that. That's not what the women say. This is what they say. What about the men? Right? What about what y'all do? There's no real perspective, sis. None. I'm telling you what we endure on these panels, Sister Heathen.
So here we go. I get you in here, Q. Let's get these super chats here, Mr. Walker. We'll go around, get everybody's final thoughts as we wrapping up here tonight.
Shout out to the dating pool roost, Mr. Heathen Queen, for the $2 super chat. She says, then we should lead since we rule y'all. She was talking about, I think somebody said that women can be controlled. So she's saying since they should lead us since they rule us. And she shout out to the Heathen Queen, come back with another $2 super chat. Appreciate your sister supporting your interests. She said, you need to recognize your fault first. Yeah, I appreciate this time of men in general. Appreciate your sister for the $2 super chat. She said, "Men, take your L. Stop blaming women for your L." Appreciate your Frank Howard for the $2 super chat. Says the child learns from the dominant parent.
Or whoever they're in the house with. So if you're a non-custodial parent, if you're non-custodial, you're gonna have less influence.
Yeah.
And if you're working the majority of the time outside the house.
I would say, yeah. So dominant means the one with the most, that's around the most.
The one they spend the most time with. Absolutely.
There we go.
Money, 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 money.
Appreciate your Skinny Boy 20 Boy for that $5 super chat. He says, "Shouts out to the Heathen Queen for holding her home." Indeed. Shout out, sister. You up there.
Man.
Shout out to Richard Media. Come through with the $10 super chat. Appreciate you. Says, at the Dayton Pool Roast, a decision the U.S. Supreme Court held that AFDC could not be withheld because of the presence of a substitute father who visited a family on weekends.
Okay.
That means her boyfriend can stay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and that's the thing. Like, can't be no clothes, can't be no remnants of him living there. They got to take pictures off the wall, all that. Like you said, some of us
you can have your little Saturday night club call come through, but it's from Monday through Friday. He needs to find somewhere else to be.
I done seen grown men working at the steel mill have to sitting in and have to jump up and hightail it. I done seen it.
That's sick.
Appreciate your retired meeting. Come through with the $5 super chat. Says, at the Dayton Pool Roast again. The issue before the U.S. Supreme Court involved how the states could determine how to implement the federal program. Yeah, and they wouldn't implement it.
It still was knocked down in 1968. That law was still knocked down in 1968. They may have still been practicing or doing those practices, but that law was struck down in 1968.
And that's what we're saying.
It struck down and still, so it was struck down on the federal level, but not on the state. So you got to get that context. It was still being enforced.
Super chats that you sent just prove that.
There we go.
TJ in the house, watch your mouth. Shout out to the Real Bravado Network. Come through with a $10 super chat. He says, "Beans, did you take a nap today, bro? You marathon streaming today. Salute you. Go find choices. Appreciate you, brother."
Appreciate that, TJ. Shout out to the Real Bravado. Make sure y'all subscribe to that, brother. So here we go. Well, it's been a long discussion tonight, and so here we are. The question or the title of the show is it over for traditional relationships in these modern times? Because I feel like, as a man in particular, if you don't got the woman already that you rocking with and you locked in with, whatever you want to say, then chances are you should not be looking for marriage in any traditional sense out here. I'm just saying, if you ain't got this woman you've been with for 5-10 years and y'all got to understand it, if you out here dating and looking for a woman, tradition is gone. You better get on board with this 50-50, with them wearing wigs and lashes and long nails. That's it. That is in. You got to accept that, I think.
Yeah, I know you said this is final thoughts, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and so I can try to catch my lady before she go to sleep. I agree with you. You know that I'm at this point I'm definitely pushing the individualism thing. I'm anti-marriage before 40. So I agree with you. It's over with for that particularly. But at the same time though, I do want people to be better parents. So I think traditionally, I know we live together, right? And I know that it may be difficult to have that kind of co-parenting mastered when you live apart, but I think that should be the main goal right now, especially for people who already got children, because you already in that situation, and it's a big enough percentage of us that we actually need to kind of create a curriculum to help those individuals out so that they can manifest a better crop of new adults down the pike. We trying to get unhealthy ass people to get married and be together for the sake of the kids. That ain't healthy neither. Right? So, but we can try to get them to at least master a really good curriculum on co-parenting, right? Because I know people who did a good job, a great job, bro, at parenting. They were consistent with each other. Whatever was going on in one spot was going on in the other spot. They weren't going to allow that kid to play one parent against the other. You know what I'm saying? There was no parental alienation, none of that. They understood they weren't going to be together no more, but they didn't have to hate each other. You know what I'm saying? In a couple of instances, I know people where the guy was in a relationship, the woman was in a relationship, and it was a blended family type of thing. Hey, you gonna respect that man. He over there paying bills in that house. He's stepping up to the plate in that household. So don't come telling me that you don't like what he did. No, I'm your dad, and I'm telling you, he told you it's time to go to bed. He told you get that homework. Whatever he said, you gonna follow that rules. You see what I'm saying? So we already in this position. It's people could say, no, we need to be pushing. And that shit is done. I agree with you. We need to try to get that 40% of black people who have children and don't live together. I'm sorry, the 57% of black people who have children and don't live together. We need to make sure that those people are absolutely prioritizing a healthy environment for their children, so that at least that would be the best option for us to produce a better crop, more healthier version of black adults down the pike. And who knows, they might be able to institute more marriages and more nuclear families just because they won't be so toxified, if you understand what I'm saying. So salute to Mr. Gavin, Mr. Walker, Trey, my big dog, Q, the homie. Cornelius Jackson came through. He ain't taking no prisoners.
At all.
Miss P, the Queen, you know what I'm saying, for even having the conversation. And Crystal, you know what it is. You the second most beautiful person on YouTube at this point. So I'm rocking with you long as you look good. But if you ever have a car accident and fuck up your face, I'm done with you. It's your boy Beans. I'm about this thing, y'all. Peace.
Shout out to Beans. We appreciate you. We appreciate that, Beans.
Tell you what,
make sure y'all head over, check out Lil Podcast, his YouTube channel. Make sure y'all subscribe to that brother. He be over there cooking. So,
well said, Beans. Well said.
Where we at? We here on Final Thoughts. Where you at, Q?
All right, yeah. So I wish he would have stayed on and listened, but I disagree with him. I don't agree with the 50-50 households because if people had the ability to get along, they would be under the same roof. If they had the same ideals and the same viewpoints, they would be in the same house. So to believe that they will be on the same accord when neither one of them is under each other's authority or influence, I don't see how that works. And I live around white people and Latinos a lot over here in California, and I've seen too many fail. But I mean, he can teach their own. I want to say to the Heathen Queen, I love your spirited conversation. My ex-wife used to work in social work. I know the difficulty it is dealing with that part of social work, and it's necessary, but it's a sad thing. But growing up, I've seen way too many things, and I hate when we have to go back and look at stuff. But the problem is we still experiencing the same things. One thing I will say before I get off is that what we're doing doesn't work. We know it doesn't work, and we keep doing it. We do have a better viewpoint, and I do understand that a lot of people don't agree with religion the same way that I may do. But if you're going to have kids, please be married first. At least vet that person and get married, because the alternative is never good. We see the results of us keep doing the same thing for the last 70 years, and we keep complaining. How about we do something different? And it starts with the morality, because if the man doesn't see you as value, he's not going to treat you that way. I'm just telling you, If the man doesn't see you as a valuable, a virtuous woman, he's going to see you a different way, and you're going to and what comes with it comes with it.
Okay. So where we at here? Who want to go next? You want to get in here, Mr. Jackson? You got any words?
Yeah, I'll say some. I don't think it's done for traditional marriages. I would not recommend it. But if you are gonna be in a traditional marriage, you gotta be a strong motherfucker. You can't be no weak ass little bitch ass motherfucker, man. You're gonna have to stand on your toes. You can't be taking no bullshit. You can't be allowing anything to happen. You gotta have some kind of standard. You gotta be able to say no. Ain't none of this happy wife, happy life. No, it's like we gonna be happy in life together. It ain't fuck you gonna be happy and I'm be miserable. No, like you have to stand on your square, and you can't just be getting married like a year into the thing and shit like that. Like you have to give it time. Like motherfuckers, like women want to be married, and I feel like a lot of dudes are probably more in love nowadays than actually women are, which is a bad thing. Like you dudes need to start trying to fall in respect and not in love with women. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I would say. But yeah, as far as beans, whooping kids is good, but beating kids is bad. Okay, here we go.
That part. So here we go. We got the heathen queen, right? What you got? Is it over for traditional relationships in these modern times?
I definitely hope not. As I said, I was married for 30 years until my husband died 2-3 years ago. And I got out of the relationship game here on YouTube because no one had the mindset, or I didn't see the mindset of sticking, of women sticking, or of men sticking in relationships. I mean, there's a skill set that you need to make a marriage last for 30 plus years. And I see a lack of that here. But I do know that two people have to look in the same direction. You cannot look away from your partner if you want to make a marriage last. People are getting distracted by this, that, and the third. Instead of saying, I'm going to put you as a priority first. I'm going to put this marriage and this relationship as a priority first. I'm not giving up on traditional marriage. I'm not, because there are good men. I mean, absolutely good men out there. Black, you name them. There's absolutely good men out there. But there's also good women who need to find each other and leave all of the trash and the garbage on the side. I'm saying they are women and good men out there. You have to be attracted to this person first. You have to look in the same direction, the same goals, the same values. I say I will take what is it called? I'll take a survey on a first date, and I'll have 10 questions that I ask him, or 20 questions that I ask him. And if he has the responses that are similar to mine, then he makes it to the next stage. If he don't have the same similar answers as mine, he don't make it to the next stage. Maybe we need to do something different. I don't know what we need to do different, but that's what I would start to do. I'd take a list of 10 questions on the first date. Do you believe in this? Do you believe in that? What would you do in this scenario? And if that person's answers are so bizarre and so off the scale, you don't make it to the next level. And I'm not getting pregnant by you, and I'm not doing any of these things with you. If you're marrying with intention, if you're looking for a good woman. And one thing I have to say, just because a woman has and made one mistake by having one child, that does not mean that she's not a good woman for you. It can work. I was a single parent with 2 children before my husband and I met in a bar. And from the moment we met in the bar, we were never separated for 35 odd years, because he saw in me the fact that I wanted to be a wife, regardless of the idiot baby daddy. Okay. I wanted to be a wife. So I'm saying you cannot just rule out women who have children. because some of them women are good too. You cannot do that. Otherwise, we have a checklist that's got all the negative things. And the minute she hits one negative thing, you're throwing her out because she has one child. I just happen to be educated, and my husband happened to be a garbage man. You see that? I have 3 degrees. My husband was a garbage man. I didn't look at what he made. And we made it work for 30 years.
Hold up. You ain't finna shit on that garbage man. Like, you ain't finna
I'm not
do that,
shitting.
man.
I'm not
Wait,
shitting. Hold on, I'm not.
Goddamn Biggie said the garbage man make more than the teacher.
But
Don't
I'm
play
not
with me. I'm fit to crank this motherfucker up around
Wait
here
a
now.
minute.
Don't play
I'm
with
not
me now.
shitting. I'm not shitting on the garbage man
over here right now because I'm about to blow up right now on you, black woman.
No, I'm not
finna
shitting
tell
on
you
the
some
garbage
stuff
man.
now. I'm about to tell you some stuff. I don't know what software
Sir,
you running
I'm
off
not-
of,
I'm
but
not
if it's
shitting
the
on the
fitness,
Let me
this
say this real quick. Let me say this real quick, Heathen Queen. This
Goddamn
is what
blue
I
collar
said.
win around
Hold on, AD.
What?
Hold on, AD. I know. Listen,
What?
I say this. Heathen Queen. You
What?
saying you had 3 degrees. He
Yes.
was a garbage man, but
Yes.
you also had 2 children, you said.
Yes.
So you don't them 2 kids, in my opinion, that cancel out those degrees faster than you can blink.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that it didn't. What I'm saying is the circumstances today, people would look at that and say, I wasn't wife worthy. People would look at him because he was a garbage man and say he's not husband worthy.
No.
But I'm saying, a lot of women say that these days. Oh, he a garbage man. I ain't gonna deal with him.
I mean, he husband worthy. That just means they don't like him. But we would never say a garbage man ain't husband worthy. But
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying women these days.
Which women?
But I mean, it's a lot of women on the
I
internet.
want to ask a question.
It's a quality
Are
of
you
women.
still looking at the physical and not looking at the software correctly before? Because you right now you saying the physical, it goes first. You're putting the physical first, and you're not putting you're not using the software. You're not looking at software first. Because your software will outstand the other women who are not wife if you carry yourself as a wife. If you move like a wife, he will see a wife. He didn't find it. He will see it. He will see it in you. It will glow.
I get that, but what I'm saying is
glow.
But what I'm saying is men these days say, I don't want to even look at her because she has a child. I'm saying men say that these days. When I'm saying
no, we don't say that. No, that's not
women.
No, that's not true. They be in this space, but if we see you out at a place where we meet women, or you out by yourself, we don't know if you got a child or not.
Right.
Unless you all blow it out or something that look like you got a child. And we see you in the car with a whole bunch of baby seats or something. But goddamn, I tell you what, young lady, that ain't how we see you at first. We see you as nothing but a physical attraction, and then guess what? But your femininity will show in the midst of that. That's how you get a man.
And that's why I'm saying we run with that.
No,
I'm saying run with those instincts when you meet a person first, and then find out where they come from. Find out whether they can fit into your life. Find these things out before you get pregnant. Before we get pregnant, we find out this compatible.
But you going?
One second, AD. One second. I want just right quick. He's the queen. I just want some. I'm trying to get some context. I find it amazing that you found your husband in the bar. That's one of my talking points. That you ain't gonna find your husband in the bar, but you managed to find your husband in the bar, and you already had 2 kids. I found that to be outstanding. So if you don't mind. Like, were you in like pretty good shape at this time?
Yeah, I was in this hot ass red dress, dress, hot red heels. My husband and his buddy walked in and they ordered a gin. I didn't know the difference between gin and any other kind of alcohol. I went and I was a waitress. I was waitressing for that weekend. So I went to the bar and said, "Get that white stuff for these 2 guys." And I took it back to the table and they drank it and then they spit it out and said, "This ain't gin, this is vodka. What are you doing giving us vodka?" And then my future husband looked at me and said, "I got to get the number of the female that would serve me vodka instead of gin." And he and I were together for 30 plus odd years after that.
Okay, would you mind describing this brother, like his physical attributes?
He He's got broad shoulder. He was broad shoulders. He was shorter than me. That's another thing women didn't say they don't like. He was shorter than me, broad shoulders. He drank. He was a hard drinker. And he never asked me. The minute he found out I had 2 kids, he never said I couldn't do that. He was attracted to me. Gotcha. So I know that we still had our same chemistry, because a month and a half before he died, it was my birthday, and he brought me some chocolates and he brought me some flowers. I came in from work and I said, "Oh, thank you, honey, for getting that." And then I opened up the box of chocolates and I took a bite of one, and I was like, "Oh, that's so nasty. I don't like dark chocolate." And my husband said, "I've loved dark chocolate for 30 years, so I know it can work."
That was a player move right there. That was an OG player move right there.
Oh,
okay.
Hey, so Gavin, Mr. Walker. Gavin, Mr. Walker.
Got you.
Also, I've been going through you guys' catalog. This voice was so familiar to me, and I was trying to remember who it was. You guys remember Big Neck's Woman?
Yes.
That's the voice pattern right here. That's the voice pattern.
Oh boy.
Big Nick?
Wide neck, old lady.
Oh no, my husband was never on the internet.
No.
I was
this woman's voice pattern.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. No, I was never on the internet until 3 months ago, so I don't know.
So we get Trey here. Like I said, we're still doing final thoughts. I'll let.
Thank you all for allowing me on the panel. Thank you.
Oh, definitely. And we get AD and G Honda in here. What you got, Trey?
You, Mr. Gavin and Mr. Walker. I'm kind of upset with y'all right now because y'all let the blue collar brother get shit on today, and I'm not really happy with this. I'm not happy with this. You let Crystal call us trash, and now you got this woman talking about like 200 degrees outweigh the goddamn blue collar brother.
We blue collar.
We are the blue collar brothers.
We blue collar.
She called the truck driver trash.
No, I did not.
No. She said the trash. She said the specific one, the trash, not the good one. The trash truck driver. You know, the one that's wild out there.
I'll say this based on what I just heard.
She did put the thing that triggered me though was she said the 65K brother. When the average black man makes under that amount, that she said, now that triggered me.
Well, see, I apologize for putting down the brother.
Hold up, baby girl.
Right.
Look. She
come on,
65K.
She apologized. She apologized.
No, I'm talking about what Crystal said. Crystal said a 65K brother is trash. That's what she said.
What?
Now we can't let that happen no more. For 40, how much is the average man making? 48. And she said a 65K brother is trash. Now I don't agree with that. And I've been triggered by that. And I ain't liking that.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear it. That a lot of times stuff we don't catch everything, but if she said that, I'm with you, AD.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out something. I was like, man, this ain't cool right here, Crystal. Now I've been cleaning Crystal for like 2 seconds, then she gonna mess it up.
Oh, God, Crystal got gas like somebody up here. I respect it. She gonna get
all right.
So just based off what I heard, I'll repeat this until I probably go under. Listen, this is the greatest time for a young man looking to start his legacy. This is the greatest time that you can ever have right now, because things are going to change in the next 10 years within the United States. It's going to become more global. AI is going to take over these regular little jobs that people complain about. You wanted to make $15 an hour, you ain't going to make no money because they're ready to push you out. Now, for a young man, listen, get your skill set up, join the military, whatever it takes, join something, get you a skill, and you'll see by the time you're 40, if you work hard, you'll be able to get every lifestyle you want. You can date a woman 21 to 51 because them 50-year-olds love a 40-year-old because you'll blow their back out. They asking for it all day long on social media. Come get me, daddy. I want it. Other than that, listen, We need each other. However, I don't care how much we fight. I need y'all young brothers because I can't go out there and do it. I need y'all to do it for me. I'm going to load it for you. If I got to cook for you, I'm going to do that because I can do that. But, you know, and if you're a woman and you want to be in a married space, you have to separate. You have to separate from the other women. We do not know who y'all are. And the easiest way to start separating, and this might be a little hard for some of y'all, stop wearing that damn weave. Stop wearing them damn nails. Come out natural, smelling like fresh out the tub. Let that sun hit your skin and shine like new money. Why you think all these brothers walking around here with all this Jesus hair? Because they ain't doing nothing but washing it once a week, once a month. They ain't sitting up here putting all that yak in their head, covering it up like an old grass patch. No, we need y'all to be organic. Come back to being organic. And if you got a deadbeat baby daddy, guess what? I know you saw the movie, What's Love Got to Do with It? Drop this baby off over at his house. Drop him off. Drop him off. Make him responsible. If you want to take him to court, say, Judge, I want my baby daddy to be fully responsible for my child. It ain't about the money because he's going to make sure that child don't go without nothing. But if you can't wait 10 years, then the child done outgrew you, now you're mad, daddy. No, give him a chance. Did nobody tell you sleep with him? He only wanted to bang and you wanted to bang, but you went in there raw. Now is the time. We got to change our own behaviors. We can do this. I believe in everybody with a fat nose on this panel, everybody with big lips like me and wide feet like me. We need each other because as long as we separated, they coming. They going to keep us separated and we're going to continue to lose. I pray for the youth. I pray for all the stepdaddies, all the married people, because we're going to rock out till we die. Peace out, man. I love all y'all, man. We're going to always do this.
Appreciate that, Trey, man. We truly
Hey,
appreciate
got an interesting story.
I forgot to say something.
I was going to tell y'all an interesting story.
All right, real quick, let Mr. Jackson go. Real quick, AD. Let him go. We get G Honda.
Nah, the OG Trey Ferg, he was saying that, but like especially black people, bro, like stop hanging on to other people's history, bro. You never experienced slavery, bro. You never even walked on a dirt road. Most people, like, cut it out, like, for real. Like, stop hanging on other people's trauma and stop hanging on other people's history and go make your own. That's what I wanted to say.
You well said, brother. Well said.
Yes, sir. What you got, AD? What you got? Where you go, man? Can't hear you. Can't hear you. You muted,
brother.
Kind of along the lines of what Trey was saying, but a lot of these women that had these children like that with this not requiring marriage before, they ain't really like set on that type of stuff. They come in all kinds of shapes and forms. So they be in all types of, melon tones and stuff. They be attractive women. A lot of attractive women we look at, we be like, we don't know who their mother and father was. So I met this young lady. I just want to go ahead and get into the story, but her software all messed up. Like she literally screwed up, bro. Like, cause her mama just like passed her around the house to house, to grandma, auntie, uncle, and she ended up with a dude that really didn't love her because she thought she was ugly. The whole time I had been trying. I'm telling you, this chick looked like a gymnast. I mean, she's very attractive, had pretty eyes. I mean, she had body shape like a gymnast. You know that what's the new gymnast? Man, I'm telling you, this girl, I had an honest conversation with her about this, and she could not stand to even have the conversation because basically her programming can't even think of that kind of to the magnitude that I have experienced and what I know of. It just I want to share that, but the only thing we can do, I'm just say, Mr. GT in full effect, all we can do is have a sexual damn conversation at this point. And that's what I do. Just tell them, I want to taste you. Oh, no, I better not do that. Can I do that, man? Can I just say it, man? Can I say it?
You ain't got to say it. Hold on. We'll show them. We'll show them.
That's all she care about. Cannon, pump, and pump. Cannon, pump, and pump.
Get the humping and pumping, man. Get the humping and pumping. That's all we can do. And I'm gonna tell you, man, This was my key. She said, I can't get my tags on my car, so I can't come see you. So I said, oh, it's okay. I'll come see you when I'm ready.
Wrong answer. You supposed to say, I got you, baby. How much for that safety inspection?
Y'all already know, man. Y'all know y'all gonna get me if I did that now. Come
on. AD, you'd have been on the hook. You'd have said, how much for the state inspection? About $80. You said, I got that. She'd have got there. She'd have called you. AD, they said, I need a new rack and pinion. Need all that.
You're worth $5, man. This girl been sending me pictures and titty shots
AD,
and booty shots.
She was trying to get that rack and pinion paid for, AD.
I tell you what, she done pulled out the rolls on the boy. I said, oh, Lord.
Here we go, man. G Honda, CEO, what you got, CEO? Because AD on one, man.
Glade City News, what you got?
Oh, man. Well, I'm gonna direct this to AD right quick, man. AD, man, bro, you need to slow down, bro. Honestly, bro, straight up. Like, I mean, because we all had instances, man. You know, I know myself, Gavin X, you know, Mr. Walker, you know, came from the streets, came from the hood, man. We ain't seen instances where, you know, guys got deleted, killed themselves over a woman, and got set up and killed by a woman, or whatever the case may be. And not to be too granular on that, but, you know, referring to your situation where you was talking about, you know, the girl told you you was the fifth dude she had on rotation, bro. I mean, you need to slow down and leave women like that alone, bro. I don't give a damn how fine they is, bro. It's just too many women out there, bro. So, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, your picture froze, but we can hear you good.
Okay. So, AD, so like, man, you just got to be, I mean, as a whole, man, we got to make more cognizant decisions on, you know, who we deal with, you know, who we, you know, give our time and have relations with, you know, and especially with this whole gender thing, man. Like somebody was saying earlier about, you know, us, you know, dealing with, you know, single moms, or, you know, even a stepdad being dishonorable, but that's all based on, like, you know, who you choosing to deal with and who you choosing to deal with in real time. So I just believe that, like, we make better decisions with our associations and whatnot, and just, you know, being careful as a whole. And AD, man, out there, be safe out there, bro. Be careful out there, bro. You know, you can't be out here joking and playing, bro, because, you know, it's just that easy, it's just that simple to get deleted out here, bro. You know, especially dealing with these females out here. Because, man, we hear that a dime a dozen, these females getting dudes set up, getting dudes deleted, bro.
Lie to you, I am on high alert because, like, man, the situation, you kind of hitting a point, even though it's kind of, I'm like, dang, how you kind of get people what I'm thinking over here? But she got like her baby daddy went to jail for a couple of years. You know what I'm saying? They got in dubs with that shit. So,
Exactly, bro. That's exactly my point, bro. AD, that's exactly my point, bro. You know, and especially if she has verbalized this to you, bro. Leave them females alone, bro. You got, it's too many of them out there, bro. That, because we didn't heard this, bro. We didn't heard these stories a dime a dozen, bro. It's almost an incident waiting to happen, bro. To be honest with you, because females like that,
I wouldn't take it serious. I wouldn't take it serious.
Don't take her at all. Hey, Gianna, don't take her at all.
Don't take her at all, bro. You ain't got time for that, bro. And, you know, it's just too many. It's really good females out there, but you got to draw that differentiation, bro.
Yeah. The cat. She was asking me if I knew him, but I was like, nah, I don't know that cat.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, she asked him because she wanted to know if you were aware. She's like, you don't know my baby daddy or my ex? And you like, no. She's like, okay, good. Because if you did know, you wouldn't be sticking around.
Right. Leave him alone, AD. Leave him alone.
She over there with a rose and a sex toy. What's wrong with you? You can't get
AD, you a good brother, man. You got a good heart, man. You got to find a. Listen, man, you ain't got no big uncles, man. You want to come talk to me? Because I'll get you right, man. I need about 6 weeks. I'll get you right, bro. I get you right, man, because you got a good heart, man, and they understand
right
that.
now, man. I gotta go get in the best shape, man, so I can go holler at some of these these more
no,
feminine
see,
women
there you go.
and software rights, because they ain't want, they like all this femininity. You gonna give me that sloppy Joe? No,
Sloppy Joe.
Yeah,
you sloppy
I don't want
indeed.
sloppy Joe. I want for me my own.
He been eating these. He been eating these.
Yeah, that's all I get. And I don't want no more oatmeal pie. I can't take no more oatmeal pie.
Nadine, man. Come on, brother.
If I see
You
one
got a
more
good heart,
damn
man.
oatmeal pie on that woman, feeling button, I'm gonna goddamn lose my mind.
All right. So here we are, man. That was final thoughts, folks. That was final thoughts. Hey, Heathen Queen, you got anything else? What you got? We'll give you the last word before we close it out.
No, just leave from the heart, or be open to the possible. I hear you very rarely hear people say love, but you have to lead with attraction, lead with wanting to fall in love with somebody and wanting to do the right thing when you meet a good person. Don't always dismiss a person because they may have one or two things. That's what dating is all about. Dating to find the person that you want to be compatible and spend your time with. So I encourage people to date as many people as they can. Not get them pregnant, not get pregnant by, but date as many people as you can and weed out as time goes on. You should know who you want by 90 days going through. If you start out dating 5, 10 girls, by 90 days, you should know the one or two that are wifey material, period.
What are you doing with these 90? What are you doing with these 5 to 10 women in those 90 days?
I'm saying you're dating. People always,
No. I heard the dating part.
Right.
But what else are you doing within the dating process?
You're finding out whether she's compatible with your personality, whether she has wifey material, whether she.
Are you sleeping with them?
Huh?
Are you sleeping with them?
That depends on your definition of dating.
And therein lies a problem. Because you can't control the emotions. You can't control the emotional attachment. If you're sleeping with 5 of them, you pick one and you throw the other ones aside.
Okay, so don't sleep with any of them until you figure out which ones you like more.
You creating it on the fly.
So why you can't date 5 of them and then decide which ones you like better and eliminate as the week goes on, as the weeks go on? What's wrong with that?
That's not what you started off with. I got one other question. How tall was your ex dude? Your husband.
I'm 5'10" and he was 5'8".
All right.
So here's my question. I only have one question.
Mm-hmm.
I have one question, and now in this diaspora today, women claim that they settle for certain things. So in your dynamic, who was settling, him or you?
I never looked at it. I never looked at it that way until you just said that. So I don't know. He had a child too. He had a child and I had a child. So we just did it as a wash. He had children, I had child. So we did it as a wash. And then that was it. He was married before I wasn't married before. Okay. So he had baggage coming this way and I had baggage. And he said to me, is my ex-boyfriend, who I did not marry but had the 2 children by, going to be a problem? And I said, it's never going to be a problem. And I promptly got on the train and went to the city where my baby's father lived. And I sat him down and explained to him that this is what we're going to do. He and my husband, we're going to raise the children. You can see the children whenever you want, but it will not be an issue between you and I ever again. So I lived in a little town outside of Chicago. So I took the train and went to Chicago and I sat him down and I explained to him, you can't come to my house uninvited. You can't do this. You can't do that. My husband and I are a couple now, so we're going to raise the children, and the children are going to be under our protection. But he already knew I was the type of woman that once it was sealed by me. It was going to be sealed by what I said. So whenever he wanted the children, he would call. I would take him over to my parents' house. He would go to my parents' house and get the kids, and we would never meet. So I have not seen him in like 25 years.
On God, it sounded like your husband stood on business. He was like, he was a real motherfucking man. He stood on business, and he stood on business so firm enough that you went and told the other nigga, "Hey, we standing on business over here."
Right.
So shout out to your belated husband.
Once we realized it was going to be, he kept coming around. I was like, okay, you're coming around. After about 2 months, I introduced him to my 2 little kids because my kids were small. I introduced him to him. He came to a picnic, and then he met my children. And then once I realized that he was a good man and he was a good father, even though we were in our early 20s, my husband was 25, I was 23. Even though he was 20, he was a good father. I saw at that picnic that he was a good man. Once I realized, okay, I could trust my children around him, I promptly went to Chicago on the train because I didn't have a car. Went to Chicago on the train, and I sat the baby daddy down and said, this is how it's going to be. I don't want to have any drama from you. Don't show up at my house. I will take the kids over to my parents' house. Anytime you want to see the 2 children, you can do that. Whenever you want them for a holiday or whatever, you can do that. I have the agreement from my husband. This is how we're going to do it. And that's how it was. And I never saw him again after 25 years. The kids saw him. The kids have a relationship with him. Daddy this, daddy that, blah, blah, blah.
Can I ask you a question? Did you have him on child support or anything like that?
Yes, I had him on child support. Yes.
Was that any of that arranged in the court as well?
Yes, it was arranged in court because I didn't see him. I mean, I just said, I'm going to put you on child support. I'm not going to have a discussion about this. That way it just comes out of your check. We don't have an issue. We don't have an argument. And whatever you feel like you can pay, $100 a week or whatever you could pay, then we'll accept that. Other than that,
I want to ask another question. Right. Why do you feel entitled to take the claim and all the credit for what you went down to the courthouse and you arranged anyway? It was already court appointed that he could see them children that same way. Why are you taking so much credit for what that? I just give a little pushback because
I didn't want to.
We often hear it as if it's the man don't have no choice, and the man pay child support. That entitles him the choice to see his children.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was the trade-off.
But the thing is, what is you talking about? You went and you set that tone on there. You ain't set no tone. You just talking. You just taking credit for what the court already did there. Because if you
I'm not taking credit, I'm just telling you the facts.
The court would have took your butt to jail.
I'm just telling you the facts. I'm not taking credit for any of that.
Your butt to jail, and that's what I'm standing on. I'm standing on business today.
Boy,
I think it was more of just like laying out like this how it's gonna be. Like I don't interfere in my new life type shit. Like,
I didn't know.
Stay out of it.
She had no choice.
We didn't have a contentious relationship. We didn't have a bad relationship.
Yo, AD, because only reason I'm saying that, only reason I sort of back her on this is because I know that there's women that even though they have the child custody battle and all this and all that, they'll still play these kind of games with you. Like she like, no, you can see your kids whenever you want to see them. They're gonna be in my mama's house. I'm gonna drop them off. So it was like a clear cut agreement on how things are gonna go. It's gonna work out for everybody, and this is how it's gonna be, and that's that.
Right.
And that's why I respect her for that.
Real quick, Heathen Queen. The fact that you said you dropped the kids off at Joe Mom's house.
Yeah.
And this is why I say to man, the worst thing you could possibly do is have children outside of a happy family unit with you and some woman. Because, like you said, that was ideal as it gets, but from a man's perspective, it don't get no worse. You don't want to be in that position, speaking for all men. Like, you don't want to be in this position where you got to go to, your baby mama's house to get the kids.
I have a question for that,
I didn't
Finn.
want him
Because
to be
in her
uncomfortable.
situation, I want to ask if was the baby father, your baby father, previous to your husband, was he like an issue? Was he like a troublesome person?
No, he was not. We amicably split. We amicably split, and I said,
agreed
let's
to the
just do
terms?
it. Huh?
And
You said
agreed
what?
to the terms?
Yeah, and we agreed to the terms. He was like, this is, I live in a different town. We don't want to do the back and forth. He got along with my mom and dad. My mom and dad loved the death out of him. He was a good man. We just did not get along. We just did not co-parent like that. So I
and
said,
my thing is just being non-custodial. Like he chose the only position. He was backed into a corner. He didn't have no other option. You weren't getting back with him. You wasn't dropping the kids off. Whatever the case may be, he had to either do that or he wasn't seeing his kids, more or less.
yeah, I was never going to keep his kids away from him. That was never an option on my part. That was never.
I agree, but every time he drove over there to pick them kids up, he lost a piece of himself, because you don't want to be in that position. You want your kids in your house under your tutelage at all times.
But we couldn't make it work. We couldn't.
And that's why I say, as a man and a woman, if you're gonna lay down and have a kid, y'all got it. Y'all have to stay together moving forward, because we all have made mistakes. But I think moving forward, the best thing we can do, y'all got to bite the bullet, because it's best for the kid and the community and everything.
Right. Yeah. Were you married to your first husband? Were you married to your first husband?
No, we were college sweethearts. We had 2 kids in college, and when we graduated, we separated.
Were you guys living together?
Yes, in college, yes.
So who decided to end the relationship?
He decided that he wanted to go back to his hometown, and I decided that I was going back to my hometown, and he.
You didn't want to go with him? You didn't want to go with him?
No.
He didn't want to leave. He said, "I'm going home."
He said,
Why you didn't
it was
follow your husband?
It was just mutual.
It
was just mutual. It was mutual.
Hold up.
That's never mutual.
Hold up for a second.
That's some bull-ish.
AD, hold up. So you said you didn't want to go with them because of what? Hold up, AD.
Jesus, why do I have to?
Just a simple question. It was just a simple question.
There was a little bit of abuse, and I did not want, and I decided it was better for me to go home and stay home. There was a little bit of abuse, and I said, I'm not tolerating this anymore.
A little bit of physical or emotional?
Yes, physical.
So you said little. Why would a physical abuse be considered little?
Well, it was only one incident. And I felt like it would be an escalation. And he didn't fight me on that. So I went home and he went to his hometown.
Okay. And I was just kind of interesting because earlier you talked so much about men leaving families that they created. And so I'm trying to understand how you guys got to the point, if you wrote so hard, of telling men not to leave kids that they made. And so I'm trying to reconcile that in my mind. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just trying to reconcile it in my mind to how you got to the point of castigating so many men for not staying with the kids, but you were okay.
Because I believe in you doing whatever needs to be done to make that family work. Short of being abused, there's no reason to walk out the door, because you can always sit down with another human being and say, hey, I don't like being called a B. Hey, I don't like you doing this, that, and the third. Hey, we have 4 kids that we have to raise together. You have to put your best hat on, and I have to put my best hat on, period. I'm the type of person that I will stick regardless. As long as you don't put your hands on me, I'm sticking, right? Long as you don't blatantly disrespect me by cheating, I stick. And I believe a lot of women walk out the door the minute one thing happens, and that's not fair, and that's not right. So I believe in being married and staying married. But if you can't be married and stay married, you have to co-parent productively to the point where anytime the children need this father, you need to let them be with their father. If you have boys and you're a female, you need to give those boys to that guy. Let him raise those boys. Let
You
him
had two
raise.
girls? You had two girls then?
I had a boy and a girl.
So did the boy go with the father?
No, he went with him most of the time, but he didn't want to have the responsibility of the children. He didn't want the responsibility of the children. But I didn't hold that against him. I said, whenever you want to see him, I don't care if you want to see him every day. You can come see him every day. I'm never going to hold them away from you, ever. So I never did that.
So, at what age did you send him to spend more time with his father?
He and I broke up when they were 2 and 3.
That's small.
Yes, very small. Yes, very small.
What age did you send him to spend more time with his father?
2 and 3. They started spending more time with him. 2 and 3. They were always up there for the weekend to meet his family, to be with the family. The family went on vacations. He took the kids with him. All of that.
Well, let me ask you this then, and then I'll shut up, Gavin and Mr. Walker. So here's my problem. You said that you were able to sit down with him and tell him how it was going to be with your new man. How come you can do the same thing with your son? Because he should have been with his dad. Give me a second. He should have been with his dad at some point, if he's a decent enough man as you claim. So at some point, you should have been able to also sit down with him and says, I know you're reluctant of taking him, but I'm not a man and you are, and you need to raise your son. And you seem like a very upfront and, dare I say it, controlling person, to the point where you would have told him that he needs to be with you, not with me, because he's a man. That's what I'm trying to reconcile in my head.
He didn't want to do that. Some people just don't want to raise children. I can't force a human being to raise their child. I can't force you. If I say you can have them anytime you want to, you can do whatever.
No. I can't force. My question was, why did you say, hey, I cannot raise him as a man? You can. You had that conversation with him?
No, I didn't have that conversation with him.
See, that's my point. That's my point. Because you said earlier a woman should raise a daughter and the man should raise a son, and so you could have had that conversation with him, saying,
if the human being wants to raise their child.
No.
I got the indication that he didn't want to raise his children.
I got the indication.
Yes,
you got the indication.
I got the. Yes.
No.
Yes.
He said, I do not want to be responsibility of raising my son. He said those words?
No, he didn't say that specifically. I could
Okay,
tell from his actions that he did not want to raise.
I find this very often that a lot of the women, they like to say the men need to show effort, they need to show emotional support, they need to show their emotions have to be involved with this. It got to be
right.
It got to be a whole process go through for their approval before they allow that to go transpire. So.
Mm-hmm.
I completely understand what transition here, but it is also wrong. It also not proactive. It's also not taking initiative to do what you know is right, and then it's not a very good, effective communication to the sensitivity of the children.
Mm-hmm.
You want to put them in the best possible situation for them to thrive and get the best results, to be able to go out and be raised in the righteousness, to be able to go out and do the things they need to do. But
one second, AD. One second, AD. Yeah. Hey, brothers, I'm out of here. I got church tomorrow. Gavin and Mr. X, thank you so much. Heathen Queen, thank you for sharing your story and giving me some good insight. I still think that you should have pushed harder for him to grab his son. I think he would have stepped up if you say he's as good as father as you said he is. Mm-hmm. However, I'm not in your position, so I don't know. But I think the same way you set him down to tell him how it was going to be in your new relationship, I think you could have had that same gumption to say that to him as in regards to his son. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. A lot of women wouldn't get up here and say stuff like that.
Good observation, Q.
See you guys later.
Hey, we appreciate all y'all for coming up tonight. Appreciate you, Trey.
Thank
you. Heathen Queen.
I got one more for the Heathen Queen.
Come on, AD. real quick, brother.
Let me ask you this: what's so disrespectful about calling a woman B? I want to ask you this: what's so disrespectful about that? I got a real curious question about that. What's so wrong about that?
Because I don't have a problem with that word. There's regular sensitive
you like
women
it
have
from
a
the
problem
back,
with it.
don't you?
said
You
what?
like it from the you like it from the back,
What?
don't you? y'all been fucking like dogs, and y'all like it like that. So
See, now, see, if I was a different female, I would be offended. But if you came over to my channel, you know I wouldn't be offended by what you're saying, right?
Get off
messing
me.
with you. I just
You
said
better worry
they
about
like
them
it
women
like
that's
a
dragging
dog,
you.
but they don't like to be called a dog.
Boy,
They
stop.
don't like to be called a dog.
Worry about them women that's dragging you, AD. Keep your money in your pocket, AD. Stop getting on. Get off on people's rosters. Get off the roster, man. Get off the roster, AD.
They say they like
You
it
on too
from
many
the back.
rosters. Get off the roster,
They
AD.
like to make from the back.
All right,
Leave
AD.
her alone, AD.
Yeah, he's short circuited on.
What's wrong with y'all guests?
That's AD,
I
man.
didn't messing, man. I didn't mess. Don't be shit. I don't take that shit. I'm just messing. I had to give him a laugh before I leave.
Well, thank you all. Thank you very much.
Sister Heathen Queen.
Thank you, Heathen Queen.
What
Thank you.
days, Sister Heathen Queen, what days do you be on?
No, I just post videos. I'm not
Okay.
on camera. I just post videos. What do I do? Critique dating applicants. I get on there and say, you shouldn't be having 5 babies. There's 5 baby daddies. You trash. That kind of thing.
Yeah, she keeps it real over there. She doing her thing. Like I said, keep up the good work. We glad you up here. Hopefully sooner or later we can get you to cam up because you are an awesome content creator in my opinion.
Yes.
And yeah, you definitely standing on business.
Thank you very
Dub,
much.
you trash. You got that drop. Do you got that drop on there? I come listen if you got that drop.
It's called the dating pool roast.
Thank y'all, brothers, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Love y'all, man.
See you, Ferd.
All right, Trey.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
All right, man. All right, AD. Appreciate you, brother. So yeah, that's her channel here. The Dating Pool Roast. Keep saying roast. Make sure y'all check her out. The Dating Pool Roast. One of the moderators can drop the link in the chat. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe to her channel. Hopefully we can have her up here more often on these Regal Rumbles. We had talked to her, a while back in the email behind the scenes, and we've been trying to get her up here, and we were obviously, we want everybody to cam up, but we make some exceptions, and she's one of the exceptions.
There you go. And hopefully y'all can see why, let me see, I want to touch us up through all this conversation. We had a lot of talking, didn't get to, I don't think really, we did get to a solution. But I want to touch on the discussion as far as we was talking about men leaving the house back in the 80s, cracking all that stuff. The argument from the women was that there was a very small group of men. All right, there's a small group of these bad men, and so how are so many women, single moms? And it's very easily answered. And we talk about it often because the majority of these women are mating with a very, very small group of men. So we cannot take that into account and look back and say, oh, well, we got all these single moms. And these ladies touched on it. They touched on kind of the root cause. These women had lack of what they call it, self-esteem issues, things like that. So they was getting with and dating guys that were less than. No, they was picking these dudes off of height, physical attraction, and weenie size. We gotta stop. And hence, that's why we got all of these bastard children, all of these baby moms. But it ain't all of these nug-nugs. The nug-nugs, small group, but they make the mass majority of the bastard children. Very plain and simple. Women, stop sleeping with these men. Stop making your amazing self accessible to dudes that ain't worth a dang simply because they got a slick mouthpiece, they got on J's, and they 6'6". I think that's what we missing. We can't keep sitting here and just acting like that's not an obstacle that today's women, and even back then, were thinking with the little man in a boat. It ain't necessarily have nothing to do with being insecure and stuff like that. No, No. Call it
And
what
no
it
thing is, it's easier said than done. I know a lot of people say, because we must understand these women are in heat more than men. So you would have to tie them to the heat register, or Black Snake Moan. Y'all know y'all gonna have to chain them down to get them to stop hunching. It ain't like the men ain't just talking them out of their drawers. It ain't that simple.
Sure ain't. Yeah, and let's accept that. And I think Crystal and the Heathen Queen, I think they made the point that they love saying that women mature faster than men. So if that's it's talking about both sides of the neck. If women mature faster than men, why they keep doing this? Why they making these terrible, detrimental decisions?
And real quick, shout out to Gunmetal Guy. He come through with the $5 super chat. He says, marriage is on life support, and modern women have the plug in their grass. He says, thanks SBC Nation, Cart for the Horse, for your efforts. He says, P.S., as far as being a stepdaddy.
Hair to the no. To the no. Hair to the no.
Man. Yeah, Gavin, you point out a good point that brother, shout out to the Heathen Queen. The situation seemed to be ideal for her and her new husband, but for the father of her two kids, that was not ideal. He was getting his teeth kicked in, as Gavin made a point, every time he had to go over her mom's house to pick up them kids. Like, sounded good, but y'all put y'all stuff in them shoes and let me know what you think. Would you want that to be your son going to pick up his kids?
It's a bad deal. Yeah, I don't care how the exchange is. Anytime you got to exchange your child, it's a bad feeling. I'm telling y'all. You don't want to be when you exchange, meet me here, breed the child.
The most dramatic ish ever.
It's emasculating for a man.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Like I talk about it now and again, but yeah, man, I went through that madness. It was the worst ish ever. Put a brother in tears. I'm trying to tell you, terrible.
Yeah, ain't nothing worse than that. You want your kids in your house, under your influence, under your guidance at all times. Moving forward, that should be the standard. That's just my opinion.
Why? And it's opinion, Mattel. Why? Because a man cannot protect what he can't control. If he ain't in my house, I really wholeheartedly can't protect you. I can't. I'm at the mercy of the world and whomever. So yes, I
can't do anything for you. It's hard enough when you in my house. If you ain't in my house, it's only a matter of time for you to tell me to get the hell out your face.
That part.
So here's what it is. All right. Shout out to Izzy DeVoe with the super chat. Says Heathen Queen was all cap. Those kids know the truth. I see. Shout out to the Heathen Queen. She's a good sport.
Yes.
And like you said, two things is true, fellas. Y'all, we want everybody to cam up, but y'all got to, at the same time, y'all, come on, chat.
Yeah. Y'all know y'all. Wow.
So shout out to the Heathen Queen. Like I said, we've been talking to her and we've been trying to get her up here for a while, a couple months now. So I'm glad we finally got her up. And maybe she's the only one right now that got an exemption. All right, because she provides a tremendous amount of value. It was a good conversation.
There you go. Thank you, sister. Appreciate your transparency.
So with that being said, we're going to get out of here tonight. We'll be back up here tomorrow for Single by Choices. All right. Shout out to everybody who sponsored the show tonight. Shout out to where we at here. My God, Project Leroy. We got Danny Nicole. We got the International Quiet Storm, Bobby Vegas, and the Red Pill Ranger.
Man, y'all definitely supported y'all interest today. It's like the first half of this show was the super chat show. So we appreciate y'all support, y'all interest. Please continue to do so. Continue to hit that super chat, Cash App. Hit the like button on the way out. The likes are free to you, but they mean the world to us. Join the membership, purchase some merch, support your interest, support the channel, support beautiful Black media. Please and thank you.
And if you want to check this live stream out, as y'all know, all the live streams live over on the Cart Before the Horse channel. I'm dropping the link in the chat right now. Make sure you are subscribed to both channels. Subscribe to Single by Choices and subscribe to Cart Before the Horse Productions. Also, shout out to Project Leroy for bringing Leon back.
That was too funny, man. I'm thinking I'm gonna start, saying who cooked the best during these shows, because y'all be up here cooking. And today I gotta give it to Q. My man Q be cooking. He be touching on some solid points. He keep us cool. He stay on task. Shout out to the brother Q. Appreciate you, brother.
Also, shout out to Gunmetal Guy. Shout out to Izzy DeVoe. We're glad everybody appreciate the show tonight.
Yes.
Like I said, we'll be back here tomorrow for Single by Choices. Yeah, we're gonna cook. As y'all know, we told y'all the other day we gearing up to go on some vacation. So we'll see about the Regal Rumbles going forward for the rest of the year. Hopefully, we can be back next Saturday. All right. Make sure your notifications are on, because our schedules are going to be wonky, but we going to still be in y'all faces.
There we go.
So with that being said, we'll be back here tomorrow. Shout out to everybody who came up. Shout out to Crystal. Crystal came up and cooked per usual.
Yes.
Yes. The one
Crystal,
y'all love to hate. I hate.
There you go. Crystal, that's your slogan. They love to hate you. It's all right. We love to love you, Crystal.
That's all. Shout out to my girl Crystal. Shout out to the other ladies that couldn't make it tonight. They were busy holiday times and whatnot. Once we get into 2024, hopefully we can take this Regal Rumble to the whole next level. All right.
There we go. Add another day, get more people involved, and if we moving, baby.
Straight like that. So with that being said, I am Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Carpet for the Horse Productions.
Good morning.